of the most easily recognized and beloved video games ever made. So of course, it was only a matter of time before it fell into the grubby little hands of YouTube content creators. Such a versatile game could be manipulated into whatever a YouTuber wanted. A survival let's play, fun interactive minigames, and even a form of storytelling. No matter what you were interested in, there was a Minecraft YouTuber making content you'd enjoy. It wasn't long before our happy little block game climbed its way to the top of the YouTube gaming hierarchy, especially in the eyes of younger audiences. If you were born in the early 2000s, what were you even doing in 2012 if not watching Stampy Longnose's Lovely World Let's Play? The rise of Minecraft YouTube is often credited to Sky Does Minecraft, DanTDM, or Captain Sparkles, but in 2012, a new contender joined the ring. Aphmau, or Jess, posted her first still public Minecraft video on August 20th of 2012, marking the beginning of an absolutely unpredictable journey. Truly, I don't think anyone could have guessed where her channel went. Not even her. I can't imagine she joined YouTube with the intention of posting hit videos like Aphmau is pregnant with alpha twins in Minecraft, among other hits. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Today we're going to be going back and discussing every single mainline Aphmau series, which I've defined as every series where Aphmau is the main character, excluding one-offs and other mini-series. So that includes all 3 seasons of Minecraft Diaries, 2 seasons of Phoenix Drop High, 1 season of Falcon Claw University, and 6 seasons of My Street. I've spent the last 2, damn near 3 years of my life dedicated to this cause. I have watched over 150 hours, or about 6 days worth of Aphmau videos for this. You might be thinking that 150 hours isn't that much time. I had that many hours in Tears of the Kingdom like 2 weeks after it came out. But trust me when I say that it is so much worse than it sounds. It's hard to tolerate any of this for 5 minutes, let alone 20-minute episodes, let alone 30 episodes in a season. There's over 500 episodes in total, dozens of characters, and 2 mostly separate universes to keep up with. Believe me when I tell you that I am braver than a Marine, and you should be thanking me right now. Before I get too into anything though, I have a couple disclaimers, or rather just statements, regarding the rest of the video. First of all, I don't need to be told that Aphmau is probably more successful than I'll ever be. She has over 20 million subscribers on her main channel, and her sub count has nearly doubled since I started writing this script a couple years ago. I'm just a college student with less than $100 in my bank account, and she is an extremely successful businesswoman. I guarantee you've probably seen her products at your local store, whether you've been aware of it or not. I unfortunately have been aware, and it's a constant reminder of this project that has been siphoning the life out of me since I began it. Look at the actual lack of life in my eyes. The fucking dark circles. And I'm not even earning anything from this. My point being, Aphmau certainly doesn't have to worry about anything that I'm gonna say in this video. I could probably come out with proof that she killed a man and she wouldn't have to bat an eye, so I think she'll be just fine if I'm only here to make jokes about her series. Second of all, this is all just for fun. I understand that Aphmau has a huge fan base of all ages, and I'm not here to throw any stones from my glass house, you know? Don't be fooled, I was an extremely cringy Aphmau fan when I was 11 too. I was there when the very first My Street episode dropped. Granted, that was before all of the weird werewolf and incest shit. You know how the guy that painted the Great Wave also, like, invented tentacle porn? That's how it felt for me to find out that Aphmau, the content creator that I watched for giggles when I was barely double digits, ended up writing werewolf incest and sexual assault into her stories. I was chronically online a decade before the term was even in the average person's vernacular. So you will never catch me sincerely bullying a child for being cringe, because I was the cringe kid too. Around 2014, if it was not already obvious enough, I was the Dan and Phil watching, Vocaloid listening, Hot Topic wearing loser. I would message my friends on Skype, or God forbid, Google Hangouts about the newest Aphmau episode while listening to Nightcore with an anime girl in the thumbnail through my shitty wired headphones. Once in 6th grade, my friend and I snuck off during another friend's birthday party to watch the newest episode of Phoenix Drop High. I am a veteran, and these days cringe in preteens is going extinct. They turn double digits and suddenly they're doing their skincare with pure concentrated carcinogens and hitting their cotton candy flavored vapes, which leaves them no time to be cringe on Tumblr. So for me, there is some kind of joy when I look in Aphmau's comments section and find things written within the last year that still use the same weird internet vernacular that I used 10 years ago. I'll never make fun of a kid who's just being open about something that brings them joy, or someone my age who's just reminiscing on their past. So I'm gonna make fun of Aphmau herself instead. With that being said, a lot of the things that I'm going to talk about are genuine good faith criticisms, but also I can't help it if I just want to be a hater for the sake of being a hater sometimes. Let me have this. Yes, I am going to be critiquing what I call the Aphmau cinematic universe as if it is some genuine piece of work, even though I know it's not supposed to be seen that way. Aphmau herself says that she's not an expert at writing, nor am I an expert at critiquing, but I'm sure as hell gonna try, and that makes one of us. We're both just here to have fun, and that's what I intend to do. So with all that laid out, let's get into the meat of the Aphmau lore. Jess was born in Texas in 1989, and she describes video games as playing a big part in her life for just about as far back as she can remember. Most significantly, Final Fantasy XI Online, where she met her current husband, Jason Guevara, in 2004. And believe me, we'll get to that rabbit hole when we get there. Her and Jason got hitched in 2012, and that same year, the Aphmau YouTube channel was born. Aphmau's YouTube journey, as is still public, started with modded Minecraft survival Let's Plays, but her content wasn't exclusively Minecraft. She posted a lot of other Let's Plays of popular games at the time, like Dead Space, Saints Row, and Guild Wars. And Jess gained popularity quite quickly, reaching 10,000 subscribers not even an entire year after her very first still public upload. Her Minecraft content expanded, now including more complicated long-form content, like Pixelmon and Feed the Beast. But on March 11th of 2015, Jess uploaded the first episode of a new series called Minecraft Diaries, starting the beginning of a new era on her channel. In this video, Jess says that her Minecraft videos will start to have more scripted, story-based content, and this is where her content really started to gain more popularity, for better or for worse. Her content before was harmless and appealing, and you could really tell that a lot of passion was going into these videos behind the scenes. Don't get me wrong, this passion remains as she shifts to more story-based content, but with time a more sinister side to all this will be revealed. We'll definitely get there, but for now, let's just be grateful that there's no weird werewolf infection kinks yet. I know Jess herself has clarified that she's no longer proud of a lot of the work that she did on her earlier series, and that's fine, and I'm really glad she feels like she's grown as a writer, but I don't care. These episodes are still up, and they had and still have an insane cultural impact, so we're gonna be discussing them anyway. And like I said, this is all just for fun. I'll touch on her more recent series near the end, and I'd argue they're not much better, so. But one thing at a time here. Basically, I'm gonna go through every single episode of Minecraft Diaries, pick out the most important details and plot points, and deliver to you a summary and analysis of the first season. Some episodes don't really have a lot going on, especially the earlier ones, so a few might be skipped over entirely. Considering episode 1 is 100 episodes and 30 hours long, this isn't exactly a summary that can just be done in 10 minutes, so we're in it for the long haul. Especially since I'm here to rip this cinematic universe apart. From a place of love, of course. Partially love. Actually, mostly hate and disdain. It's gonna be a long one, so strap in. Minecraft Diaries, as described by Jess, is simply whatever she wants it to be. A Minecraft survival let's play with some fun mods, some mini-games, and some story elements here and there. And you know what? As far as I'm concerned, Diaries really isn't that bad. I'm not sure if that's a hot take or not. I truly believe that there are multiple moments in this series that could even be considered objectively good. I hope that it's no secret by this point that I'm a giant f***ing loser, and what can I say if there are swords, magic, and dragons, I'm probably gonna have a good time. The world genuinely has a lot of potential, especially as the story progresses and we get into later episodes, and I can acknowledge that I am gonna be super nitpicky at some points. But what fun would it be if I wasn't? Just trust me when I tell you that even with all that praise, it does get extremely off the rails eventually. Like, imagine a train literally derails, right? But then the conductor somehow lives. But he escapes the rubble and stabs every single survivor to death. Then he runs to the nearest town, robs the bank, bombs the local elementary school, and pisses on all of the crops. So with that imagery in mind, let's finally begin. Just like in any Minecraft Let's Play, Aphmau's wandering around trying to get her bearings and chopping down trees when she spots someone off in the distance. And just like any gullible main character in a horror film, she decides to chase this stranger and he leads her to a village. We find out from some NPCs that their village lord recently died, and now none of the townspeople know what to do without him. And in true main character fashion, Aphmau takes this all into her own hands and she decides to stay and fix up the town. Once Aphmau explores the village further, we're introduced to a lot of important characters, but most of them don't matter until later, or in some cases, ever. So I'm gonna leave a handful of them out and you won't even know the difference. In episode 1, we're introduced to hot guy number 1, Gareth, a guard in the still unnamed village. He's regal, noble, selfless, and most importantly, he's hot. Or at least he's probably hot under that helmet. He's a pretty good character at first, but don't get too attached. He'll eventually lose every likable trait that he has. A fate inescapable for literally every character in the ACU. Gareth has an apprentice guard named Xenix, who's younger and a little weaker, but still hardworking. But most importantly, he's not as hot as Gareth, am I right, ladies? After a little while, Xenix tells Aphmau that all of the work she's doing for the village is making her be perceived as a lord, and that this title has some negative consequences that she should be aware of. And one might think this is extremely ominous and worrisome, but Xenix does not elaborate and we just move on. A few episodes in, Aphmau's exploring and she happens upon the old lord's house all burned down and ruined. While inside, she finds a journal of the previous lord's accounts and... does that say Milfina? Anyway, while in the house, Aph gets knocked the fuck out by these two mysterious people and they deliver some good lore. These people kind of imply to the audience that the guy from the first episode that led Aphmau to this village is named Vlad. They also say that Aphmau is causing trouble, but they ultimately decide to leave her alive, because if the main character died in episode 4, we wouldn't really have a story, would we? Aphmau wakes up and shows absolutely no concern for the fact that she just passed out and was robbed while unconscious. So she just heads back to town and it's all business as usual for her. A few days later, Garth tells Aphmau that Bert, the lord of a nearby village called Brightport, is missing. And then he tells us that there have been several cases of missing or dying lords throughout the whole land. But Aphmau is totally fine because she's not a lord by title, she's just doing all of the lord's duties and this grand conspiracy will not affect her at all. Garth then theorizes that their previous lord's passing and therefore the disappearances of all the other lords are no coincidence, and are in fact a sign of something much more sinister.
I tell you what, Sherlock Holmes, you are unbelievable.
This is proven correct by a flashback though, where we see that Vlad was the one that burned down the lord's house. Later, Aphmau meets up with Xenix and another villager named Brendan at the old lord's house because they're demolishing it. They say that they found a suspicious locked cellar, and aren't we so lucky that Aphmau has the key? She goes home for the evening and is going to bring the key back the next day, but while she's away, Vlad appears and shoots Brendan. Garth says that Aphmau needs to go to Brightport to get some medicinal herbs from the doctor, or else Brendan is literally going to die. So off she goes, and when she arrives at Brightport, she finds a doctor named Doctor. He gives her the herbs and she leaves immediately. After all, there is no time to dilly-dally when your friend has been shot. After getting back home, Xenix describes the crime as he witnessed it, and he says that Vlad was aiming for him and not Brendan. But Brendan body blocked the shot. And this comes into play later, so just store this in your brain somewhere. While Brendan is being treated, Aphmau brings the previously mentioned key to the previously mentioned cellar and finally opens it up. And this whole scene is giving Attack on Titan Season 3 energy before Season 3 even came out. Maybe Jess was ahead of her time and I'm the idiot. Down in the cellar we find the diary of the previous lord, and he tells us that his name is Malik. He wrote this journal for whoever takes the role as the next lord of the village that he so eloquently named Phoenix Drop. In the diary, he writes that he's taking his family and running away out of fear for his safety because of all the lord disappearances and deaths recently, saying, quote, "The king will come for me, and he'll send his knights of shadow to get you." A normal person in Aphmau's position would probably be disturbed by this, but Aphmau's response is just,
ooh, okay.
Glad to know that our leader is fearless. Now that Brendan is being treated, Garth and Xenix have decided to head out in search of the culprit. After a few days though, they've yet to return. And on top of that, once Brendan comes to, he reveals that Xenix literally used him as a human shield against the arrow Vlad shot. Which means Xenix lied. Which is not very nice, to say the least. Shortly after this, Aphmau sees Vlad staring at her in the distance before he delivers Garth's unconscious body to the entrance of the village and then just runs away with Xenix nowhere to be seen. Doctor returns to treat Garth and he says that he has the exact same wound that Brendan had, meaning he was shot. And in a cutscene, it's revealed that Xenix was the man behind the slaughter. But we do nothing about this right now, and instead we're about to go do something completely unrelated. Aphmau is sent out to go find the Lord of Brightport, who is still missing from when Garth mentioned it a while ago. Before setting off, a villager named Kiki, who is Brendan's sister and an anti-capitalist animal tamer, warns Aphmau about werewolves. This is the ACU's first mention of werewolves, and believe me when I tell you that this shit goes completely insane in a way that you will not be able to predict. We'll get there a lot later. So with werewolves in mind, Aphmau arrives at Brightport and finds some clues to where the Lord might be. After some shit that doesn't matter, the clues eventually take her to a werewolf tribe. The werewolves are hostile at first, but when they smell Kiki's scent on Aphmau, they're chill because they're chill with Kiki, so it's all good, obviously. The werewolves tell Aphmau that they're missing one of their pups, and to go find it, she enters a nether portal in the wolf tribe's encampment. Inside the nether, she finds the wolf pup, and she says that she was about to be brutally fucking sacrificed when a masked man appeared to save her. She also tells us that the same masked man took the Lord of Brightport. So immediately, I am unsure what side this guy's on. As Aphmau is about to bring the werewolf pup back home, she sees Xenix leaving the nether. She follows him out, and as soon as she steps out of the portal, the entire wolf tribe is in flames. The remaining werewolves say that in the time Aphmau was gone, they were attacked by a human guard, a woman with snow white hair, and a man with eyes of water. Remind you of anyone? It's the freaks from the first couple episodes that could have prevented the entire rise and subsequent fall of the ACU by killing Aphmau when they had the chance. The werewolves refer to all of these individuals as shadow humans, and the Elder says that these shadow humans seek to strengthen a much bigger shadow who calls himself the king of this land, which is really ominous, but fucking whatever, I guess. We just move on with our original goal of finding the ever-important Lord Bert. Further into the journey, Aphmau encounters Xenix in a little hidden dungeon where he starts attacking her. They fight, and brace yourselves guys, cause it's pretty awesome.
Round 1.
Xenix,
Fight!
Xenix, you don't need to do this. Xenix, stop. Xenix, no! I don't want to do this, no.
Finish him.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm on the edge of my seat. Aphmau knocks Xenix down, but before she can even process anything that just happened, Vlad shows up somehow and just takes Xenix away. In the same dungeon, Aphmau finds the missing Lord Bert, and he's just all well and good. They head back to Brightport together, and we hear of Shadow Knights for the first time. And they're the same as these shadow humans that the werewolves were talking about, if you didn't make that connection. Basically though, Shadow Knights are corrupted guards who live in the nether. It's a little more complicated than that, but that's all you need to know for now. In exchange for saving his life, Lord Bert gives Aphmau a potion to heal Garth. So Aphmau goes home, brings the potion to Garth, he recovers, and they all lived happily ever after. Just kidding, there are 80 episodes left in the season. I'm really sorry if you feel like everything's been going kinda fast with not much rhyme or reason, but trust me, if you're confused, how do you think I feel? The first 70 to 80% of this season is just Aphmau figuring out the vibes of the series, but I promise things start to come together a little easier as we continue. We just have to deal with things being kind of strange for now. Back in the thick of it, Vlad just left an actual baby on Aphmau's doorstep, accompanied with nothing but a name tag that reads Levin. Rather than being horrified or confused as to whose goddamn baby this is, Aphmau is delighted and decides to keep the baby after being unable to find a parent in her village. And what better to do for a new baby than to throw a fucking rager in its name? Aphmau decides to have a little baby shower for Levin with the entire village invited. At this baby shower, Aphmau sees Brendan talking to someone who looks awfully familiar. It's the girl with the snow white hair. AKA the Shadow Knight who knocked Aphmau out a dozen episodes ago. AKA the Shadow Knight who attacked the wolf tribe. Of course, Aphmau doesn't remember that though, and shortly after learning that her name is Sasha, she just invites her to live in Phoenix Drop. This had many 9-year-olds yelling at their iPads, I'm sure. A few days later, Garth gets word of some mother in a faraway village, Scaleswind, that lost her baby, and they think it might be Levin's mother. So Aphmau goes out to investigate. And a whole lot of unnecessary bullshit ensues. She visits an island inhabited by a crazy cat lady and her hundreds of cats. She's accused of murder and then forced to investigate that same murder. She meets a chicken shaman. It's a lot of nonsense, none of which actually matters in the long run. Within the nonsense though, there is some important stuff. Aphmau docks at a town called Metelli, where we meet hot guy number 2, Lawrence. Lawrence is a guard in Metelli, and he's like level 100 horny for Aphmau. And in honor of Lawrence's introduction, I'm going to introduce something of my own. From here on out, we're going to have a counter that will add to every time that Aphmau uses characters to needlessly flatter herself. There are times where flattery does make sense in certain contexts, so I won't be adding those to the counter, but you'll see once we get into it. Examples of things that I will add will be sexually explicit conversations, inappropriate touching, unrequited flirting, things like that. It'll make more sense as we go along. And if you're doing a drinking game to this video, I would not advise you do a shot every time we add to the counter. Because spoiler alert, the final tally is in the triple digits. So with that, because of all the Lawrence says, we have our first additions to the tally. He's super creepy when he's first introduced, but don't even worry. We'll forget about all of this and his personality will completely change in like 30 episodes. Once he picks his tongue up off the ground, he does eventually tell us some important stuff. The Lord of Metelli was murdered, and now there's two candidates fighting for the title, Hayden and Kenmer. We also find out that Hayden has a daughter named Cadenza, and that she was kidnapped and turned into a chicken by the briefly mentioned chicken shaman because he wanted to marry her as a chicken. Aphmau, of course, has to go get her back, but before she leaves, Lawrence has to compliment her several more times. I'm also going to rapidly move past everything with the chicken shaman because he fucking sucks. All we need to know is that Aphmau does eventually get Cadenza home, although several episodes after this initial encounter, but not without being complimented by Lawrence a few more times. In some more exposition, we find out that Sasha was originally a guard in Metelli and she used to be engaged to the current Lord candidate Kenmer. Everyone there is under the impression that she died in the Nether a while ago, but obviously we know that's not true and she's living her life as a Shadow Knight. Then Aphmau's arrested for murder she didn't commit, Lawrence and Garth help get her out, Lawrence drops a couple more flirty compliments, Aphmau solves the murder, moving on. This is literally never relevant again. Now, we've already reached one of the most objectively controversial moments in the entire ACU. Or at least you'd think that, but nobody in her audience actually cares and I'm the only one who's actually still mad. Aphmau's out exploring the world when she happens upon a maid cafe. Running the cafe is everyone's favorite pink-haired racial stereotype, Kawaii-chan. Her actual name is Kawaii-chan. Not first name Kawaii, last name Chan, as if that would be any better. She's just Kawaii-chan, like the honorific Chan. She has no last name. Now, is this actual intentional racist commentary towards Japanese people? Probably not. But is it still wildly offensive? I mean, that's not for me to decide, but come on, dude. Kawaii-chan only refers to herself in third person and often speaks in broken English, and in most cases she uses Japanese honorifics wildly incorrectly. And for reference for this next part, I'll be referring to Japanese textbook Genki Volume 1. But this information is still pretty easy to find after just one Google search, so it's not like it's inaccessible. Aphmau just didn't care to search it up. First of all, it's generally considered extremely impolite to use honorifics when referring to yourself, which is like her whole thing. She also later on exclusively refers to Aphmau as Aphmau Senpai. How do you intentionally write a character that exclusively calls you senpai and then not cringe the entire time? Like, I am holding back cringe just describing it. Kawaii-chan also calls herself a witch, which ends up being incorrect later on. She's actually a magics user, which is super distinct and different, obviously. And in this universe, witches and magics users have a hatred of each other that is old as time, I guess. She also says ciao instead of goodbye several times. And who's gonna tell Aphmau that ciao is not Japanese? Her entire character reminds me of Nyan Neko Sugar Girls. If you know, you know.
Koneko-chan, look at that guy over there! Yeah, he's so sugoi! Desu!
But at the very least, Nyan Neko Sugar Girls is satire. Kawaii-chan feels a little bit more sincere to me, especially later on, but we'll get there. We'll talk more about Kawaii-chan as she's brought up, but for now, she sends Aphmau on her way to Scaleswind. Remember the whole reason we went on this journey in the first place? To find Levin's mom? I bet you forgot, because I know I did. On the way, Aphmau enters another realm, don't ask, and it's all filled with wyverns. Aphmau finds out that she can speak to wyverns, which is like super rare, I guess, and the wyvern suggests it's because she has the blood of a woman who previously saved the wyverns from the Shadow Lord. Because what other explanation could there have been? Also in the wyvern realm, we see Xenix again, and it's confirmed that he is a Shadow Knight serving this Shadow Lord in the Nether. But who gives a shit? Now we're finally in f***ing Scaleswind after forever. It only took 11 episodes and like 6 subplots. While inside of Scaleswind, Aphmau speaks to a priest who's the first to introduce us to the concept of Lady Irene. He tells us that Irene was who established this whole lordship situation all over the land hundreds of years ago, and she's the reason there's lords instead of monarchies. So that's neat. In modern day, she's also worshipped as some sort of god, which is what she's most known for. Then we finally find Levin's mother. Everybody cheer! Yes! Yes! But she's in jail, so maybe don't cheer. And how conveniently timed, she tells us that Levin is a descendant of Lady Irene. Levin and his mom were actually the family of the original Lord of Phoenix Drop, but we all know that the old lord is dead now. Sucks. She tells us that Xenix was the one that killed the Lord, and that Vlad helped Levin and his mom escape. So is Vlad a good guy or not? What the fuck is going on? We literally watched him burn down their house in the beginning of the series. What the fuck is he doing saving them right after? Aphmau is about to bust Levin's mom out of prison, but she says no and tells Aphmau to just keep Levin safe, because if she does escape, the Shadow Knights will just follow her. As a memento, she gives Aphmau Levin's music box, and then they're on their way. So all of this was actually for no fucking reason, and now Aphmau's stuck with some other lady's son. On the way home, she runs into Lawrence and his companion wyvern, Ungirth. He takes Aphmau back home on his wyvern, but not before being weird, as is his specialty. But once we return, we find out that Xenix attacked Phoenix Drop while we were away, and now Aphmau's home is in shambles. After finding out the news, she goes to find and speak to Garth, and once she does, we finally get a Garth face reveal. Guys, he's hot. For a face that's an 8x8 grid of pixels, I guess. Maybe this is really niche, but this kind of reminds me of that, like, VTuber concert where, like, it's too complicated to explain. I'll just insert the clip. Like, what are you guys screaming about? He's still not real. You can just see his eyes now. This is exactly the same thing. Aphmau speaking to Lawrence again when he spots Sasha and tells us that she can't be alive because he watched her die in the Nether, which causes him to have a little crisis. And after being discovered, Sasha flees the village. Garth tells Aphmau that he doesn't want to be seen without his helmet on, so he's basically in hiding while it's being repaired. He won't say why he wants to remain anonymous, just that he has his reasons. Which is pretty suspicious from where I'm standing, but Aphmau doesn't bat an eye. A while later, Aphmau and Lawrence head back to Metelli to sort out the cadenza chicken shaman bullshit that I mentioned a while ago. They go to the chicken shaman's house where Sasha left a threatening message saying that she's holding the shaman hostage in the Nether. So Lawrence and Aphmau go into the Nether after them, they fight some Shadow Knights. It's pretty dramatic if you can bring yourself to give a shit. They eventually find the chicken shaman, but Lawrence has to sacrifice himself to stay behind and fight while Aphmau and the chicken shaman escape. The Nether portal breaks behind them, leaving Lawrence stuck in the Nether. I miss him already. Aphmau and this godforsaken chicken shaman go back to Phoenix Drop where they find Sasha's diary that recounts her time in the Nether. She was killed there and brought back to life as a Shadow Knight by someone named Jean, who was her little blue-eyed partner from way long ago. She says that now she must do as the Shadow Lord commands, which basically entails killing all of the lords of the land to make room for the king's rule. She describes how she was the one that killed Metelli's old lord, Joe, and says that it's all for the greater good of humanity. I'm sure. The next day we see Ungirth, Lawrence's wyvern, and he tells Aphmau that Lawrence is alive, but she shouldn't go into the Nether after him because he's not Lawrence anymore. Meaning he is now a Shadow Knight, and if she did go in after him, he would kill her. Not by his will, but by the will of the Shadow Lord, because in order for a Shadow Knight to obtain full power, they have to kill their lord, or the person closest to them. That line is kind of blurry, but don't worry about it. We also find out that time is distorted in the Nether. A day in the overworld is more than 2 weeks in the Nether. But that actually never ends up mattering and is actually not true at all in Season 3, so go fuck yourself. Aphmau attends a meeting in Brightport about defense in regards to the Nether, and Garth makes a rule that if any guard becomes a Shadow Knight, they have to kill themselves. Kinda morbid, but okay. I also find it hard to believe that this would be effective, considering the whole, Shadow Knights obey the will of the Shadow Lord thing. But then for the first time, Garth calls Aphmau beautiful. The fans are loving it. But who cares about love? Kawaii-chan is moving into Phoenix Drop. I missed her so much. I feel like I'm doing the dream side profile thing. It's not on purpose. Kawaii-chan comes from Ocassus, which is described as an island village. Actually, to quote, a village island village. Which is a lie because Ocassus is not on an island. Later on, we see a map of the entire realm and yeah, I'm no geographer, but that is not an island. So remember how I mentioned Cadenza, the daughter of the Lord candidate Hayden, being a chicken? Kawaii-chan is the one that finally makes her not a chicken, and now she lives in Phoenix Drop. Not that it really matters that much. Then in some prophetic visions of the Nether, we see that Vlad is held in some kind of prison there, and Lawrence is arguing with Sasha about going back. He wants to go home to see Aphmau, and Sasha keeps telling him no, because, you know, Shadow Knight's gotta obey the Shadow Lord. And we still don't even know who the Shadow Lord really is, by the way. But it's fine, because in the overworld back in Phoenix Drop, there's gonna be a wedding between two villagers that don't matter. And they're bringing in a priest from Ocassus to officiate. This priest is Zane Romave, aka the son of the Lord of Ocassus. From the beginning, people are kind of unsettled by his and his guards' presence, and Aphmau describes them as intimidating. And because there is no subtlety in this universe, that means that they are evil. Also, this is kind of the point in the story where it stops being a let's play. Like, up until now we've had gameplay elements like building and mining and crafting, but around the time that Zane shows up, it becomes almost exclusively story, which will hopefully make things a little bit more comprehensible going forward. It will not. Zane is kind of using his political influence as High Priest of Ocassus to manipulate people, and there's some increased tensions between Garth and Zane specifically. Zane demands that Garth take his helmet off for the wedding, and Garth refuses, and it's a whole thing, but we don't know why it's such a big deal at this point. Regardless, Zane officiates the wedding and it goes off without a hitch. At the reception, everyone's having a grand old time. Kawaii-chan's a racial stereotype, and then, even after previously refusing and declaring that he's not gonna come, Garth shows up out of uniform and then asks Aphmau to dance. How romantic. Anybody else get the fangirl chills when Garth showed his face at the wedding and then was about to ask Aph on a date? What the f are the fangirl chills? After the reception, Garth and Aphmau are chatting up at the beach when Zane appears and he reveals that Garth is his older brother. So now we know that Garth is the son of the Lord of Ocassus, and therefore, as the oldest son, the heir to the throne, or lordship, because in this universe, lords and kings are very different, even though lords are still inherited by blood. Like kings. But they're still not the same, not to be confused. Zane, now seemingly just here to be a dick, tells us of Garth's betrothal. Apparently, there were some tensions between Ocassus and Scaleswind, so the Lord of Ocassus proposed a marriage treaty between Garth and the eldest daughter of the Lord of Scaleswind. And for some reason, this works, and the lords agree on that, and now no more war. But Garth doesn't love his fiancée, so he runs away and is disowned by his father. Garth tells us more of the tyrannical ruler of Ocassus and their military power, and he says that if he doesn't go with Zane now to complete the betrothal, Ocassus could start a war to get him back, because now Zane knows where he lives. Zane demands that Garth come back with him, and when Aphmau refuses, he literally tries to set a house on fire, threatens to kill a baby, and then puts his hands on Aphmau and says that he would marry her. Before shutting himself into a home, he declares Garth has 3 days, or else something bad will happen. I'm intimidated. Later, we see that Ungirth, Lawrence's wyvern, sacrificed himself to save Lawrence from the Nether and brought him back to Phoenix Drop. Didn't you just miss him so much? So from now on, Lawrence is going to be loyal to Aphmau and Phoenix Drop and not Metelli. And this is fine. Also, in the process of quote-unquote transcending the realm barrier, Lawrence went blind. So, he's blind now. He says that when he was forced to become a Shadow Knight, he thought of Aphmau to maintain his humanity, which is insane considering they didn't really know each other that well or for that long. What about, like, your family? Then he literally confesses to Aphmau and just straight up says he has feelings for her. And Aphmau turns him down. Devastating loss if you're 11 in 2015. So now Zane is just generally being a dick around town. He's commandeered a house and he's just taking resources from other homes and the plaza and whatnot. And Aphmau can't ask him to leave because that would start an entire war, I guess. But after a couple days of this, he just vanishes. Nobody's seen him around. Which is awesome and means that we'll never see him again and nothing bad is gonna happen, right guys? Regardless though, Aphmau and Garth come up with potential plans to get Garth out of his engagement treaty if Zane were to show back up. Just in case, because he probably won't, right guys? They finally land on a plan where Garth just marries someone else. Guys, who knew it would be that simple? But it couldn't be any old woman, no, 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 it would have to be someone in power. And who could it possibly be? Of course, it's Aphmau, the classic fake dating trope. But we don't even have to worry about it because Zane is gone forever, right, guys? Wrong. The same evening, the whole town is celebrating another baby shower for 2 already born babies. which is wild because I could have sworn that you do baby showers before the baby is born. But in this universe, every baby shower takes place after. And there are so many baby showers, it's ridiculous. Zane shows up at the shower and gives one of the babies, named Alexis, a suspicious necklace, but Alexis's mom just accepts it and nobody thinks this is weird. Aphmau goes after him to ask about it, and while they're talking, Aphmau super casually brings up Garth's betrothal and says, well, what would happen to the marriage treaty if Garth was in love with another woman? Which is a dumbass question because when has a marriage treaty ever given a fuck about that? Did they expect them to be like, oh, that's okay, we didn't realize, and you know what, we won't even go back to war, it's fine. Like, what? Zane's response is basically, you're talking about yourself, right? Yeah, I'd kill you. And then conversation over. Holy shit. But who cares about that? Lawrence got a makeover. I guess if you're 9, this is hot. While Lawrence and Aphmau are talking, Zane shows up again and literally tries to arrest Aphmau for interfering in the betrothal despite her not actually doing anything. Garth shows up and tries to fight Zane when Lawrence steps in and is like, no, Aphmau's my fiance, she doesn't want to marry Garth, and Zane just accepts that as the truth and leaves. For now. Later that night though, Zane fucking rips open the border between realms and turns baby Alexis into a grown adult soldier and makes her fight Aphmau? What the f is going on? Afterwards, Zane is nowhere to be found, and now Aphmau has to find a way to deal with a town that is now being overgrown with this fracture between realms. Inside the fracture of realms is this spirit that claims to be a vessel of the Shadow Lord, and says that they were forced into this position unwillingly. The spirit is also holding a black heart that Aphmau just swipes for herself. I'm sure that won't present any problems hundreds of episodes from now. For now, Aphmau gets out of the fracture and now she has to find a way to get rid of it. You'd think it would be hard, but turns out fixing it is actually super duper easy. She just builds a statue of Irene and then the statue turns the entire fracture into diamond blocks, which is super convenient. Imagine you opened a portal to hell in your town, then you just put a crucifix next to it and the portal turns into straight cash. The statue of Irene also miraculously cures Lawrence's blindness, and the first thing he does when he gets his sight back is compliment Aphmau. And now, Garth and Lawrence's romantic rivalry is introduced for the first time. Garth says that Lawrence is a physical threat to Aphmau because he's a Shadow Knight, and Shadow Knights need to kill to obtain full power, and he says he wants him out of Phoenix Drop. Then Aphmau asks if it's because he's jealous, which normally would be an outrageous claim because Garth's concerns are pretty valid. Especially considering we just signed an international suicide treaty where all the guards swore to kill themselves if they became Shadow Knights. But of course, she's literally right. Garth is just jealous. And whether or not he actually cares about her safety is second to how much he wants to fuck her. After a few days, Aphmau and Kiki set off to the Wolf Tribe village because the werewolves are currently at war and they need a human healer's help, for some reason. On the way, they spend the night at Brightport, but when they get there, they find out that it's currently being occupied by Ocassis. Upon spotting Aphmau and Kiki, the Ocassis troops apprehend them because Zane is trying to marry Aphmau. They keep her locked in her Brightport home, which she has for some reason. And while she's stuck there, we meet a new character named Nicole, who conveniently bursts up through the floor. Nicole saves Aphmau and Kiki from their whole house arrest situation and takes them underground, where Aphmau is given a fan-servicey makeover as a disguise.
You look comfortable? A mite overexposed, given the perils of our adventure, but I suppose it adds a thrilling edge to leave oneself open to danger and other things.
Aphmau has a warrant out for her arrest now, but her, Kiki, and Nicole still make it to the Wolf Tribe without being caught because of her amazing disguise. At the Wolf Tribe, we find out that there's this pendant that Zane gave Kiki as a gift way back during the baby shower, and Kiki has a little crush on Zane despite him being a fucking psycho. Turns out this pendant is actually not a pendant at all, it's an egg. Like, for people. It's an ancient pendant from a Zonaralian tribe that consisted of just women, and the egg is how they reproduced. It's giving the Gerudo people, but they are never brought up again. So now there's a baby in the pendant, it's Kiki's, but we don't know who the father is. And spoiler, we never do, so it doesn't matter, I guess. Still at the Wolf Tribe village, we see one of Aphmau's villagers quickly run past with a new character named Dante. Hooray! Someone else to keep up with. So remember the wedding from a little bit ago? Basically, the bride, Donna, is the one here with Dante, and while on her honeymoon, her husband, Logan, got kidnapped by a different wolf tribe, the Eastern Wolf Tribe. Who is Dante, and how did he end up with Donna? Who knows? So Aphmau sets off with Dante, a stranger, need I remind you, to go find Logan. On their journey, Aphmau and Dante stop at some random abandoned castle in the middle of nowhere, and I feel like it's pretty self-explanatory why that's fucking stupid. Inside the castle, they're met with a creature that can show anyone their worst fears, which is so Bird Box but with less death. Aphmau's worst fear is revealed to be her losing her village and her loved ones, and Dante's is something to do with the Nether, which isn't suspicious at all. Then for some godforsaken reason, Lawrence and Garth just show up at the castle too. Because of course they do. They just both left Phoenix Drop at the same time as the two most highly trained guards in the village when Zane could be back at any time and the realm was on the brink of war. Anyway, the creature makes Aphmau watch as it shows Garth and Lawrence their worst fear, which is Aphmau kissing someone else. Which is insane. As two soldiers with presumably years worth of trauma between the two of them, both of their worst fear is this random girl they met a few months ago kissing someone else. Actually, you know what? They're kind of valid, because as a college-aged girl, the most traumatic thing that I've ever experienced is also a situationship. Eventually, it's revealed that this creature is actually just a sad little ghost boy named Malachi. And Aphmau pronounces Malachi incorrectly for the first few episodes that he's in, which drives me up the wall insane.
I'm Malachi. I'm a ghost.
Regardless, even after all the shit Malachi just did to her and her friends, she adopts him because he's an orphan. But he can't leave the castle because he's bound to it somehow. So Aphmau, Garth, and Dante separate to go find a monk or a priest to exorcise Malachi from the castle while Lawrence stays put. While Aphmau's searching, she is mobbed by a bunch of werewolves that are trying to kill her. But don't worry guys, we are finally introduced to the most insane character in the entire ACU. And also the worst character in the entire ACU. He pulls up with a giant sword like he thinks he's Guts from Berserk, and he's straight out of a shonen anime. He's tall, tan, has a six-pack, and he wears a mask over his eyes. Bitches who loved this guy growing up are the same girls commenting obscenities under edits of Gojo Satoru on TikTok. I cannot believe Aphmau literally did this shit first. Like years before, too. Throughout heaven and earth, he alone is the honored one. This guy remains unnamed for now, but the stranger saves Aphmau's life after giving some edgy speech, and then they separate and we don't see him again for several more episodes. Eventually, Malachi gets exorcised somehow, but we can't go home yet because Garth and Lawrence are having a little fight. Garth is withholding information about his father from Aphmau, and Lawrence overhears this. He comes out of the gate super accusatory, like, Aphmau, he's lying. The truth is that his dad is trying to create a monarchy and rule the entire region and he hasn't been telling you. My question is, if Lawrence actually did know this the whole time, why didn't he say anything sooner? He is also pretty guilty. Like, this is a matter of national security and he was just gonna keep that shit to himself. The guys both start escalating the situation and eventually Garth literally pulls his sword on Lawrence and just tries to actually kill him. But Lawrence is the bigger person and just walks away, and the conflict is over. After the fight, Garth tells us more about his dad and we finally learn his name is Garte. Garte was super chill and loved his family until he had a near-death experience and then started hating everything and only cared about being powerful. Seems super reasonable to me. The reason Lawrence is so pissed is because he wants Garth to take the throne and make Okassis peaceful again, and Garth agrees with him, he just doesn't want it to be true. But I feel like that's way easier said than done. Like, wouldn't Garte have to die in order for Garth to inherit the throne? And like, you ever heard of bureaucratic red tape? There's a process for these kinds of things. Anyway though, the next day our squad, Aphmau, Lawrence, Dante, Garth, and Malachi head out for the Eastern Wolf Tribe to get Logan, the missing husband from earlier. Which again is why we left in the first place before we got sidetracked. On the way, they all just so happen to get kidnapped by the exact wolf tribe they were looking for, and now they're all being held in some prison underground. In the prison though, we find Logan and he's in pretty bad shape. Fortunately though, we also meet Lucinda for the first time. And honestly, Lucinda is kind of a girl boss, like unironically. She's this super cool and cutty witch, and that's actually it. What more could you want in a character? Lucinda makes a spell that turns Aphmau into a wolf puppy to get everyone out of the prison, because what else do you do in that situation? But it's pretty significant, because this is the first in a long-running tradition of Aphmau being turned into animals, and I can promise it's only going to get weirder from here on out. For now though, Aphmau is successful and the whole squad, Lucinda and Logan included, escape from the prison. Lucinda brings everyone to her little witch hut to heal Logan because he got beat the fuck up by the other werewolves, I guess, and while there, Garth tries to hit on Aphmau. As usual, the audience loves it. Anyway, squad is going to a new place called Pigaro Village to check up on the Lord Bert of Brightport, because he's missing again. How does this keep happening? My original notes for this part say they're going to check up on some guy named Bert because he's so unimportant that I literally forgot about his existence. There are just so many goddamn people in this universe and they all have really forgettable names. Not that you'd know though, because I'm only telling you like half of them because the other half are so irrelevant. I also know it hasn't been that long for you guys, but for me it's been like 50 episodes. It also doesn't help that Bert is in Pigaro Village and not his own village for some reason. Anyway, Aphmau goes into Pigaro by herself, but Garth gave her a communication amulet, which might as well just be a phone. When she gets inside, Pigaro is completely occupied by Ocassis guards, and Aphmau's forced into a hotel because she's out past curfew. The guards also don't recognize Aphmau despite a warrant being out for her arrest and her not being in disguise anymore. The next day, Aphmau searches the village for Lord Bert. She makes an "I like turtles" joke, which immediately dates the series and hurt me physically like a gunshot wound to a vital organ.
His name's Bert. Looking for him. I like turtles. Excuse me, ma'am?
Without any luck in her search, Aphmau finds herself at a bar where she's approached by a member of the Jury of 9 named Jeffrey.
He's right behind me, isn't he?
The Jury of 9 is a group of, believe it or not, 9 really powerful guards in Ocassis. This Jeffrey guy calls Aphmau pretty and offers to buy her a drink, and then continues to bother her after she says no. Seems like a pretty cool guy. Later in conversation, Jeffrey kinda lets it slip that he doesn't like Zane, which is pretty wild for him to say openly to a stranger. Zane is the man currently in charge of the jury, and he's not exactly known for being very forgiving. Surely Jeffrey knows he's just compromised his life. Anyway, Jeffrey mentions that he has a daughter named Abby, which makes him a DILF, and also probably means that he is fated to die. Later, we find out that Zane is performing Shadow Knight rituals underneath Pigaro Village, whatever that f***ing means. Aphmau sneaks in and she finds Lord Bert along with the Lord Luke of Pigaro Village being used for the rituals. So we have human sacrifice now. Jeffrey catches Aphmau and is about to arrest her, but for some unknown reason, he lets her go with both of the lords, which again is wild for him to do for someone he just met and who showed no interest in him. After Aphmau makes it out of the underground with Luke and Bert, the squad heads back to Lucinda's place where we find out that Lucinda is the daughter of Lord Luke of Pigaro Village, and she was disowned for practicing witchcraft. Luke wakes up and recognizes her, and they just immediately forgive each other. I don't know about you guys, but I think if I was disowned, it would take me a little bit longer to forgive my parents, but to each their own. Squad leaves Lucinda's place, and on the way, Dante opens up to Aphmau and says that Jean, the Shadow Knight, is his brother. Jean has the ability to wipe people's memories, and he used this ability to make Dante's entire village, including their family, forget who he is. Which is actually like really crazy and really fucked up to just drop out of nowhere. But as with most things in the ACU, we move on. On the way back home, Squad sees that the Eastern Wolf Tribe, you know, the one that everyone was imprisoned at, was destroyed by Zane and everyone inside was killed. And their corpses are all just laying on the ground, and Aphmau investigates all of them, and it's kinda dark, but hey, what can you do? So in Aphmau fashion, they leave and eventually make their way back to the nice wolf tribe where Nicole and Kiki have been staying. Now that the gang is all back together, they set sail back for Phoenix Drop, where Nicole and Dante will now be permanent residents, and Dante will be made one of Aphmau's guards. The next day, Lucinda just teleports her entire fucking house into Phoenix Drop without warning, so she lives here now too. Yay. When Aphmau and her 3 boyfriends go to investigate Lucinda's house, Lawrence has this to say. Hey Aphmau, can I talk to you for a moment? You look really beautiful in the moonlight. Okay, thanks, can you focus on your fucking job? Then we get a bunch of exposition from him about the past beef between witchcraft users and magics users. It's super complicated, so I'm not sure if you'll get it the first time around, but I'll just read it exactly as it's written. A long time ago, there was this whole magics and witchcraft war thingy. Yeah, I don't know much about it. You guys got all that? Great world building, thanks. I didn't want to know more anyway. Not like it ends up mattering in the long run anyway. A couple episodes later, we're introduced to Caitlin, another member of the Jury of 9. One of the first things she says after meeting Aphmau is, I knew you were a woman of power from the moment I laid eyes on you. Yeah, I totally would think that too. She also says that Aphmau is the apple of Zane's eye, so... Aphmau asks if that means she's here to bring her back to Zane, and Caitlin says, forcing someone to marry isn't my style, and then immediately switches up and says she would be down to take Garth for his arranged marriage if it was asked of her. And you know what? That makes perfect sense. The real reason she's here though is to question Aphmau about Jeffrey. She tells us that Jeffrey's on trial for treason because of the time he let Aphmau take the lords from Pigro Village, and Caitlin is trying to prove his innocence because they're besties. She also says she's going to keep her giant-ass boat docked in Phoenix Drop while she's conducting her investigation. Unsure why the hell she's investigating here if this all happened in Pigro Village, but whatever. And also, Scaleswind and Ocassis are officially at war now, I guess. For some reason. Caitlin delivers brand new armor for Phoenix Drop's guards, which is suspicious at best. But it's okay because it's fan service for all the elementary school aged girls watching. Don't they just look so handsome? But of course, Lawrence uses this as an opportunity to flirt. Not his best work. Somehow the flirting turns into joking about being in love with the table, and it's one of the most unfunny things that I've ever had to watch in my entire life, so I'm going to tape your eyelids open and make you watch it.
You know, I'll play along. How about we get married right now, Lawrence? Too late. My heart is Wait, too late. Too late. My heart is already taken by this table. You should have loved me when you had the chance. Well, that's too bad because I was just about to ask Gareth to marry us. Are you being serious right now? Because I was seriously joking about the table if you're serious. No, Lawrence. Now I am in love with this table, for it is too hot to handle. No, the table is mine. I saw it first. Fine, you can have the table, Lawrence. I never wanted it anyway. Oh, that was a good laugh. I love that you can joke with me like this. Right, there's work to be done. I must be going. Try not to flirt with too many tables while I'm away, okay? I'm still looking to make you mine someday. Take care, Lord Aphmau.
Yeah, sorry, what the f*** was any of that? We find out that the Lord of Metelli was assassinated, so Lawrence and Aphmau head over to do some investigating. Because I guess Metelli's lords aren't qualified enough to handle their own shit. Lawrence also calls Aphmau quote-unquote my love. She's not really affected by it, but I think if it were me, I'd probably be a little bit more put off. They return to the Chicken Shaman, aka the worst character ever, but apparently this is an unpopular opinion. Anyway, we're here with the Chicken Shaman because he is the #1 suspect in the murder of the Lord of Metelli. He's not the actual culprit, but I wish he was so he could be brutally executed because I hate this motherfucker. In the investigation, we find out that the Lord of Metelli never even died in the first place. One of Hayden's guards, Glenda, was a Shadow Knight and used magics to fake Hayden's death in order to lure Cadenza back to Metelli and use her as a sacrifice to open another portal because she has a lot of important power or something, and that power was needed to open the portal. Got all that? But who cares? Hayden is still alive and he goes back to being Lord and everything is super normal and chill and no one seems to care about what the f just happened even though it made absolutely zero sense. I literally left nothing important out. That is exactly what happened. Lawrence and Aphmau return to Phoenix Drop, and on the way, Lawrence just stops everything to confess to Aphmau out of nowhere. Aphmau rejects him though. Again. But rest assured, this will not be the last time. Not even close to it. The next day, Garth tells Aphmau that Dante was sent to go rescue a lost merchant in the forest, but then Dante got lost too. So Nicole went after him on her own accord for some reason, which is probably insignificant. Nicole ended up getting lost too, so Aphmau goes after all three of them. Alone. Great idea. When she spots Dante, he's talking to a communication amulet, which is pretty suspicious. Nicole thinks this is suspicious, but Aphmau just chooses to ignore it. We'll come back to this later though. So remember Kiki's weird egg baby? It's born, or hatched, I guess. And after the baby's born, the pendant fuses with the necklace Zane gave Alexis way back when to form a whole new amulet. Because why not, right? Haven't you heard stories don't need to make sense anymore? Shit can just happen whenever you want. Everyone is super concerned about security now because the amulet that was created is really powerful and valuable apparently, so they have to kinda keep this on the DL. But while we're scared about security, let's also throw a giant baby shower for this egg baby. At the party, Lawrence does some more flirting. God, it never ends and we've barely even scratched the surface of the tally. Someone get this guy a girl that actually reciprocates his feelings because I am getting sick and tired. At the baby shower, Garth is standing guard outside when this mysterious figure shows up. The figure uses some kind of magics to make Garth see Lawrence and Aphmau kissing, and guys, it's kinda scandalous. Maybe look away for a couple seconds. Oh my god! Okay, it's safe to look back now. So Garth sees this and is really upset, and for his jealousy alone, I'm gonna add 1 to the tally. Now, fun fact, it's episode 91 and we've reached the first episode with voice acting. We see Zane and Jeffrey having a little chat, and then Zane has Jeffrey killed for treason. It's crazy. I am shocked and devastated because of how attached I am to this character. Can't you tell because of my face and body language? After Garth's traumatic event yesterday, you know, being cheated on by someone you're not even dating, he's just hiding away in his room all day, every day. I was about to shame him, but honestly, I've been there. More than once. Nobody knows what Garth saw, so everyone just assumes that he's sick and leaves it at that. I guess nobody went to check on him after he vanished during the baby shower and then didn't show up to work the next day. Some friends he has. Later that day, Aphmau's walking around when she's ambushed by this stranger from forever ago. He basically tells her that he has valuable information and he's here to help as long as Aphmau doesn't tell anyone else about his existence. Which isn't suspicious. And then bro just dips, with none of said valuable information being exchanged. We still don't even know this guy's name at this point, and we don't for quite a long time after. While all this is happening, we see Zane visiting the Lord of Scaleswind, whose daughter was recently killed, as in the daughter from Garth's marriage treaty. Zane tells him that his daughter's death is a lie and he can prove it. This is really important later, but in the meantime, Malachi fucking explodes and turns into a real boy. Don't worry about why, who gives a shit. Things just happen whenever Jess wants. We don't need an explanation other than she felt like it. One day, a fortune teller by the name of Lillian shows up in Phoenix Drop. She claims she's here to bring Garth back to health, but we as the audience all know that Garth isn't sick, he's just alone and depressed in his room listening to All Girls Are the Same by Juice WRLD. Lillian and Garth speak and we hear Garth's voice for the first time.
I see. If you're a friend of Cadenza, then you are welcomed.
You know what, when I was 11 I thought I was hot. It still kinda is. Garth admits to her that he has a broken heart and Lillian talks to him about it, but we don't get to hear any of that conversation. But trust, it's really important later. For now, Zane and the Lord of Scaleswind have arrived at Phoenix Drop and we find out that Nicole is the daughter of the Lord of Scaleswind. Like the missing daughter. Like the daughter from Garth's marriage treaty. So when I mentioned Zane talking to the Lord of Scaleswind earlier, he told him that his daughter Nicole was alive in Phoenix Drop and that they should go retrieve her. So here they are to retrieve her. But when Aphmau goes to get Nicole, she's nowhere to be found. The Lord of Scaleswind gives Phoenix Drop 5 days to find Nicole before they show up and wage war against them. After he leaves, Zane remains and it's implied, or rather just stated, that Zane kidnapped Nicole and hid her somewhere to frame Aphmau so that he could get Phoenix Drop destroyed in a war with Scaleswind. Zane says that he can call this whole thing off if Aphmau gives him the previously so important amulet, but Aphmau refuses. Then at the end of the episode, we see that Lillian the fortune teller is the same person as the mysterious figure that showed Garth the vision of Aphmau and Lawrence kissing. That doesn't really make a lot of sense when I just say it like that, but hopefully I put a helpful visual on screen to help you understand what I mean. Basically, Lillian is not to be trusted. Aphmau and Lawrence are talking and the question arises, how did Zane know Nicole was in Phoenix Drop? Then it's kind of theorized that someone leaked that information to Zane. Everyone's also shocked that Nicole didn't tell anyone about the fact that she was the daughter of the Lord of Scaleswind, but like, if I faked my death and ran away from home, I'd probably also hide my identity. Can't a girl have fun anymore? Aphmau decides to tell Lawrence about the hot six-pack masked stranger, and we see the classic, what did he do to you, I'll fuck him up kinda shit. But this also means that Aphmau broke her promise to the stranger about keeping him a secret, which you'd think would have consequences. But it ultimately doesn't matter, and Aphmau and Lawrence go to visit the stranger, and he reveals that he has a communication amulet that is tapped into Zane, all of his spies, and all of the members of the Jury of 9. How the hell did he obtain this? We literally never find out. Go f*** yourself. The stranger also says that the amulet Zane wants is not the only one of its kind, and they're so powerful that one of them actually killed all of his village, including his family. So it's impossible to not have a traumatized character in this universe. Aphmau and Lawrence are talking alone, and it's established that Lawrence will be the keeper of the amulet until further notice. He also calls her lovely, and Aphmau blushes via text. See how romantic this is? This is actually the first time in this series that Aphmau is seen, like, reciprocating. Kind of. But don't worry, it doesn't last long. At least not with any of the worthwhile characters. Aphmau finally speaks to Garth after his little temper tantrum, and he's super passive-aggressive and weird. He says that Lillian was very helpful getting over his pain. Clearly wasn't helpful enough though, because he still has the jealous disease. Later that night, the stranger breaks into Aphmau's house while she's sleeping. He tells her that Lillian is being suspicious, so they follow her down to the docks. She goes to talk to Caitlin, it's super dramatic, and they both toss some threats around and fight a little. Then Caitlin almost kills her. But ultimately, none of that actually ends up being important, because f*** you and your time. Chicken Shaman shows up again in a fucking chicken boat, and literally none of that matters either, but I'm going to acknowledge it just because of how much I hate it. After that, we meet up with Miss Caitlin again, and she brings the news that Jeffrey has died. With this, she tells us that they were both Zane antis, and they only joined the jury to help their families. She also brings new weapons for Aphmau's 3 boyfriends, and it's kind of official that she's a Phoenix Drop ally now. We also get some new world lore, and Caitlin introduces us to the Divine Warriors, who are basically gods that lived long ago and that the people of this world worship, one of them being the previously discussed Lady Irene. That's pretty much all we got so far. During their chat with Caitlin, Garth runs away seemingly out of nowhere. Lawrence runs after him and asks about what's been going on with him recently. Then we finally get a Lawrence voice reveal.
Garth,
What do you want?
what's going on with you lately?
I've been sick.
That's not it, Garth. Cadenza has told me you've been moving around perfectly as of late.
I hate to say it, but it's kinda hot. And all the 9-year-olds agree with me. But again, ultimately nothing comes from this scene because fuck you and your time. The next day, Okas's troops invade Phoenix Drop, and the scene that ensues is really fucking funny to me. Aphmau's facecam is removed for the first time ever so far. She's chasing people around saying shit like, "Fight me, you coward," and yeah, it's hilarious.
How could this... I don't even... What's that? Fight me, you coward! Where are you going? Where's he going? Why does he keep running from me? Get over here! Oh god, there's so many! Okay. There we go. Okay.
So after Squad kills off all of the invaders really quickly, which is wild after how everyone hyped up Okasas' military so much for all 96 episodes of this damn series, everyone finds that Brendan has been shot by an arrow. Again. Tough luck, dude. But whatever, f you, Brendan, I don't care if you live or die. The next morning, Metelli is fucking on fire because Okasas invaded them too. And we literally never get an explanation of this. We never find out why Okasas invaded Phoenix Drop or Metelli. Surely this would be a bad decision because of the agreement that Scaleswind made with Phoenix Drop. Like, there has to be some sort of unspoken agreement because Scaleswind gave Phoenix Drop 5 days to find Nicole, and the 5 days aren't up yet. Whatever, who gives a shit? Garth is missing again. Nothing matters, someone fucking kill me. During a meeting between Phoenix Drop and Metelli officials, Dante randomly runs away in the middle of discussion of defense and starts talking into a communication amulet again. Aphmau runs after him and he says that he's trying to contact Jean, his Shadow Knight brother. But not because he actually wants to talk to him, he just finds comfort in the fact that he's talking to his only real remaining family. And that's literally it. We never find out what exactly Dante has been saying to him, or if Jean has been listening the whole time. Go to hell, I guess, I don't know. Why do things just keep happening for no reason? I am literally going to explode. Aphmau and Garth meet again and he's still super jealous and petty about the vision, while Aphmau still doesn't know why he's upset at all. Out of nowhere, he asks where the special amulet is, and she won't tell him. Lawrence is the one who's holding on to it still, need I remind you. But she doesn't tell Garth this. And that's probably for the best, because in his current state he would probably throw a fit. Caitlin has officially renounced her position as a member of the Jury of 9 and declares that she'll now work for Aphmau. She gives her massive warship, which is now empty because she fucking killed all of the soldiers that were under her command like a savage. She says, "No, I didn't kill them, I just sailed out to the middle of the ocean and made them walk the plank." That's like saying, "No, I didn't kill him, I just stabbed him and then he happened to bleed out." Like, own it, girl. Right before the 5 days are up, Aphmau calls all her allies, the head guard of Brightport, Lord Luke of Picaro, and Lord Hayden of Metelli, and gives a big speech about war and how they're all gonna fight tomorrow and whatnot. Lawrence flirts with her right after, because he respects women in positions of power. The next morning, Zane and the Lord of Scaleswind are at the gates asking for Nicole, and obviously they still don't have her, so they invade. There's a lot of them. Mid-war though, one of Aphmau's villagers named Emmeline and previous Metelli Lord candidate Kenmer are looking for Nicole and they just find her. They free her and she punches her dad in the face and that ends the war. Simple as that. The Lord apologizes to Aphmau for destroying her village and waging war on her people, and he says that now Scaleswind will join the Phoenix Alliance. And that's it. That is literally it. I don't think there's ever been a more anticlimactic ending to a war. After that, Aphmau offhandedly mentions to Garth that Lawrence has the amulet, so Garth goes and finds Lawrence while he's off on his own. He lies and tells him that Aphmau gave over control of the amulet to him, but Lawrence says he's fine holding on to it for a little while longer. but Garth just knocks him the f out and takes it and runs away. Eventually, Aphmau finds Lawrence on the ground after Garth beat the shit out of him. He comes to and tells her that Garth took the amulet, and Garth is missing again. Because when the f is he not? So Aphmau, the stranger, Lawrence, Caitlin, and Emlyn and Kenmer, for some reason, go off to find him. And when they do, he's bringing the amulet to Zane so Zane can use it to open a portal to the Nether. And Zane declares that Garth is now a member of the Jury of Nine and serves him. Imagine literally switching sides to work under the world's biggest threat just because someone stole your girl. Men are actually crazy. Garth gives Zane the amulet and Aphmau and crew are banished to another realm with some really hilarious dramatic ass music that actually made me laugh out loud the first time I heard it. Like, what do you think this is? So basically, this dimension that everyone is in now is called the Irene dimension. But time is warped here, so they need to hurry and leave before too much time has passed in the overworld. They go to face Zane inside of this giant cathedral where he's about to claim Irene's relic. Right as he's about to claim the relic, it just teleports over to Aphmau and she absorbs it. Zane gets super pissed, says, "You can't be her," and threatens to kill her. He also says,
It's a shame you have to die, really. We could have been something special together.
Then Lawrence and Garth have this big dramatic clash and they talk about Aphmau and jealousy and all that, and Lawrence kind of has to talk Garth off of his cliff.
Don't you see how corrupt this has made you become? Look at me. You are not defined by the person you love. You are Garth, protector of the innocent, sworn to love and care for those in need. When did the Garth I know allow himself to be consumed by one person's love? You have to let go before you can truly be Garth. A Garth worthy to protect others.
And why are they giving more soulmate energy together than Aphmau has with any other male in this series? Right as Zane is about to kill Aphmau, Garth turns back over to the good side and saves her life and says he loves her.
Lord Aphmau, I love you. Now go. Be with someone who deserves you.
When out of nowhere, a new portal is opened inside the cathedral. To help the rest of the gang make an escape, Garth sacrifices himself by staying in the Irene dimension to fight Zane as everyone else leaves through the portal. They leave, the portal shuts, and that's it. That's the end of Season 1. Insane cliffhanger. Except not really, because episode 1 of Season 2 was posted within the same week. Welcome to my tier list segment that I last minute decided that I want to do, where I'm going to be putting every season onto a tier list. Pretty self-explanatory. Like I said at the beginning, this isn't my final conclusion because we're doing all of that at the end of all of the Minecraft Diaries seasons. I have a lot to say that I'm not getting into yet, don't worry. For now, this is just a short review of the season based solely on my opinion. Okay, so Minecraft Diaries Season 1 has quite the range for me mentally. There are a lot of parts that are just really boring in my opinion. For reference, this whole season is 100 episodes condensed into about an hour of me talking, and all the other seasons except for Diaries Season 2 are about 30 episodes condensed into the same amount of time. So the ratio of episodes to things worth discussing is bad. But I am kind of blinded by nostalgia. I think it's cute. I like all of the Diaries seasons miles more than I like the My Street seasons just because of the genre. I think the only reason I wouldn't rank it that high is because later Diaries seasons kind of put it to shame in terms of production value, but you know, it sets the precedent and has good bones. Solid B tier. I know you may be kind of overwhelmed by everything that just happened, but we're gonna wait until all of Diaries is finished before we unpack the entire series as a whole. It's more worth it to discuss it this way because even though season by season things change, the story doesn't really stop between seasons. Okay, I explained this so bad it's actually embarrassing. The reason we're not discussing each season individually is because yes, as I said, the story doesn't stop between seasons. There's no big grand conclusion that separates each season like there is with My Street seasons. Since we're mostly here to talk about the plot, it's best that we wait until the plot is finished because all of the seasons are really dependent on each other. It sounds weird, but trust me when I say that it's for the best. It'll make sense later. And also, I hope it's obvious by this point that I don't actually dress like this in real life, I'm just dressing for the theme. And this is about to be the longest season in the entire ACU, so lock in. In episode 1, Facecam is gone, and Jess herself says that it's because we're going to be more serious from now on. I can't wait. For a quick refresher, we were in the Irene dimension when some lady opened a portal and Squad escaped, but Zane and Garth are still stuck in the dimension together. When we're back in the overworld, it's revealed that Zoe, an elf friend of Aphmau's, was the one who opened the portal. She's in the series throughout most of season 1, but she's not really relevant until this very moment, as shown by the fact that I've never brought her up before and it's made no difference until right now. She tells us that while Squad was in the other dimension, 15 years passed in the overworld, even though from their perspective, it was only 15 minutes. So when they return, Phoenix Drop is all ruined and overgrown, and nobody lives in the original town anymore. Aphmau is begging Zoe to open the portal again because she wants to save Garth, but Zoe says that she can't open the portal for a second time because she had to sacrifice something really important that she can't ever get back. For now, she doesn't say what this thing is, but it'll come back later. We talk to the still unnamed stranger and get a bunch of exposition about his past. We find out that he lost his wife and son long ago, and he says he's a broken human because he's an edgelord. But I guess maybe losing the only people you love does make you a pretty valid edgelord, as far as edgelords go. Do people still say edgelord? He also says, "I simply live to live," which cannot be true. If that's the case, then what's he doing getting involved in all this crazy otherworldly shit? But he's got abs that could grate cheese, so he gets to say whatever he wants. 15 years into the future, Phoenix Drop as a village is gone, but there's a smaller settlement located on the coast, which feels a little silly. Like, there were some people that remained after Aphmau left, and instead of maintaining the current village, they just let it get all f***ed up, and now they live a few blocks away. Aphmau and her crew go to the settlement where her and Dante are reunited. He's old now, as you can tell by his dark circles, because dark circles equal old. Don't zoom in on my face. In the settlement, Levin's all grown up and now he's the new Lord of Phoenix Drop, which is odd because the way characters age in this universe is kind of inconsistent, but he should only be about 18 or 19 now. Like, there's gotta be some more suitable person in the town to be the Lord. Like Dante or Zoe or Levin's older brother Malachi? F those guys, I guess. We see Kawaii-chan again, unfortunately, and we find out that in all this time, her and Dante had a baby. And they named her Nekoet. Look me in the eyes. Nekoet? Come on, dude, are we serious? Like, let's just move on and not dwell on it for too long, Jesus Christ. Zoe reveals that the reason she can't open the portal to the Irene dimension is because she gave up her immortality, and in order to open it a second time, someone would have to die. Personally, I'm shocked that no one offered themselves up in that very moment, considering how willing everyone is to do anything Aphmau wants all the time. But I guess death is where we draw the line. Later, the whole town is throwing a party to celebrate everyone's return, because there's just a party or celebration every 10 episodes in this goddamn universe. At the party, Lawrence asks Aphmau to dance. Very romantic. Lormau fans rise up. But then, in a crazy shift of vibes, Nekoet is taken by some bandits. Dante runs after her, Aphmau runs after him, and then the stranger shows up and is super badass and saves the day because of course. In the tussle, Dante got shot and everyone's like, wow, this is so bad, he can't even be healed by any magics. For some reason. Magics can teleport matter and create life, but God forbid someone wants to heal a flesh wound, I guess. But then, spontaneously, Aphmau uses magics to heal Dante, with absolutely zero experience in magics. Who cares about establishing precedent, am I right? That shit doesn't matter. And speaking of precedent, everyone describes this miraculous healing as a combination of multiple types of magics, which up until now we're led to believe is impossible. I don't have evidence of this because it was so long ago and I'm sure as hell not going back to find it, but I just feel it in my bones. We have had this conversation before and it's not possible. The point is, why bother writing a story if you're just gonna forget everything that you wrote more than an episode ago? Anyway, Emmeline makes a crazy jump to the conclusion that Aphmau is related to Irene, which is why she absorbed Irene's relic in the other dimension in the season 1 finale, and when that happened, it awakened these dormant magic abilities in her. We also have known for a fact that Levin is for sure related to Irene, but that doesn't affect him and he doesn't get any cool powers. And then, of course, Lawrence uses this as an opportunity to flirt. Aphmau says that she wants to bring back the Phoenix Alliance, and she pitches this to the gang plus Levin and Cadenza, who is the new Lord of Metelli. Levin says, that's a wonderful idea. An alliance where everyone helps each other? It's more than we could ever ask for. What did he think an alliance was if not helping each other? This alliance becomes a huge plot point later on, so just keep this in mind. While in town, Cadenza asks Lawrence why he hasn't confessed to Aphmau yet, which is just not true because he literally confessed to her not even 20 episodes ago and got rejected. And that wasn't even the first time he confessed either. Cadenza also acts like Lawrence is entitled to Aphmau's love because of everything he's done for her.
Lawrence, you need to stop playing this nice guy route with her. You love her, and you have since the day you told me about her. Why hasn't she given you a chance? You've made her smile in her darkest of moments. It's not fair that she's going to help Gareth and couldn't do the same for you when you saved her from the Nether.
Which is, needless to say, crazy. But he says that he's just happy to be around her. Okay, dude, famous last words. I'll pray for you. A few episodes ago, Aphmau made a pretty big deal about the fact that she's not going to be taking on any lord-like duties because that's Levin's job now. But now she sure does seem to be taking on a lot of lord-like duties. After pitching the Phoenix Alliance, she personally goes to other villages to try and get them to join. Surely that should be Levin's job? Regardless, her, Lawrence, Emmeline, Kenmure, Caitlin the Stranger, and Cadenza head to New Metelli to negotiate the alliance. They stop at Old Metelli on the way, where they encounter the Chicken Shaman again. Somebody kill me. He says that he wants to join the Phoenix Alliance and they just let him, against all better judgment. Not that it ever ends up being relevant again. Shocker. The group continues their journey and after a day on horseback, they arrive in New Metelli. The girls have a little girls' night with Cadenza where they get all cleaned up and have little makeovers and have a little sleepover. They're all just hanging out and they're all naked? Guys, don't look. Whatever you do, don't look. That night, Aphmau goes to sleep and has a dream where she sees Gareth, and she's still naked in the dream for some reason. But guys, drop everything. In the dream, Gareth kisses Aphmau for the first time. Crazy stuff here. The fans are loving it. The two of them are just chatting about whatever when Gareth says that he knows about Aphmau and Lawrence. Aphmau is really confused because obviously there's nothing between her and Lawrence, but Gareth is still under the impression that they kissed because of that little mirage from season 1. Aphmau explains this to him, but he literally doesn't listen. And this is my least favorite plot device ever. Like, why are we choosing to stay mad instead of just communicating and listening? But that would be too easy for Aphmau, wouldn't it? And what would this series even be without a doomed love triangle? When she wakes up, everyone tells Aphmau that she physically was not in her bed while she was asleep. So she actually was in another realm with Gareth and it wasn't a dream at all. Their entire conversation and kiss and everything was real and actually happened. So big win for the Garmau supporters. In a crazy shift of tone, Aphmau says that she wants to start her own entirely new village. Which is like, can you do that? I feel like there is definitely some contradictory lore from way earlier on in the series. There's some stuff about how Irene was the one that set up the entire Lord Village situation and how only descendants of the divine can be lords. And spoiler, Aphmau is kind of the descendant of a divine warrior, but they don't know that yet at this point in the story. There has to be some kind of fine print about this somewhere. In this next episode, there's a bunch of Final Fantasy references. To my dismay. Please keep this franchise out of your mouth. In Metelli, there's a guard named Cloud, a villager named Aerith, and a bookkeep named Tifa. And on the surface, this isn't anything bad. To anyone else, it's just a cute little homage to a series that Aphmau really likes. But all I have to say about it is that I'm offended by it. Like, she chose to make Tifa a bookkeep? Hello, she's a fucking badass. She should be out there fighting. You could have at least made her a bartender since she canonically is one. The point is that I hate Aphmau involving characters that I like into her weird lore. Mind your business and keep your hands to yourself. Speaking of guards though, Aphmau gets hit on by a Metelli guard named Vincent several times. At the end of the episode, we see someone lighting a nether portal, through which a bunch of Shadow Souls enter the overworld and start attacking all of the nearby villagers. Not Shadow Knights. Shadow Souls are Shadow Knights who no longer have a physical form, so now they roam the overworld in search of bodies to possess or something. The Shadow Souls take Cadenza, and we already know that she's valuable to this portal opening situation from way f***ing forever ago in season 1. So Aphmau and Cloud head off to go get her back. And Cloud is super uncharacteristically weird around her. And I know this is just a little reference, doesn't have to follow his character to a T, especially since her fans are like 8 and don't even know who Cloud is outside of Super Smash Bros, but it still drives me a little crazy. Like, Aphmau just makes it out to seem like he really wants her, like he blushes when he talks to her and is too shy to touch her. This whole part with Cloud just feels like some weird ex-reader self-insert kind of thing, and I don't like it. I need her to stop putting Cloud in this universe for my sake. Anyway, Aphmau and Cloud are planning on how to get Cadenza back because she's like about to be sacrificed or brought to the Nether or something. Aphmau says that she'll fight the Shadow Souls while Cloud goes in and saves Cadenza. which again feels wrong and out of character, but whatever, fuck me, I guess. But then that other guard Vincent shows up and we find out that he's a Shadow Knight and we move on from this way too chill in the moment. He literally tells us that he killed his previous lord but that the lord deserved it and we just believe that he's cool now. You know, despite the International Suicide Pact from Season 1. And this is the second time that we've seen people violating the pact, so did it even happen? So thanks to the squad, the portal is eventually broken, Cadenza is rescued, and now we're all back in New Metelli where Vincent and Lawrence are puffing their chests at each other like birds trying to scare off potential mate stealers. They fight over, like, Shadow Knighthood or whatever, and then they fight over Aphmau. Lawrence says, "I know you made a move on my lady," and Vincent responds, "If she's your woman, then where's her wedding ring? She's free game." F***ing freaks. After the attack, Aphmau finds out that it's possible that other villages were invaded by the Shadow Souls, so she just f***ing gets on her horse and rides off without telling anyone. She heads back home to Phoenix Drop and gets there pretty quickly considering how long it took Squad to get to Metelli in the first place, but whatever. And somehow nobody is following her, which I feel like is pretty crazy. Like, someone in her massive f***ing fan club should be right behind her by now. Once she arrives back home, the guards tell her that there were Shadow Souls outside of the gates of Phoenix Drop, but they're not there right now, so it's fine, and we're so chill. And we're just gonna move on and ignore the problem. In a crazy twist, Aphmau finds Sasha for the first time after she fled Phoenix Drop back in Season 1. She tries to say that she's loyal to Aphmau now, but obviously she has incentive to lie, so the Phoenix Drop guards take her prisoner and talk to her in jail. She says she wants to kill Xenix, who hasn't even been mentioned in forever, and while all this is happening, Kenmer finds out that Sasha is here and very much alive. Because if you can recall, they used to be engaged and he thought she was dead this entire time, and now he's just being confronted with his dead fiancé, which could have been pretty compelling, but we glaze over it pretty quickly. More importantly though, Sasha tells us that the Shadow Knights are trying to revive the Shadow Lord, and that Xenix rivaled Jean in power, so Jean exiled him, because he has that authority, I guess. That's when Xenix came back to the overworld and did all that evil shit like shooting Brendan and Garth way back when. So whose side is Xenix even on? After the interrogation, Lawrence and Aphmau are talking and they're like, "Wow, I can't imagine how Kenmer must feel right now." And Lawrence goes, "Yeah, I'd go insane if it were you that I lost." Like, come on, dude, are you incapable of feeling real empathy, or do you just take any opportunity to ride Aphmau's dick? By the way, Aphmau has a dog now, and this bitch of a dog is named Celeste, but she pronounces it Celestia.
Celestia?
Like, the dog's name tag says Celeste. C-E-L-E-S-T-E. But in the chat, it says Celestia. And that just pisses me off so bad for some reason. Like, it is not that serious in the long run, but like, come on, nobody caught that? And this happens in every episode she's featured in, and even in every other alternative universe series. It cannot have been that hard to fix. Anyway, Aphmau and the stranger have some alone time. He says he only speaks when spoken to, which, again, is not true. The first and second times we met him, he was the first to engage in conversation. But now I'm just being picky. I know he's an edgelord and I'm supposed to think that he's the cool lone wolf or whatever. But then, after he gets done being emo, we get his name and face reveal. His name is Aaron, and he's hot. And don't you dare forget it. In the beginning of the next episode, Garth and Aphmau meet in a dream again, and they're both being kinda flirty.
I wish I had the chance to create fond memories like that with you. I wasn't sure how to approach you, so I just acted as your guard.
Well, we've had some fond memories together.
I mean fond memories of us alone. Was he good looking?
Huh? Who?
The stranger you talked about. What was his name again? Aaron?
Huh? Why are you asking me a question like that?
I'm just curious.
Ugh, fine. He was very handsome.
More so than
he
me?
was... Oh, wait, what? No fair, I wasn't done with what I was trying to say. I'm not answering that.
I just wanted to see your reaction. You look cute, flustered.
And like, low-key, maybe I am a Garth girl after all. Aphmau, I will never forgive you for what you did to Garth's character depth as the ACU progresses. He used to be the ideal man. When Aphmau wakes up, we talk to Sasha again, who introduces us to the War of the Magi.
Roll credits.
The War of the Magi was when the Shadow Lord fought the 6 divine warriors. As we know, Irene was one of them. And Xenix is trying to bring back the Shadow Lord by himself, which is also what all of the other Shadow Knights in Nether are trying to do, like, as a collective. But Xenix is against the rest of the Shadow Knights. He wants to do it by himself instead of working with everyone else, for some reason. Which is why Sasha wants to kill him and why she's now trying to work with Aphmau. the enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of situation. Got all that? The next day, Aphmau and Lawrence are preparing a boat to go to Scaleswind to find more information about the War of the Magi. Aphmau tells Lawrence about Aaron and how he revealed himself to her, and when she calls him handsome, Lawrence gets jealous. And I am bored. Before they leave, Aphmau goes to Aaron and tells him that she's going to miss him, which just feels weird because I feel like we haven't seen them hanging out enough to warrant Aphmau actually missing him enough to tell him. Like, y'all have spoken alone 3, maybe 4 times. Regardless, Aphmau, Lawrence, and Caitlin depart together for Scaleswind, and on the way, they sail past the old Crazy Cat Lady Island. I didn't really go in depth when the Crazy Cat Lady Island was originally introduced way back in season 1, but basically all you need to know about it is it's an island that used to be inhabited by a crazy cat lady with like hundreds of cats. It's kind of in the name, Crazy Cat Lady Island. Squad docks the island and the old house on it is deserted. No crazy cat lady to be found. Instead, though, they find a cat girl named Michi, and the voice Aphmau gives her is actually like nails on a chalkboard, and she says "nya" at the end of every sentence.
Who dare disturbs the island of the fierce feline warrior? Nya?
I am actually going to cry. And also, immediately after everyone's introductions, Aphmau is cat girl racist. She just immediately assumes that Kawaii-chan and Michi are related because they're both cat girls. Come on, Aphmau, that is so fucked up. Michi gives us a crazy world-building lore dump out of nowhere. First of all, these cat people are an entire race called Mayfwa. And then she tells us about the realm that this story takes place in because up until now we know surprisingly little. Basically, everywhere that we've traveled so far is part of the Ruan region, but there's a bunch of other regions too. Michi is from the Tula region because that's where all of the Mayfwa people are from. We kind of find out that Tula isn't really the greatest place in the world, to say the least. Michi's parents died and then she was sold into slavery, which is actually really fucking dark, but we just move on as usual. Michi offers everyone some tea and cookies and they all accept. Come on, Aphmau, didn't your parents ever tell you not to take food from strangers? Especially when the strangers are cat girls? Because if they did, this entire next segment could have been avoided.
What did you do to us?
Hey, you. You're finally awake.
Now, let's play a fun little game. What do we think happens next? Is it A, Michi robbed Aphmau and gang of all their possessions and now they have to make it back to Phoenix Drop with nothing but the clothes on their backs? B, Michi kidnapped Lawrence and Caitlin and now Aphmau has to go out on her own to find them? Or is it C, Aphmau and Caitlin were kidnapped, stripped, turned into cat girls, and now they're in prison waiting to be human trafficked? I'll give you a hint, it's not A or B. When Aphmau wakes up, she's naked, in a prison cell, and she's a Mayfwa. Caitlin is also naked, imprisoned, and a Mayfwa in the next cell over. And would you believe me if I told you this is not the last time that Aphmau wakes up naked in a prison cell? This is definitely where the fetish kind of starts to rear its ugly head if you look closely, and you cannot tell me that I am reaching. This is weird. A werewolf walks in to buy one of them and sell them into marriage. This actually took the darkest turn ever. This is so fucked. And of course, as Aphmau is about to actually be fucking human trafficked, the werewolf has to compliment her and call her cute before he fucking knocks her out. When she wakes up, again, she's in a castle speaking to a werewolf queen named Ilva. She's the queen of the southeastern wolf tribe, and she says that Aphmau is going to marry her son. Why would a tribe of werewolves want to marry a cat girl? Previously, in all of Michi's world lore drop, she tells us that werewolves and Mayfwas do not get along, like they actively avoid each other. This just doesn't make sense, and we established that like a couple episodes ago. I hope you're following along because that was a lot of shit and it really does not start to get any more normal after this. The Queen Ilva tells us that she was also in an arranged marriage and that their tribe has been around for 100 years and they're already set in their ways. As if 100 years is that long. Like, I could have bought the tradition of arranged marriage if you had said 1,000 years, maybe even 500 years, but 100 years is only like 3 generations. It's really not long at all. Certainly not long enough to be set in your ways. Ilva says that if Aphmau acts out of line, they'll have Caitlin killed, and if Aphmau shows any hint of attraction to Lawrence, then they'll have him killed. So both of their lives are just riding on her now. No pressure. She's brought to the prince, aka her new fiance, and you know what? He's not that bad. Like, he's kinda fine, I guess, in universe. His name is Fenrir, and when him and Aphmau are left alone, he says that he doesn't want this either, and that he's also being forced. And he's in love with someone else. How actually tragic. But even still, he is obligated to call Aphmau pretty at some point, as is every other character in this universe. The next morning, we see Michi bringing Lawrence to the Werewolf King and claiming that he is Aphmau's lover. And he's also a Mayfwa now too, by the way. Michi says that she brought Lawrence in because he didn't want to quote-unquote have fun with her, to which Lawrence says, "There's not much of you to have fun with." This is crazy. Are they just directly telling us that Michi tried to f*** Lawrence? And what does he mean by not much of you to have fun with? I don't know. Regardless, because Lawrence wouldn't f*** her, she turned him into the tyrannical king. And now, the king has asked Fenrir to execute Lawrence himself, because he's gonna be a sacrifice on the day of the wedding. I sure hope something happens to prevent this. That night, Fenrir and Aphmau are talking alone, and he says that his lover, Abby, might have connections outside to help them. So, does the name Abby ring any bells for you guys? Like, Abby as in Jeffrey's daughter? Like, dead Jeffrey? Fenrir tells us that Abby knows Nicole, and that Nicole would be down to help. We just need to get the word out somehow. So the next day, Aphmau gets permission to go out on the town for some reason, and she speaks in code to a bartender as she was instructed to. And we just trust that this bartender is gonna get the word to Nicole and she's gonna come help us. Somehow. And then, most shocking of all, at the end of next episode, we see Celestia swam the whole way home, back to Phoenix Drop, to tell Aaron what happened. How is Celestia even telling him? She's a dog, what the fuck? That night, Aphmau and Garth meet in the dream realm again, and he's into the whole Mayfwa thing.
Now, those ears.
I don't want to unpack this. Next morning, it's wedding time. We're at the ceremony, and Aphmau and Fenrir are about to kiss when Lawrence has a super fucking hilarious Shadow Knight transformation and just fucking annihilates everyone.
I won't let you take her like this! Not without going to me first! What the? He's a Shadow Knight? You fools! Kill him now! No! No, stay back! Stay away from... Ah!
Bro was so horny that he killed dozens. And then Aphmau kisses him because that was so hot. Actually, what the fuck just happened? Now that the king is dead, Ylva, our ally, gives Aphmau a key to the dungeon and tells her to save her friends and run away. So they do. They free Caitlin and Abby, who was also being held prisoner, and Abby runs away because she can't have this on her hands, and then Caitlin runs after her because she feels like she has this emotional connection to Abby because of her relationship with Jeffrey. That means that Lawrence and Aphmau are alone now, and they have a heart-to-heart, where he says he loves her and she agrees, low-key. You kissed me. Up until this point, you've never been open about love. You've never shown interest in someone, and then that magical moment happens. I'm sure these several dead would not have called that magical. So then Lawrence goes on about how guilty he would feel taking her from Garth while he's like in another dimension. So he says he won't quote-unquote take her for Garth's sake unless she wants him to. What are the implications of this? I don't really know. I'm just gonna add +10 for this whole interaction and we're gonna move on. Nicole's here now though. Better late than never, I guess. So Squad goes with her to Scaleswind, where she is now the Lord. And there, she has a son named Dimitri. She says the father is dead, but like, we'll see about that. He has a striking similarity to someone I know. After everyone's all settled, Caitlin and Aphmau go to a library to try and find a way to remove their Mayfwa curse, because they're still cat people. In their search, they find a little secret compartment with Nicole's personal diary in it. Why the hell is this in a public library, even if it's hidden away? Keep your diary in your nightstand like the rest of us. Aphmau and Caitlin decide to read the diary, which is so fucked up. I'll be the first to admit that I am extremely nosy and want to know everyone's business, but I don't think that I would ever read a friend's diary. But there's some lore in this diary, so I guess I can't complain that much. Inside, Nicole talks about how her and Dante mutually had feelings for each other at some point in the last 15 years. She also talks about being away from him for a while. She writes, referring to Dante, "It's been 6 months since Dante and I ... yeah." Which obviously means they had sex.
And we kissed on the beach and ... What? ... That's what they did in the olden days.
She then writes about Dante calling her fat and how she's wearing a dress because they're more comfortable due to her situation, which could mean nothing. And then Dante tells her that he's with Kawaii-chan and she's 3 months pregnant with his baby, in presumably a pretty short time after he had his fling with Nicole. Nicole then goes on to write, "I guess I'll have to do this myself," with no direct mention as to what this is because the rest of the paragraph is smudged out. But I feel like it's pretty obviously implied that she's talking about raising her baby that she had with Dante. Dante is Dimitri's dad. That's actually kind of some soap opera shit, like I'm kind of invested. Caitlin and Aphmau leave the library with newfound information about their friends' sex lives and still no way to remove the Mayflower curse, when they spot Aaron and Celestia, who've now shown up at Scaleswind. How did they know to come here? It's unclear, because when Celestia left to go find Aaron, they were still at the Wolf Tribe and wouldn't have even left for Scaleswind yet. But who cares, right? Then a caravan of a bunch of refugees shows up to Scaleswind, and right after arriving, a little refugee boy actually fucking dies. But then Aphmau just brings him back to life, while still having no knowledge of her powers. Awesome, I have nothing to say. Aphmau and Nicole go to speak to the leader of the refugee caravan, and he's a Mayflower that looks suspiciously like Michi, because he's Michi's brother, and his name is Mikai. But he's not like Michi, I guess. We don't really ever find out because he's only brought up one time after this, and it's not really important. He then casually mentions that Michi has faked her death multiple times. Alright. He also tells us that the region the Mayflower live in, Tula if you remember, is currently under control of this tyrannical king named King Havas. That's why they're seeking refuge at Scaleswind. As usual, we have no time to process this new information, because Shadow Souls are outside of Scaleswind. Lawrence transforms into a Shadow Knight to fight them, but he ends up getting possessed by one instead. My notes say he gets possessed by them or something, and it's kind of a jump scare, and I don't remember what that means, so let's see if I was right. Holy shit. In response, Aaron knocks him the fuck out to stop him from, like, killing people, I guess, and they retreat. Back at the place they've been staying, Lawrence is hurt from Aaron fucking him up, and Aphmau heals him with this magic that she still doesn't understand. Lawrence is being emo again, saying shit like, "I fueled my own corruption," and other bullshit when he kisses her again. Lawrence tells Aphmau to deny that she has feelings for him, and she can't. Larmau supporters rejoice. But not too much, this doesn't last for very long. And also, the fact that Lawrence got possessed by a Shadow Soul is never relevant again. Like, he's just fine after that. Why do things happen if they don't matter? I am so fucking sick. We see Kiki again for the first time in so long. What a pleasant surprise. Remember her egg baby from season 1? Well, her name is Leona. She's a werewolf and she's grown up a bit. She says that Fenrir is the new king of the southeastern wolf tribe, after, you know, the incident. And apparently he's angry and looking for Aphmau. What the hell, dude? I thought we were chill. Just because we killed your dad? Grow up. But it's fine, this isn't even relevant for another 100 episodes. Go f*** yourself. So Aphmau and crew leave Scaleswind to go back to Phoenix Drop, but once they arrive, they find that Dimitri snuck out and went back with them after Nicole told him that he couldn't go. Once everyone makes it back to town, Kawaii-chan is immediately attached to him, which is just insane. She calls him Chibi Dante, which, side note, weird, but she still doesn't catch on to the fact that he might be the son of her husband's ex-lover. Until later. She does realize by the end of the episode. But Dante doesn't realize until someone says it to him. What an actual idiot. Nekoet also calls Dimitri Oni-chan, and I think Jess's obsession with forcing Japanese into her stories should be studied. At night, Aphmau goes to sleep and sees Garth again. He says that he doesn't know what's stopping her from being with Lawrence, and she says that he is stopping her from being with Lawrence. Which is pretty reasonable considering Garth literally betrayed the entire village over this little love triangle at the end of season 1. But I guess Garth has grown in the 5 in-universe minutes that he's experienced since then. So now, him and Lawrence are going to duel for Aphmau's hand like real men whenever Garth gets back. I was gonna complain, but you know what? They just don't make men like this in real life anymore. Get you a man that would duel for your hand. Garth also asks her who kissed better, and she won't answer, which was disappointing. I was curious, I'm not gonna lie. Aphmau wakes up and Nicole arrives in Phoenix Drop to retrieve Dimitri, but she won't go get him herself because she doesn't want to see Dante. She also doesn't want Dante to see Dimitri, but it's too late for that. Dante is really upset that Nicole doesn't want to see him, so he runs off to go find her himself. And I don't really know how to feel about this, honestly. Maybe one could argue that it's romantic, maybe one could argue that it's insensitive, but I guess we'll never know because Aphmau never writes anything with intention. Eventually, he finds her and they have a little argument. She finally says out loud for sure that Dimitri is Dante's, and Dante and Aphmau both act surprised? Come on, y'all. Dimitri still doesn't know though, and Nicole wants it to stay that way. But Aphmau literally holds Dimitri hostage and says she won't give him back to Nicole until she tells him the truth.
I'm not bringing Dimitri to you until you tell him the truth.
Which is weird as hell, like you're not his mom, it's not your job to make those decisions. Dante has a conversation with Kawaii-chan and Nicole, and he reflects on his past and how he was a little man whore and impregnated 2 women within 3 months of each other. And he basically says that he settled for Kawaii-chan after Nicole left. And that's actually so fucking devastating. Like, if I were Kawaii-chan, I would actually be ruined. Imagine giving your life to this man, settling down with him, dealing with him at his worst, and having his baby, and then finding out years later that you were just his rebound. And even after all this, they all just forgive each other and it's super chill. Kawaii-chan is totally cool with it, and now Dante's gonna be there for Dimitri. And Aphmau was just there watching the whole time.
I feel like I shouldn't be here right now.
Oh my god. So remember a while ago Aphmau mentioned wanting to start her own village? We're doing that now. Aphmau, Lawrence, and others set out to find somewhere to establish this new village. We're on a boat and Aphmau and Lawrence are being all flirty, but f you, there's a storm and we crash into an island. If you thought for a second that anything could be straightforward in this universe, you were dead wrong. After the crash, they find out that Nekoet and Dimitri snuck on board. Does nobody look after these kids? How has this happened 2 separate times? And it's also certainly not the last time that this will happen either. I feel like after the first time, I'd be a little bit more attentive. The 2 of them run away and then immediately get ambushed by a group of people. Aphmau and Lawrence run to save them, and when they talk to this group of people, they find out that they're actually peaceful. And they take the crew to their little nearby village called Aphmau, and she speaks to their leader, Asmund. He tells us that we're in a new region that worships the divine warrior Enki. Unfortunately though, this island they landed on is cursed, and there's no way out. If you start sailing, you'll just end up right back at the island. So Aphmau and Asmund go back to the boat, and Asmund tells Squad that they need to find the demon warlock. Oh, well, why didn't you just say so? Apparently, he's the only one who can break the curse or help them bypass the curse or whatever, and he'll only do it in exchange for something valuable. So Squad splits up to find him. Caitlin stays at the boat while Lawrence, Aaron, and Aphmau go different directions to find the demon warlock. Which feels stupid. Like, surely if you're going up against a demon warlock, you'd want to stick together, but what do I know? While she's on her own, Aphmau gets ambushed by a new character. I'm digging the emo fringe from this guy. But then the first thing he does is call her sexy, so character ruined as usual. He thinks that she's the demon warlock disguising himself as someone else to trick him, so he's about to kill her. But he doesn't, because Aphmau uses her healing ability to fix him up because he was injured, I guess. And now they're friends and they share introductions and it's all fine. This guy's name is Travis, and you'll get sick of him very quickly. He gives us some information about this cursed sea, which is actually pretty useful. He tells us that the sea isn't cursed for everyone. The demon warlock actually picks passersby to curse and lure them in. And then he just kills them for sport, I guess. I don't know, he doesn't really say why. And then he tries to sexually assault Aphmau, like, on the low key. He lies to her and is like, if you want to leave, you'll have to kiss me, because once he kissed a siren who has magics that allow you to traverse the cursed sea. And somehow that magics was transferred to him in the kiss. And it'll be transferred to Aphmau in this kiss. When Aphmau asks for specifics, he says they'll have to passionately make out and might have to do more. But obviously the whole thing is a lie and he's just trying to kiss her. Aphmau believes it though, and they're actually about to make out when Lawrence shows up out of the blue and is like, I'll be your worst nightmare if you don't tell me who you are, and he calls Aphmau my girl, and I'm going to vomit. This causes Aphmau to wisen up and she realizes the new guy was trying to trick her. But despite this less than ideal introduction, they bring Travis back as a new ally. Later, Lawrence is being really dramatic about Travis trying to kiss Aphmau. He says, I understand you're trying to get the kids home safe, but you don't have to put yourself up as a martyr. Which is foreshadowing, but I don't know if I'd say kissing someone makes you a martyr. That's just a little dramatic. Then Aphmau jokes and is like, well, what if I wanted to kiss him? He's kind of a hottie. And then Lawrence gets all pissy and runs away. It gets to a fucking point, and we're at the point. Lawrence is so fucking annoying. Travis talks to Aphmau and tells him about these little creatures called imps. Imps are critters that take the form of humans they've seen to manipulate people and do the bidding of the demon warlock. They also look really silly. Travis also tells us that the region we're in right now is called the Galruk region. In response, Aphmau says she's from the Tula region, which is just not true. She's from the Ruan region, but we all forget things sometimes, like the lore of the story that we are both writing and starring in, after which he gives her a necklace to protect her from imps. As he's putting it on her, Lawrence walks in and sees and is jealous all over again. And I'm kind of getting sick of his attitude. Travis and Aphmau set off on a side quest to go try and find and open a secret door in some sacred ruins that belongs to the divine warrior Enki that Travis knows the location of for some reason. Aphmau is able to open the door because of her Irene abilities, and inside is a book that speaks to Aphmau as if she is Irene directly. TLDR, the book says, "Irene, I loved you, we were friends, but I wanted more," all written by Enki. Aphmau says she doesn't want to tell anyone what she heard, but she switches up pretty quickly and tells Travis almost immediately, because we've all known him for so long and he has proven himself to be extremely trustworthy. As they're leaving, they spot some smoke in the distance, and when they go to investigate, it's Aphmau's boat on fire. Caitlin's on the ground, messed up pretty bad, and she says that she saw little demons all around the boat and that they took the children. She says that Aaron was their leader and that he said he wants Aphmau to go meet them in the forest. But obviously the little demons she's referring to are the imps, so Aaron wasn't actually Aaron, so no tension there. Travis advises that Aphmau doesn't go after the kids, but she goes anyway. She's eventually led to the demon warlock, who's inside a pocket dimension, which is just a really small dimension, and he has really funny legs. He tells Aphmau that he'll give her Dimitri and Nekoet back if she'll give him her powers, because he needs them to complete his plan. But then Aphmau just f***ing transforms like never before and kills his physical form with like zero effort. I don't like the term Mary Sue because I feel like by this point it's really watered down and is just used by misogynists to critique female characters that they don't like, but this is Mary Sue behavior, like by definition. Aphmau is the biggest Mary Sue to ever exist. She speaks to the demon warlock's essence and he just lets them go. No fight, no terms to negotiate, he just lifts the curse on the sea and lets them go. But before Aphmau leaves, he tells her, "Your Irene form was really beautiful," because someone had to. Aphmau's back in reality with Dimitri and Nekoet, and everyone's good to go, but their boat is still f***ed. Travis says he has a boat he can lend them, but only if he can come with and be Aphmau's guard, and she agrees, despite there being no evidence that this guy is anything more than just a creep. The next morning on the boat, Aphmau wakes up with Lawrence right next to her being creepy, and he calls her beautiful. She immediately is like, "Oh my god, did we f***?
Wait, you were in bed with me. Does that, you and I, we didn't do any, no.
As if she would have just forgot. He also says that watching her wake up was like watching the sunrise. Heart emoji. Travis walks in on them and Lawrence is immediately jealous. And I am so tired of this. Can you please relax? This woman is grown and can clearly handle herself. I don't even know why I argue, because if there is one thing you can be sure of in this universe, it's that two men will always be arguing over Aphmau at all times. Shortly after flirting with Aphmau, Travis says that he's into Caitlin, to which Caitlin punches him and then says, "I'm not interested in guys at the moment." Yeah, because you're interested in women. I'm a Caitlin lesbian truther, by the way. So next, a lot of things happen in quick succession, so we're just gonna rapid fire. 1, Aphmau says Dante was shy when they first met.
I remember when I first met Dante, and Dante was so shy back then. He's grown up so much, my gosh.
He wasn't. You can't let things like that get past me that easily. 2, Travis reveals that he's the demon warlock's son, and we're just cool with it. 3, Aphmau reveals that she doesn't remember anything that happened to her before Season 1, Episode 1 of the series where she first came to Phoenix Drop, which opens up a lot of lore doors, so remember that for later. 4, Travis is kind of a creep, but what else is new? He also says he wants a woman with traits like his mom. Freud would love this. Okay, that concludes the rapid fire. On the way home, Aphmau keeps talking to Nekoet and Dimitri and being like, "How would you guys feel if you were siblings?" Which, again, I just don't think it's her place to be saying things like that to them. Like, can you please stay out of this family's affairs? After they finally get back to Phoenix Drop, Dante asks for advice about how he should go about telling Dimitri that he's his father. He says, "I never thought I'd be in this situation." Well, maybe you should have thought about that before you were whoring around 8 years ago. He ends up telling Dimitri and Nekoet by himself without Kawaii-chan or Nicole, which feels wrong. Like, I feel like that's a conversation you all need to have together. Obviously, it doesn't go over very well, and Dimitri gets really pissed and runs off somewhere else. Travis follows him and gives him some pretty shit advice that can be summed up as, people have worse situations than you and you should be grateful for what you have. But for some reason it works and Dimitri just forgives Dante just like that. From this point on, it's also mentioned that Kawaii-chan insists on calling Nicole sister despite Nicole and Dante's obvious discomfort with the idea, and I just feel like that should be stated. The next day, Dante tells us that Zoe, Levin, and Malachi are missing. While Aphmau was away on this little cursed sea demon warlock adventure, they went to go to negotiate the Phoenix Drop alliance with Brightport, and they still haven't returned. Dante's talking about how they need to go save them because he feels like a father figure to them, and in response, Aphmau says,
"Man, you're just like everyone's dad, aren't you?"
I can't lie, she kinda ate with that one, that's crazy. The next day, Aphmau leaves by herself to go to Brightport to look for Levin, Malachi, and Zoe. She arrives, and the new Lord of Brightport, John, says that Levin left the previous day, but he doesn't know exactly where they went. So, Aphmau leaves as quickly as she came, and she goes to the nearby wolf tribe. When she gets there, she sees that the nether portal there is active, so she just deactivates it with her Irene abilities. Easy as that, obviously, despite all of the contradictory lore up until now saying that that's not possible. She explores around and the entire tribe is completely deserted. There's no werewolves to be seen. But there is one human person living there, and what do you know? It's Vlad, the guy that led Aphmau to Phoenix Drop in Season 1, Episode 1. They start talking and he tells her that he had been watching over Phoenix Drop for a pretty long while before he stopped one day. He asks specifically about Gareth, and Aphmau lies and says that he died. Vlad starts freaking out, and he says that Gareth was his older half-brother. So she immediately takes back her lie and tells him the truth about where Gareth is. She also tells him that she just shut the nether portal, and he's like, no way, that's impossible. So they go over to check it out, and the portal is open again, and it's bigger. Like, it's growing. Vlad says that portals can only be shut from the inside and opened from the outside. Which, like, I don't know if I'm just not thinking about this hard enough, but that feels stupid and, like, unusable. But why would I be thinking that hard about this when Jess clearly hasn't thought about it either? And don't worry, this rule doesn't even apply later on. Vlad tells us about the Nether because, if you can remember, since it was so fucking long ago, he's a Shadow Knight, but he doesn't agree with their politics. Basically, he says that Xenix has dismantled society in the Nether and he's planning something big and growing his power in the meantime. But there's nothing we can do about that right now, so Aphmau and Vlad just leave. He's our bro now. They go back to Brightport, and the guards there say that they found Levin's ship crashed on the shore while Aphmau was gone, which, how did they not notice a crashed boat sooner? Surely that would be, like, loud and obvious? When she goes back to investigate, Aphmau finds Michi's hair on the boat. How is she so positive that this is Michi's hair? I don't know, call it a woman's intuition, I guess. She comes to the conclusion that Zoe, Levin, and Malachi have all been kidnapped due to Michi's problematic history, so her and Vlad go back to Phoenix Drop to tell everyone the news. After some deliberation, everyone decides that Michi probably went to this place called Nahakra Village because there's a thieves guild right nearby, which is where she would probably bring her victims of human trafficking. So Squad, consisting of Aaron, Caitlin, Lawrence, Vlad, and Travis, leaves for Nahakra Village. When they get there, there's a weird intro that feels like something from a video game that I just feel like I should acknowledge. The first interaction in Nahakra is with a fisherman, and he calls Aphmau a fine-looking little lady, because we find out that the lord here is named Rick, and he has a guard named James. And I'll say it, I'm sick of this medieval fantasy world having lame-ass names. Rick, why don't you go to fantasynamegenerators.com and find a real medieval name? Aphmau's exploring around the village looking for any leads when she gets pickpocketed. The thief stole Levin's music box from f***ing forever ago Season 1, so Aphmau chases after them into some secret tunnel. The thief tells Aphmau that she's an aspiring member of the Thieves Guild, which, you know, is the whole reason we're in Nahakra Village in the first place. So Aphmau just happened to stumble into the perfect person. The thief introduces herself as Amber, and she brings Aphmau to the Thieves Guild. Because they're just cool now, by the way. Amber takes her to the leader of the Thieves Guild, who's just called Boss, and also who Amber definitely has a crush on. I'm also an Amber lesbian truther. Aphmau tells Boss she wants to join the guild because that's the only way she can get the information, I guess. She can't just ask. And no surprises here, Boss calls Aphmau a cutie, and then she says that she likes that Aphmau is feisty. Now that Aphmau is going to become a member of the Thieves Guild, she has to pass 3 different trials. The first is stealing something worth 1 diamond, and they talk about it like this is really valuable. And now I'm just confused about the economy in this world, because diamonds have always been used as currency, but now they're acting like 1 diamond is worth a lot. I mean, I guess it has been 15 years, so the value of a diamond could have changed. And now I'm trying to work out the economics of this fictional world that has got to be the most inconsistent piece of writing that I have ever laid my eyes on. Trial 1 commences, and the first thing Aphmau does is find Lawrence, and he literally doesn't recognize her just because she's in a different outfit. despite her purple cat ears and tail. After she explains the situation to him, he gives her something for her to complete the first trial with, and she dips. So she's cheating. As she's leaving, she sees Amber trying to pickpocket Travis, but he catches her and he's actually about to kill her. So Aphmau knocks him out instead of just talking to him about it, and the girls just leave. Aphmau made it to the second trial, but there's a bit of time between now and the next trial. In the downtime, someone actually finally acknowledges Aphmau talking to herself. The boss says what we're all thinking. But that's not why the boss is here. She's here to announce the second trial, which is where you're assigned something specific you have to steal from someone in Ocassis. The boss gives Aphmau her assignment, which has to be kept closed until she arrives, and Aphmau sets off to Ocassis alone. On her way, she asks some guards for directions, and the guard asks Aphmau out and calls her cute. Shocker. She continues to Ocassis, and on the way she stumbles into the ruins of an old village called Falconclaw, which is the same village where everyone died because of Zane's amulet, aka Aaron's village. Aphmau sees Aaron standing in an old dilapidated building, and we see a flashback of when he used to live here with his wife and son, who are dead now, in case you forgot. Here we find out that Aaron was also the lord of this village. Back in the present, Aaron is super emo and edgy about it, and he's like, Zane will die by my hand, and after that, my life will end. Okay, moving on. Aphmau makes it the rest of the way to Ocassis, and she tries to enter through one of the main gates. But, they're racist against Maythwas, so she gets turned away. Even though allegedly Kawaii-chan is from Ocassis in the first place, like she said way back in season 1. Aphmau starts arguing, so one of the guards says, "You have the gall to talk back to me?" And she reads it out loud that way too.
You actually had the gall to talk back to me?
And gall just isn't a real word. I'm almost certain she meant gall, but hey, we can't all be great linguists. Eventually, she gives up going through the main gates because the racists are unbeatable, and she goes in through the sewers instead. Upon entering, we overhear a bunch of conversations, and from them we learn that 1, a bunch of Ocassis' trading ships have gone missing, and 2, Garth and Zane's mom is named Ziana. So, Garth and Zane's parents are Garte and Ziana. Super creative, guys, well done. After not even 10 minutes of Aphmau being in town, Ocassis is being bombed and invaded by the king of the Tulaw region. So Aphmau dips and goes back to the Thieves Guild. Boss is freaking out because if Ocassis was first, then Scaleswind is sure to follow, and then they're not far behind. And then she just tells us the information that we've been searching for the past almost 10 episodes, just like that. With no catch. Where was this when we were running around doing God knows what? Boss confirms that Michi brought Zoe, Levin, and Malachi here and tried to sell them to her. And I was joking or exaggerating before about Michi being a human trafficker, but turns out she actually is. Like, that is her full-time profession. And Boss has this to say about it. Like, hello, slaves are not my thing is just a crazy sentence. That, and then following it with, I'd rather manipulate people, like, oh, you're such a saint. Anyway, Boss gives us a lead to where Michi is, so Aphmau heads back to Nahakra village to meet up with the squad. When she gets back, Caitlin is freaking out, like, oh my god, we've been looking for you for the past day and a half, and Lawrence tells us you've joined the Thieves Guild? What kind of guard is he? And Aphmau goes, one that gives me my independence. And she's mad at Caitlin for worrying about her. You should be grateful that your friends still care enough to worry about you after all the shit that you've put them through. The squad wants to leave immediately, considering the entire town is in a panic thinking they're about to go to war, but they can't because their ship was commandeered and Vlad and Aaron are missing. Aphmau's wandering around looking for them, and the whole village is in a panic. Except for this guard. Aphmau finds Vlad, and he tells us that he is Garth and Zane's half-brother because their mom, Ziana, cheated on Garte. Just tells us this out of nowhere, and we don't elaborate on it. After finding Vlad, the gang leaves Nahakra on foot, and they have to leave Aaron behind because they still haven't found him and they're running out of time. Aphmau is really pissed about it, but like, come on, he's not even all that. Don't even worry about him because we see him again less than 2 minutes into the next episode. I wasn't worried. I'd have preferred if he stayed lost, actually. He barely has a personality, and I am tired of trying to act like him and Aphmau have any chemistry. They just exist to be self-inserts for Jess and her husband, and trust we will unpack all of that in a long segment later. So Squad finds themselves in this big giant forest that nobody knows how to navigate except for Aaron. But even he can only get us partway through to a clearing just for them to chill out and gather their thoughts before moving on. On the way to this clearing, Lawrence talks to Aphmau and he's super jealous. Again. When Aphmau says she was just worried about Aaron's safety, he says, so going up to him and practically embracing him is how you show that? Well, yes. Also, his name is Loranace right now. not Lawrence. Aphmau straight up just asks him if he's jealous, and he says yes.
Are you jealous?
I honestly do not have the energy to dwell on this any longer, so we're moving on. The takeaway, as usual, is just that Lawrence is a dick. So we're in this clearing and everyone's trying to figure out a way to leave, and it's not going to be easy because a detail that I left out is that this forest is also cursed, in the exact same way that the sea was cursed earlier. Anytime you try to leave, you just end up exactly where you started. So I'm glad to see that the writing is really creative and not repetitive. Squad is sat looking at a map of the entire fucking continent to try and navigate this tiny forest. But don't even worry, this fucking rando named Chad, actually to be more specific, Chad G. Augustine All Leopold III, is here, and he's an intellectual. Aphmau and newfound ally Chad team up to try and find a way out when they happen upon a witch's house. They talk to her and she's aggressive and threatens them at first, but then she gets all friendly after looking at Aphmau. The witch's name is Hyria, and she tells us about her past and says that she used to be friends with Irene, like personally, and her and Irene built this forest together. She offers to get rid of Aphmau's Mayflower curse, and in order to do that, she makes a potion for her to drink. When she does, it puts the curse into an orb, so she can have her ears and tail again if she ever wants to, for whatever totally non-fetish related reasons. She makes 2 more of the same potion for Caitlin and Lawrence to have, and in some offhanded conversation, tells us that Lucinda is her daughter. So that's cool, I guess. Before Aphmau and Chad leave, the witch gives them a fairy that will guide them out of the forest and sends them on their way. While they're leaving, Hyria says,
"She was the one who helped me bring it to life."
And she said earlier that she built this forest with Irene, so if you hadn't put it together by now, Aphmau is Irene. Aphmau and Chad return to the rest of Squad, and they all use this ferry to get home safely. They head towards New Metelli, and when they get there, Cadenza offers to help search for Michi. In the search, it doesn't take long for Aphmau and Lawrence to find her in a forest just out of New Metelli, right as she's about to be killed by some shadow souls. They save her and then get her to confess her crimes, and she says that she sold Zoe, Malachi, and Levin to some bandits. They get her to lead them to the bandits, and Aphmau's being kinda mean to Michi, but I don't think that any of it was, like, undeserved. She did take her kids and one of her closest friends, so... But Lawrence, like, takes this personally and pushes Aphmau up against a tree and tells her to be a little nicer to Michi. And while he has her pinned, he's like, "I should kiss you right now, but I'm not gonna take advantage of this situation for my own pleasure. Congrats? Do you want a fucking prize?" Michi tries to escape, but they catch her and Aphmau ties her up, and there's some weird dialogue about Aphmau being freakishly good at tying her up. What do you mean by that? Eventually they get to this bandit camp, and there's seemingly nobody around. Aphmau goes in alone, which can't be good. Inside, she finds Zoe, Levin, and Malachi being held in a prison cell, and right as she's about to free them, a bandit walks in. He says she can have her squad back, but only if she'll pay the price. So she offers a bunch of things, and the bandit keeps saying no. And once she's had enough of bargaining, she just fucking transforms into Irene, and the bandit falls to the floor and starts profusely apologizing. Apparently, despite living a life of crime, he's a super devout follower of Irene, and now he just gives Aphmau her friends back and they leave. I love when there is a 15-episode long build-up to a 3-minute reward. Soon enough, the gang's finally back in Phoenix Drop where they put Michi in jail. We also find out that in our absence, Nicole left and she just left Dimitri with Dante? Like, just left her son and went back to Scaleswind. But hey, Emlyn and Kenmer are engaged. The irrelevant characters that nobody cares about that Jess keeps trying to convince us are relevant. Aphmau is also purposefully not telling anyone in Phoenix Drop about the war with Ocassus because she doesn't want to worry anyone. She says she doesn't want to disrupt the joy of the wedding that's about to happen, but girl, they'll be even more worried when warships show up at your ports. A couple episodes later, we're at the wedding, but genuinely, who cares about these characters? After the wedding, Lawrence asks Aphmau if she'll ever remarry. She says maybe someday, but not yet because she doesn't know who she herself is. But then she says, "Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about your feelings for me, but let's just not do anything about it right now."
Don't worry, Lawrence. I haven't forgotten what has happened between us. However, I don't think right now is the time to talk about our feelings.
Imagine someone said that to you. I'd have to kill myself. Once the festivities are over, Aphmau finally tells people about the Ocassus invasion. Her, Lawrence, Travis, and Aaron set off to spread the news to other towns, and they start with Picaro Village. They kinda get lost on the way because in the 15 years since they've been here, the entire surrounding area has been covered in feet of snow, so they don't really know where they're going. After a while, they find a little traveler's inn, and they decide to stay there for the night while they get their bearings. They're just chilling around outside when Aaron brings Aphmau a warm change of clothes while he himself is still shirtless. Anyway, there's some rumors going around at the inn about a white witch who wanders around the snow, and Squad thinks that it might be Lucinda. So Aphmau's going around asking people if they might know anything, and the first guy she talks to calls her cute twice. After gathering some intel, Aphmau goes out alone into the snow to look for Lucinda. Great idea. I feel like this happens too many times where Aphmau just goes alone into a dangerous area, but whatever, it's for the plot, I guess. She doesn't even have to look very far because she gets attacked by a bunch of werewolves and Lucinda just shows up and saves her. After a brief Lucinda and Aphmau reunion, they head back to the inn together. When they arrive, Lawrence is in his Shadow Knight form and attacking the guy that owns the inn because he was abusing his wife, Isabel. Apparently he kidnapped her ages ago and just brought her out to this inn without anyone in her family knowing, and then they just ran it together. So Isabel's rolling with us now. But don't worry, we'll forget about her entire existence very soon. Squad, now including Lucinda and Isabel, ventures to Picaro Village where Lucinda gives us some little updates about what's happened in her neck of the woods over the last 15 years. First, Lucinda is the rightful heir to the lordship of Picaro Village, but she gave the position to her apprentice, Haley. Second, she has an evil ex-boyfriend. Don't we all, am I right, ladies? I'll be here all night. Her ex, Ivan, was a powerful warlock who turned evil, so Lucinda killed him and now his spirit curses the land, and that's why it's all snowy and... She also tells us that since then, people from the village have been going missing. Actually, in the middle of this conversation where Lucinda is telling us about the missing people, a guard walks in and tells us of more missing people, a mother and her baby daughter. Lucinda goes to talk to Haley about the missing people, and apparently people keep going missing because Haley has failed to keep Ivan's cursed spirit in check. It's never really said what keeping Ivan's spirit in check really means. I guess it's just conveniently vague witchcraft something or other. Now Lucinda and Aphmau have to head out to go find the missing people, and it doesn't take very long before they do. But unfortunately for them, they also find Ivan. Even though he's dead, his spirit, possessed the mother that went missing, and now he's just using her as a vessel, which is really fucked up. He freezes Lucinda and Aphmau Deltarune style when Travis pulls up in his demon warlock form, which I have failed to mention up until now, actually. It's nothing crazy, he just turns gray and gets purple eyes. He pacifies Ivan somehow, just knocks him clean out I guess, and then he says he's going to rid the land of the warlock who's inhabited it. So I guess kill him? But for real kill him this time since he's been killed once before. He says he can't do it alone and that he needs Aphmau's help, which is actually just her touching a book, so she complies. And this works. Ivan is gone. Killing the warlock actually makes Aphmau pass out though, and when Aphmau's hoes, Lawrence and Aaron, shows up, they are not happy with Travis. Once Aphmau comes to back in Picaro Village, Travis is in jail and being questioned because they think he intentionally tried to kill Aphmau. Because expelling a spirit requires so much power that it kills people. So what can you do in this universe without requiring a soul? Everyone seems to think that Travis had malicious intent and knew that expelling Ivan would kill Aphmau when he asked for her help, but it didn't kill her. And Ivan did get expelled. And Aphmau says that she doesn't care and she forgives him. So why are we even here? Aphmau goes to visit Travis in his cell, and he actually does admit that he knew that banishing Ivan was fatal, because that's how his mom died. But he also says that he knew it wouldn't kill Aphmau because there's just something so special about her and she's so powerful and perfect. I want to say that that's stupid, but he was right, so whatever. Lucinda overhears him saying this and she's like, wow, his voice is so honest, and just lets him go free. Our justice system is so corrupt. She asks if there's anything she can do to make it up to him, and he says a kiss, to which Lucinda literally says, I'd rather kiss Aphmau. Back of the line. And also, I'm a bisexual Lucinda truther. Then a bunch of irrelevant stuff happens, but to summarize, Lucinda and Isabel are coming back with Squad to Phoenix Drop. Next episode, Travis, Lawrence, and Aphmau are sparring, and Travis literally tries to grope Aphmau during their sparring match.
Reserved. Says the guy who just tried to grab my butt during the sparring match.
And we play it off like it's a little haha silly moment and not assault. And then Lawrence says he would do the same. I'm hesitant to add this to the counter because obviously groping is assault and not something funny or jokey. but in this narrative it does clearly exist just to be flattering to Aphmau's character, and that's the whole purpose of the counter, so. But again, to reiterate, groping is not flirting, it's assault. And we'll talk about Travis's character and his frequent sexual assault attempts later on. Once the whole gang makes it back to Phoenix Drop, Dante says that there's someone at the gates requesting to see Aphmau, and the someone ends up being Lucinda's mom, Hyria. And Lucinda is really mad about it. Her actual immediate reaction is violence. And I think Lucinda is pretty valid for being mad at her mom. Like, she was abandoned as a child, she's not required to forgive her, especially not so quickly afterwards. But Aphmau's mad at her for it and is like, she's still your mom, you need to compose yourself. And like, okay, maybe she shouldn't have tried to fight her, but Lucinda is certainly not required to immediately forgive her just because she's her mom. And not to be dramatic, but I think that's a pretty harmful thing to put in children's content too. I am a strong advocate of the fact that your parents or your family aren't always right, and you are never obligated to forgive them just because they're sorry. Telling young, impressionable kids in these single digits that they should always forgive their parents just because they're your parents is kinda harmful. Especially knowing Aphmau's a parent herself. But at the end of the day, this is all just fiction and hopefully not a real reflection of her as a parent. I really hope. I also want to bring up the fact that way back in season 1, Lucinda met her dad who also disowned her, and she immediately forgave him, no questions asked. So this switch up is kind of unprecedented. Travis approaches Lucinda and tries to talk to her about the situation, but he's pretty creepy in the way he goes about it. Calls her baby, gives her nicknames, and when she says she doesn't want to talk about it, he keeps pushing. She changes the subject and starts asking Travis about his tome, but they spell it tomb like a dead people's tomb, but what they would be referring to is a tome, like T-O-M-E. Anyway, the tome is a book that helps Travis cast spells and has some information and stuff in it. It's like his wizard's companion kind of thing. Lucinda says that she saw a page in the tome that spoke about an island that was important to Lady Irene, when Hyria just invades the conversation out of nowhere and is like, I always loved you and your father, Lucinda, which is wild. Whatever happened to hello? How are you? Lucinda is so caught off guard that she just leaves, reasonably so, and Hyria asks Travis if she can see the page in the tome that they were talking about. Travis says she's welcome to look, but the book only opens for him and only he can read it. So how did Lucinda say that she read a page of it literally 30 seconds ago? Hyria says there's a map in the tome and it would be really beneficial if Aphmau followed it with no further explanation. Aphmau keeps asking why she should follow the map and Hyria simply will not answer. Then she just walks off mid-conversation to the old portal to the Irene dimension. Aphmau starts asking her if she has the power to open it, and Hyria's like, LOL no. But you can if you follow the map. You'll learn more with time, and other vague shit. And Aphmau is really pissed. I would also want to know what the hell this lady was talking about, but as an audience member above the age of 11, it's pretty clear that what Hyria is referring to is that Aphmau is Irene. But we basically already fucking knew that because there is no subtlety in this universe. And then Hyria just leaves. Awesome. In the next episode, Aphmau and Aaron are sparring and he's shirtless. Smash, am I right, ladies? He asks Aphmau if she really wants to bring Garth back, even if it means bringing Zane back with him, and she says yes. He asks if she would be willing to kill Zane, and she says she doesn't want to kill anyone. Come on, girl, he is an evil warlord, probably responsible for hundreds of deaths. Aaron says he would kill him without a single thought because he's a cold-hearted badass. And then out of nowhere, he's suddenly about to confess his apparent love to Aphmau before ultimate cockblock Travis interrupts. He's come to say that they should delay their journey of following the map from the tome, which is what we're doing now, by the way, I guess. The goal is to follow the map and then set up a village on Irene's island, and Aphmau's gonna be the lord there, because it's that easy. The reason Travis wants to wait is because their boat is too small for the huge ass amount of people that they're bringing. Aphmau hesitantly agrees, but she can't hide her disappointment, and Travis says he'll do anything to make her feel better. Because who wouldn't, am I right, Aphmau fans? The whole bit about how we're gonna need a bigger boat doesn't even matter though, because Chad, who's with us now by the way, just made a bigger boat. Seriously, how did he do this without anyone knowing? I think Phoenix Drop needs better guards because that is really concerning. So we have a bigger boat and we're setting off on schedule as intended. The whole list of everyone going is Aphmau, Aaron, Lawrence, Chad, Travis, Caitlin, Lucinda, Isabel, Vlad, and Sasha and Michi. That has got to be the dumbest thing that I have ever heard. Two of the most dangerous criminals that we have ever met thus far on a boat in the middle of the ocean with Irene. You've got to be crazy. A little bit into the journey, it's kind of implied that we're lost, and that Travis is purposefully withholding information to prevent them from using the map that they need, because in order to use the map, he needs to enter his demon form, for some reason. But he's too shy and doesn't want anyone to see him like that. More on that in a minute. For now, we've landed on an island, but it's the wrong island, meaning Travis got us lost because he wasn't using his demon form even after Aphmau already spoke to him about this whole thing and we thought the issue was resolved. He finally agrees to cooperate, and now he needs some time alone to fine-tune their real route. While he's doing that, Aphmau wants to take this opportunity to explore this new island. She sets off with Aaron and Lawrence, and by some wacky means, they all end up in a wyvern's den. And Raven is there, as in Garth's wyvern. And in this very moment, I'm realizing that I don't think that I've ever mentioned Raven before this. Basically, all you need to know is that he's Garth's wyvern, kind of like Lawrence's wyvern back in season 1. And for some reason, living with these wyverns is a human baby. Aaron immediately takes his shirt off to swaddle the baby because what else would any respectable person do in this situation? The wyverns say that they got the baby from a mother who died, but now they don't know how to take care of it. They brought a cow into their den to feed the baby, but also they don't know how to feed it. Can cow's milk even realistically sustain a human baby? How long has this baby been here, and how hasn't it starved? Who is this baby's mother? All questions left unanswered. Raven says that wyverns should not interfere with human affairs because that changes fate, which just contradicts so much that has happened in this world so far. Raven says he needs Aphmau to take the baby to help get the fates back on his side, so they do. Before Aphmau and her hoes leave, Raven says,
"We have called her. However, that is a dragon-given name."
Which is wrong because dragons and wyverns are two completely unrelated organisms. Which is wrong because wyverns and dragons are two completely unrelated creatures. You'd think an alleged super fan of the fantasy genre would know this. Dragons have arms that are separate from their wings, and wyverns do not have separate arms. So saying that this name is dragon-given is wrong. No dragons were involved in the naming of this baby. Anyway, Raven delivers Squad back to the boat and gives Aphmau some of his scales, and surely some of this interaction has got to be considered interfering with humans. Like the whole thing that we just learned is wrong. Before he leaves, Raven says,
"Tell her."
And then Aphmau really sincerely goes,
"I will, Raven. I will."
Girl, no you won't. I hate to say it, but I did laugh out loud at this part. I don't know if it was supposed to be funny, but I thought it was funny. Back on the boat, Aaron is really good with the baby, and he talks about how his wife used to want a daughter, which is unfortunate considering the fact that she is dead now. Aphmau names the baby Lily after Aaron's dead wife, but Aaron says Lilith is what she would have wanted, so the baby is named Lilith now. We're back out at sea, and Travis has us on the right track finally, but not before he tries to sexually assault Lucinda. She's looking at something on the horizon when he says, "Here, I'll hold your hips while you peer over." After some fighting ensues, Travis gives Aphmau a sexually charged compliment. I hate this motherfucker. Then after he leaves, this conversation ensues between the ladies. He's cute. Really? You like guys like that? He knows what he wants. His approach is obviously terrible, but he's honest. And this is like what I was saying about Travis and his disgusting behavior earlier, but it's worse now. Before, it was that Travis's actions were being played off as a silly joke. They were neither praised nor denounced, but now they're being actively praised. Lucinda is saying that Travis's behavior, aka sexual assault, is attractive to her, which again is extremely harmful to show to your audience of young girls. It's like a different font of when boys would hit you at recess and your teachers would say it was just because they had a crush on you. Moving on for now though, but trust we will be back, Travis literally only gets worse. Lucinda asks if Aphmau or Aaron are a thing, and she says he's a cute guy too, with those dark eyes and black hair. Because those are his defining traits, not his f***ing six-pack that is just on display at all times. Regardless, Aphmau denies that there's anything between the two of them, which is how it should have stayed, because yeah, there's nothing between them. Before long, we've spotted land again, and this time it's the right land. Unfortunately though, as soon as everyone gets off the boat, the demon warlock appears, and only people with magic abilities can see him, so Caitlin and Aaron are excluded. And you might be asking, didn't Aphmau kill the demon warlock several episodes ago? And you would be correct. But that actually didn't matter because his spirit can still manifest in multiple physical forms, even though this form is exactly the same as his first form. So killing him didn't do jack shit, because what do we always say? Fuck you and your time, exactly. The Demon Warlock gets all vague and mysterious, and he says some shit like, time has resumed here, and I am not here, but I am everywhere. I am not physical, but I am the essence of everything. And then bro just leaves. We act like this character is so dangerous and some ever-present threat that holds this power over the narrative like the Nether and Shadow Knights, but I am so serious when I say this guy is never brought up for the rest of the season, and when we do see him again, he is a miserable pushover. So if you're ever wondering if anything in this universe is actually a threat to the main cast, the answer is probably no. And I'd put money on that. Once the Demon Warlock is gone, the gang explores the island a little to look for a place to set up camp. Everyone kind of separates and is searching on their own when Travis goes up to Aphmau and says he has something that they might want to see. Turns out it's an entire ruined village, and this is the place referenced in Travis's tome that Hyrea was encouraging Aphmau to find. Naturally, everyone's about to go search the town, but first, Travis flirts with Aphmau. No surprise there. In our new expedition, the crew finds a giant church that looks suspiciously like the one from the Irene dimension. They go inside, where Aphmau and Lawrence fall through the old flimsy floor. Aphmau lands on top of him, because of f***ing course she does, which leads to more weird dialogue. And how many times in this series are we going to keep doing this? Spoiler, it is so much more than you could possibly imagine. Aphmau and Lawrence compose themselves, and once they get a better look at their surroundings, they discover that the entire underground of the church is a massive labyrinth. With seemingly no other way out, the two of them seize this opportunity and explore further into the ruins. Flirtily. In their quest, they find an ancient mural that depicts some of the Divine Warriors, and they come to the conclusion that this room is some kind of crypt or burial chamber of one of the Divine Warriors. After seeing this, Aphmau declares that this island is the perfect new home for the Phoenix Alliance settlement, which is just simply how you end up cursed. I would not build my own home on top of a grave, let alone an entire civilization on top of a grave. That's what America did, and look where we are now. Later, their little town is coming along nicely. Lawrence and Travis are building houses shirtless, everyone's getting acquainted with the new space, and Lucinda is creating a ley line, which in this universe is a way for everyone to quickly teleport between Phoenix Drop and this new land that they've commandeered from the dead. And because Travis never misses an opportunity to be a predator, he walks in on Aphmau and Lucinda setting up the ley line and creepily says, "Two beautiful women walking alone in the woods?" And then Lucinda fucking shoots him. And that's one of the only time that Travis will face consequences, so drink it all in now. Lucinda and Aphmau use the ley line to get back to Phoenix Drop and recruit more people to come to the new land and help. After recruiting some folks from home, they head up to Scaleswind and visit Nicole and Kiki. Nicole literally complains about overpopulation and then immediately says that she can't spare any people to go with Aphmau, but she can spare resources. Shouldn't that be the opposite? Kiki and her daughter Leona end up joining them though, and Nicole also says that she wants Aphmau to bring Dimitri with her, which just feels really f***ed up to me. Just ship your son off to this new land without you or his father, it'll be fine. A few days later, Aaron and Aphmau are having a little picnic with Lilith, and they call each other her parents. Aaron says it wouldn't be fair for Lilith to have only a mother, and Aphmau agrees, as if she didn't have two fine and perfectly successful sons without a father. And some may argue without a mother either, because God knows she was never there even before the whole traveling 15 years into the future thing. Justice for single moms, that was actually a crazy thing for Aaron and Aphmau to say. Many useless episodes later, Emlyn and Kenmer arrive, and as we know, Emlyn is a scholar of Irene. So they go to the massive cathedral on the island to see if they can find anything of use. Once they get to the underground crypt, Emlyn explains that the mosaic is a depiction of when the Divine Warriors banished the Shadow Lord. But she's confused because there are only 4 Divine Warriors in the mosaic when there are 6 in reality. So her and Kenmer are going to stay in the crypt and do some more research while Aphmau and Lawrence return back to the camp. The next day, Aphmau's talking to Zoe about the portal she opened to the Irene dimension, and Zoe reveals that she left something out of her notes about the portal on purpose. The method she used can never be recreated again because it requires a really important and sacred sampling from the Yggdrasil forest, her homeland. And there's only one of that sapling in existence. And she stole it, therein committing high treason to her birthplace. All for Aphmau. To summarize, Zoe falsified her notes just to give Aphmau false hope, which is immensely f***ed up and way more trouble than it's worth, but Aphmau just forgives her. Personally, I'd be furious. Like, this entire season so far has been about reopening the portal to go get Garth back, and turns out the only information that we did have about it was a lie. And Aphmau isn't even mad. I feel like I'm going crazy. Back in the crypt with Emlyn and Kenmer, it's time for a big world lore dump. Emlyn tells us that the mosaic is actually 5 of the 6 Divine Warriors, and the biggest one in the background is Irene. But that still leaves one missing. That's because the 6th Divine Warrior is actually the Shadow Lord. What a twist, right guys? His name is Shad, by the way. Shad, the Shadow Lord. Emlyn tells us that the Battle of the Magi happened on this island, which is why it's all ruined and abandoned. Then she theorizes that Irene created the Irene dimension to have the last battle of the war, which seems a little odd. You create an entire dimension for war and you made it a church? Like, why not a battlefield or something? Or like a COD map, I don't know. Emlyn asks Aphmau to open the coffin in the room, and Aphmau is hesitant to defile a corpse, rightfully so, but she does it anyway. Turns out there's no body inside, but there is what Emlyn calls a divine fragment. She says we might be able to do something with it if we had multiple fragments, but we don't, so it's useless for now. Back at the new settlement, oh no, Lawrence is missing. But he's a strong guy, he can handle himself, and this is not concerning at all, even though he's a Shadow Knight. Relax, guys, we don't even need to take any action. In the meantime, Caitlin and Travis have relocated Michi and Sasha off the boat, and Caitlin says that Sasha mentioned some weird things about Lawrence. So Aphmau goes to visit Sasha personally. Sasha suggests that Lawrence is hiding something and that her and Lawrence have been spending a lot of quality time together, whatever that could mean. No time to think about that though, Mikai, Michi's brother, is here now. He tells us that the King of Tula invaded Ocassis to find Zane and the remaining members of the Jury of 9, because a member of the jury went to Tula and slaughtered a bunch of people. And believe me when I say that Tula in this feud with the Jury of 9 holds no real significance beyond this point. Anyway, now Aaron is shirtless in Aphmau's house. What could this mean, I wonder? Aphmau tells Aaron she thinks she can use the one divine fragment to open the portal to the Irene dimension, even though all evidence up until now points to the fact that that is not possible. And regardless of the materials being used, Irene herself would have died trying to open the portal, but Aphmau isn't worried. And why would she be? If I was the main character in this universe where nothing has harmed me ever in the long term, I wouldn't be worried either. But Aaron's concerned for Aphmau's safety, so he steals the fragment in her sleep. Aphmau wakes up the next morning and immediately realizes what he did. And man, is she upset. Before she can go looking for him, a convenient distraction leads Aphmau and some friends back to Phoenix Drop. Once they arrive, they're met with a member of the Jury of 9 named Ivy. She's super violent and angry, but Caitlin's not having it. She threatens Ivy and asks her to fight, so they do, and long story short, Caitlin loses, and she's hurt bad. Ivy leaves, and Caitlin is taken back to Phoenix Drop to heal, and Aphmau and Travis are at her bedside as she's recovering. And of course, right after she wakes up, Travis objectifies her. Twice. Guys, I can't lie, the joke is getting extremely old extremely fast. In fact, it's been old since it started. But thank God someone interrupts Travis. Just now, outside, there was a super loud explosion, and now Garth is back in the overworld. But don't celebrate yet, because at the explosion site is Aaron's bandana. So we can infer that Aaron took the divine fragment and opened the portal himself so that Aphmau couldn't hurt herself if she went and did it on her own. And there's a lot of questions that this might be raising, like how the hell did he do that? But I implore you to stop asking so many questions because there will not be any answers. In a flashback from Aaron's perspective, it's revealed that Aaron kissed Aphmau in her sleep as he took the fragment. And from now on, regardless of the fact that Aaron is so fucking boring, it's pretty much confirmed that him and Aphmau are the canon couple. To literally everyone's chagrin. We'll get to that later. Also in the flashback, we see that Aaron entered the dimension, saved Garth right as Zane was about to kill him, and they all escape the dimension alive. And then Aaron sacrifices himself to kill Zane, and that's it. Aaron is dead. And I'm supposed to be upset, but I'm just grateful that there's finally some fucking action of several episodes of just wandering around. And also, I hate Aaron. And finally, after Aaron's death, we finally have our first fully voice-acted episode. Best episode ever because Aphmau barely talks the whole time. Following this devastating loss of this man she knew oh so well, Aphmau has shot herself into her old home in Phoenix Drop to mourn. Caitlin walks in to bring her some tea, but her kind gesture turns pretty sour when she immediately starts saying that what Aaron did was wrong and selfish. She's right, but like, read the room. She realizes she just made Aphmau more upset, so to try and empathize, she talks about losing Jeffrey and how it affected her, and now she starts crying. And this is probably the best acting in the entire series so far, and I'm realizing that I may just be a Caitlin stan.
Jeffrey. When he died, I never really got over it. Jeffrey meant a lot to me as a friend, and he was special to me. I can't claim to know how you felt about Aaron, but I know what it's like to lose someone close to you.
We see a flashback of when Garth first came back to the overworld, and Aphmau was so affected by the initial shock of Aaron's death that she passed out after she found out. Garth blames himself for Aaron's death and Aphmau's sadness, and I understand that survivor's guilt, but also don't. It was literally Aaron's own fault. I don't even remember what happens next as I'm reading this script, but I'm sure Aaron's not dead anyway. Because why should any characters in this universe have to face any real consequences for their actions? Next episode, Aphmau and Garth meet at the site of the explosion, but they can't talk much before Ivy shows up with some other scary-looking guy named Gavin. She pushes all of Aphmau's buttons and it pisses her off, so she transforms. Because if you had a godlike form, wouldn't you? Ivy says, "You really think you're Irene?" Which, like, I want to say that to Aphmau too, but like, you're quite literally looking at Irene right now. Like, do you think she's faking this? Fortunately though, Vlad shows up in his Shadow Knight form, and that's enough to scare Ivy and Gavin off. And now Garth and Vlad are reunited as brothers. How sweet. No time for reintroductions though, because Vlad reveals that he's been with Lawrence the whole time he's been missing, and it's not looking so good. He says he was tracking Lawrence because the Nether is calling out to him, and that the calling, proper noun, happens to all Shadow Knights when they rebel and are outside of the Nether for too long, which is exactly what Lawrence has done. Lawrence is too connected to his emotions when he shouldn't be, or rather can't be as a Shadow Knight. So he's even more susceptible to the calling. Just to keep him in check, Vlad leaves just as fast as he arrived and Aphmau and Garth return home. Back at Aphmau's house, Zoe tells Aphmau, "You would have died if you opened that portal again," and Aphmau acts shocked.
What?
Why didn't you tell me this before?
But we literally already fucking knew this. Genuinely, we found out within the first 2 episodes of this 100-long episode season that it would have taken a life to reopen the portal. But Aphmau reacts as if it's her first time hearing this. She tells Zoe, "I still love you," like Zoe had been keeping this crazy secret, but we literally have known this for the whole season. And Aphmau did not have this crazy reaction when Zoe opened up about what else it took her to open the portal just a few episodes ago. Where did this switch up come from? I get she's probably a little sensitive after losing her brooding boyfriend, but like, come on girl, it is not Zoe's fault. Speaking of brooding boyfriend, Aphmau's alone in her house when she finds a note that Aaron wrote to her for after he died. In it was a bunch of stuff about how he'll always be with her and how she meant so much to him and that he's going to open the portal himself because he knows she's just gonna do it and die if he doesn't do it first. I don't know why Aphmau is so shocked about the fact that opening the portal was fatal. Like guys, we have been knowing this. At the very least though, reading this letter was enough to get Aphmau up off her ass after doing nothing but crying at home for weeks. Finally, back into some action, we find out that the king of the Tula region is after the Divine Warrior's relics, and that's why he invaded Ocassus. But we don't really have a clear explanation as to what he's going to do with the relics and why he wants them so badly. So to find out more, Aphmau, Caitlin, and Garth are going to Ocassus to gather information on Tula's motives. They start their search in the Thieves Guild in Nahakra. Since our last visit, Nahakra has also been taken by Tula, and the Thieves Guild is seemingly deserted. While inside the guild's base, we see that the dagger Amber gave Aphmau dozens of episodes ago was actually a key that opened a secret hallway. Because, of course. Behind the secret door is Amber and Boss. Because, of course. And Boss greets Aphmau by saying, "You're looking good, too." Because, of course. After some explanations and other random bullshit, Boss orders Amber to take the squad into Ocassus. The first place of interest after they arrive is Zane's old house. Amber says that every day there are scholars and researchers from Tula investigating inside, so it must be something important. But turns out it's actually not, and there's nothing inside. Just some of Caitlin's old trauma. While Caitlin and Aphmau were exploring, Garth left without them noticing, so now they have to go on a side quest to go find him. Why are all of the men in this series always disappearing off somewhere else? In their search, they overhear some of the guards talking and they say that they've already found 3 relics for the King of Tula, which is kind of a crazy amount considering there are only 6 in the entire world and Aphmau is already in possession of one of them. Then, the ladies spot Garth. He found where his mom is being held prisoner and they're reunited for the first time in God knows how long. And their reunion is voice acted. All 2 words of it.
Mother.
Garth? And when I watched this part, I actually laughed out loud.
Mother.
Like, why did he say it like that, dude? It's supposed to be emotional, but I cannot take it seriously. What the hell? Gargar, are we serious? Aphmau has to step in and break up the reunion before they all get caught and sent to jail or killed or who knows what, and they have to leave Ziana behind. They need to take shelter for the night, and Garth says he knows a place, and he acts like it's super secret and nobody would know about it, but I don't really know how that's possible because it's quite literally just a normal house surrounded by other normal houses. That night, as Garth sleeps, he has a flashback to Aaron killing Zane. As Zane dies, we see another relic coming out of him and presumably entering Garth. And if we know that Tula is searching for the relics of the Six, why does Garth not say anything about this? For added tension? Plain stupidity? We'll never know. Then a whole episode goes by in Ocassis, but it's not really relevant. Just know that Ivy, a former member of the Jury of Nine, is now working for Tula and leading their expedition to find the relics. So she's a traitor to Ocassis, and now she works for the other bigger evil. Some more bullshit happens, and now the gang has to come up with a new plan to get inside Ocassis and save Garth's mom. And get this, the plan is that someone disguises themselves as Zane. The first and most obvious option is that Garth is the man for the job. They're biologically full brothers, they have the same color eyes, it's not that much of a stretch. But Garth goes, trust me, it wouldn't work. I'm a few inches taller than Zane, everyone would know that I'm an imposter. A few inches taller? I know his ass has 6 feet tall if it matters on his Instagram bio. Do you think anyone's gonna notice a couple inches difference 15 years after anyone's even seen Zane at all? Give me a break, dude. And now, guess what the solution is? Aphmau is going to be the one disguised as Zane. Aphmau is canonically really short. In real life, she's like 4 foot something. Surely that's probably about a foot shorter than Zane, at least. And also not to account for the fact that she is a woman with tan skin and brown eyes, and Zane is a white man with blue eyes. All this because Garth could not bear to be perceived a few inches shorter than he actually is. But this actually works. They go through with it and Aphmau's going to be Zane. The only issue is that they don't know where they'll find a disguise. Awfully conveniently, Amber says she can provide some clothes in exchange for a date with Aphmau? And I don't think she was joking, but Aphmau got the clothes and Amber didn't get her date. After so many irrelevant things happen, the gang heads to Nahakra village where Aphmau announces her presence as Zane. Ivy and her guards notice the whole ordeal, and she immediately takes notice that Aphmau isn't really Zane, as anyone with eyes could see. So she chases after Aphmau into the sacred forest where Garth and Caitlin show up to defend her. Fighting ensues, Ivy's dialogue is very erotic in nature.
I didn't know you liked it rough.
And I know how to give it rough.
Not much progress is made on either side until Lawrence shows up in his Shadow Knight form after being missing for dozens of episodes. He genuinely thinks that Aphmau is Zane at first and tries to kill her. Garth stops him, and in the process he takes some other form that has not been seen up until this point. It's like a Shadow Knight, but blue?
Why are you blue?
This form is not even acknowledged in the moment either, everyone just ignores it. While the love triangle is arguing, Ivy has an opportunity to get away, which is disappointing but not surprising. Caitlin, Lawrence, Garth, and Aphmau regroup at the Thieves Guild. Lawrence gives a little explanation as to why he was missing, but all he says was that he needed time to reflect, which doesn't fully line up with Vlad's story from earlier. Aphmau and Garth speak in private about his other form, and he admits to Aphmau that he inherited a relic from one of the Divine when Zane died, and the relic allowed him to take on this other form. That's that for now, but we'll get back to relics soon enough. The squad returns back to Phoenix Drop, and Lawrence, Garth, Dante, and Aphmau are all reunited for the first time this season, and Aphmau calls them her boys.
My boys.
And it's kind of giving, like, you know what I mean? So Aphmau and her boys go to Hyria's forest to ask her for more information about the relics. She says that the relics are remnants of the Magi, which we already kinda knew, but what we didn't know was that the relics create the Magi. They were the source of all their powers. The Divine Warriors are all just normal people without them. So where did the relics come from? Next episode, Squad is all back at Aphmau's new settlement, and Lucinda invites Aphmau to a girls-only spa day. At the spa, Caitlin, Leona, Lucinda, and Aphmau are all hanging out in a hot spring, which is too many naked women in one space considering the quality of men in this universe. Lucinda tries to start gossiping and talking about boys, which is actually really cute because even in the midst of all this war, they're all still just girls, and this might have made me emotional if it was a good story because girlhood is just so special. But it's a bad story, so I don't care that much. But then Aphmau immediately fucking crushes that and says,
Really? We're here to gossip about that?
Like, girl, can you please relax? On the topic of relationships, Lucinda hints that Caitlin has feelings for Aphmau, and Caitlin doesn't deny it. And then, in an unfortunately not so shocking turn of events, Lucinda says that she likes Travis, which is fucking bonkers. Like, he should actually be in jail. He would not be allowed within 1,000 feet of an elementary school. Caitlin tries to articulate this, but Lucinda says that she's just into that. When Aphmau finally gets out of the hot spring, she sees every man standing there gawking at them. Garth, Travis, Lawrence, and the married Dante. Although I guess Dante's relationships don't mean much to him, considering the fact that he impregnated Nicole and then left her for Kawaii-chan just 3 months later. But this part actually did make me giggle because look at them. Me when the Zaw hits. I don't know. Next episode, Aphmau's out and about and she sees Aaron, except it's not really him, obviously. It's just an imp disguised as him. She cries about it, and Lawrence goes up to her as she sat on a bench dramatically looking out on the ocean, and he wastes no time before he starts being a dick. He's like, I don't understand why you're so hung up on him, and then he starts interrogating her about what her relationship was with him. If I were Aphmau, I would be so fed up by all of these weird-ass men being in her business all the time, but she does nothing about it. Garth shows up and tries to get Lawrence off her back like a real one, and then Lawrence blames Garth for Aaron's death. Dude, this guy's a fucking asshole. Jess is going to write Lawrence's character into the ground if it's the last thing she does. A few days later, Cadenza arrives at the settlement with her guard/lover, Zach, who calls Aphmau beautiful upon being introduced to her. Their meeting doesn't last long though, because Aphmau passes out mid-conversation from intense stomach pain. She wakes up later, surrounded by the ladies, Caitlin, Cadenza, and Zoe, and when being interrogated about this stomach sickness, Aphmau reveals it's no sickness at all. She's actually pregnant. Guys, I'm shocked. Everyone's all trying to figure out, you know, when and how this happened. Apparently, Aphmau had known for some time, but kept it to herself because she wasn't sure. Cadenza goes straight to the real important questions and asks who the father is because we know there were many potential suitors. Aph really drags it out, but she eventually reveals Aaron is the father. They don't ever say it directly, but I feel like it's kind of implied that they f***ed the night before Aaron took the Divine Fragment and opened the portal to save Garth, because in the flashbacks of that day, we see him shirtless and kissing Aphmau before he leaves her home. And have y'all ever seen Parasite? Not with an I, the one with a Y. At one point, the main character has sex with his girlfriend for the first time, and he's no longer depressed and he has this new lust for life. This is the opposite of that. Aaron had sex with his girl for the first time and then decided that same night that he needed to kill himself. Anyway, as the ladies' dialogue about the details of Aphmau's pregnancy fades out, we see Lawrence listening in from outside. He gets pissed off and runs away, as he always fucking does, right as Dante barges inside with a message from Tula that says Ivy is going to execute Lady Romave. Aphmau goes back to Phoenix Drop to deliver the news to Garth, and then immediately after telling him his mom is about to be killed, she announces her pregnancy. And Garth seems to be more upset about this than the approaching death of his mom. He's definitely incorrectly prioritizing his anger right now, but he does have some points.
This whole time, I was waiting for you. You moved on. Forget about me. The thought of you kept me going when I was fending off Zane. All those moments under the tree were those lies too. I would go to the ends of the earth and back for you. I would die for you. And now I don't know what it means. If it means anything. I was such an idiot.
Like, holy shit. Someone please tell Garth about Taylor Swift. I think he would be a huge fan. He storms off in rage to go save his mother on his own, and we see from Garth's perspective for the first time. He's mourning his loss of Aphmau to the point of having sad flashbacks of them together. And like, I do genuinely feel bad, but like, dude, your mom is about to die. Please pick up the pace. In his sadness, he finds Raven, and now they can actually communicate. Wait, please tell me I started recording. Okay, I would have killed myself if I wasn't recording. In his sadness, he finds his wyvern, Raven, and now they can actually communicate because of the relic, so he gets Raven to fly him to Ocassis. After Raven drops him off, he runs into Vlad by some crazy coincidence, and they continue on together. After killing several randos and finding their mom, they also find Ivy, but by a miracle of God, Raven flies in and fucking eats Ivy's head. What the f happened to wyverns not interfering in the fates of humans? It was actually a really funny sequence too.
Thank you, old friend.
I am not your friend!
Like, yeah, I laughed out loud, I'm sorry. So Garth and Vlad free Ziana and get the hell out of Ocasis. They run into that giant cursed forest where Ziana reveals that she has a relic, which is super chill. How did she get it and how did Toulon not find it? Garth, Vlad, and Ziana head to Hyria's house because Ziana just knows her and they think that she'll have some answers to her questions. When they arrive, Aphmau, Caitlin, and Lucinda are also there, for some reason. And it's time for the very plot-heavy season finale. We get into this actually pretty neat backstory sequence. It's all animated and narrated by Hyria. Hyria says that Irene and the Divine Warrior Shad, who is also the Shadow Lord, were in love. But the Divine Warriors had to kill Shad because Shad was the god of chaos and Irene was the god of peace. And then Divine Warrior Esmond also fell in love with Irene. And also, side note, Garth is currently in possession of Esmond's relic. So when Irene was in this love triangle, she was so confused she literally just became a shell and stopped feeling emotions. So the bros of the Magi decided that Shad was the one making Irene depressed, which just made Shad even more angry and evil. And that's what caused the war that made Irene create the Irene dimension. In this war, the Magi split Shad into 5 relics spread across the land and sealed him into the Nether. Irene grew old and deeply depressed because she had lived so long she forgot how to feel. Which is genuinely a pretty intriguing character arc that touches on the negative sides of immortality, which is pretty interesting to me anyway. Anyway, in her dimension, Irene sealed away all of her powers and all of her memories, and then entered a deep slumber so she could learn how to feel again. After doing all this, Irene gave Hyria her staff and said, when it glows, place it somewhere where I can be woken from my slumber, somewhere that needs my help. Then, hundreds of years later, a Shadow Knight, Vlad, wandered into Hyria's forest. Hyria gave him the staff and told him to put it somewhere that needs Irene's help. And that's how the series began way back in Season 1, Episode 1. Vlad placed the staff, which brought Aphmau, aka Irene, to Phoenix Drop, which also explains why she has no memory of her life before Phoenix Drop. So that's it. That's the truth bomb that we've been waiting for. It is finally straight up stated that Aphmau is Irene after dozens and dozens of episodes of implying that. Hyria continues and explains that the relic Ziana had was Shad's, and she got it from Ivy after Raven killed her. The relic is now trying to go to Aphmau, which is unusual because Hyria says that the relics look for people with personalities similar to that of the original holder, which explains why Ivy had Shad's. The relics can also go to people of the same bloodline of the original holder, which is why Shad's relic is trying to go to Aphmau. It's not actually going to her, it's going to her unborn baby. Are we seeing where this is going? Shad had children of his own, and his descendants were a part of the Lordship of Falconclaw, aka Aaron's family. Crazy. Then Garth makes it about him and how he's upset about Aphmau and Aaron, and now he's the one being comforted. And I want to be mad because he does need to get over it and Aphmau doesn't owe him anything, but also I too will make anything about a failed situationship given the opportunity. Back in Phoenix Drop, Garth actually does man up and apologize to Aphmau and she forgives him, so guess everything's fine between them. In the last clip of Season 2, we see that Lawrence broke Sasha and Michi out of prison and then he goes back into the Nether to answer the calling. Proper noun. And that's the end of Season 2. And by now I'm sure you're all on the edge of your seats, so let's not waste any time. Welcome back to my tier list segment. Ranking this season is hard because I remember enjoying it, comparatively anyway, while I was watching and taking my initial notes. But when I had to edit this season, it made me want to kill myself and now my perspective of it is extremely skewed. I do like it more than Season 1, but it's not my favorite and there are a lot of moments that I don't like. I simply can't give it S tier because it's a lot of Aphmau just walking around and reading walls of text. And it is 100 episodes long when it could probably be condensed into a quarter of that length and still convey the same story. And also Travis was introduced this season and I fucking hate that guy. But because of the potential of the franchise, and again I like Diaries more than My Street, I have to give it a solid A. Like I said, I love fantasy. So before we start, I need to say that Minecraft Diaries is unfinished to this day. I know we're all really disappointed. The entire season was originally uploaded onto Jess's second roleplay-only channel, but has since been unlisted since the entire channel rebranded to be just for My Street Season 7 that's releasing later this year. And we'll talk about that later. The past 2 seasons of Diaries have had 100 episodes each, and this one is cut abruptly in the middle at 37 episodes. The last episode of Season 3 was uploaded in October of 2017, which makes it over 7 years since the last episode came out. So don't be surprised when the ending doesn't make sense. because there isn't one. Episode 1 starts with a masked figure leaving a heavily guarded nether portal that seems to be inside of some village. This sets off an alarm alerting all the guards, and someone reports the situation to our queen Caitlin. She asks this guard to tell everyone to stand down, and she says that she'll deal with the masked man herself, like the girl boss she is. When we get back to the nether portal, we see the guards tell the masked figure to halt in the name of the Phoenix Guard. So wherever we are, we can assume that there is at least some relation to Phoenix Drop. The masked figure doesn't stand down though, and instead he takes off his mask, revealing himself to be Zane, which is crazy because he died in season 2, which means that Eren is also probably alive somewhere. And I don't have the strength to deal with this, please stay dead for my sake. No spoilers, but this wouldn't be the last time that Eren would return from death in the Aphmau cinematic universe. Right after this though, we're right back into the cheery, fun atmosphere of Diaries. We get a sweeping overview of Phoenix Drop and we see that the entire village has been restored. What was previously just an encampment on their shores is now back to its former glory and then some. Garth and Aphmau are seen getting off a boat and being greeted by Dante, Kiki, and her daughter Leona. Kiki asks Leona to babysit for Garth and Aphmau because they're both tired after their long journey of something. And we can assume that this means Garth has been helping Aphmau take care of Lilith and the baby she had with Eren since Eren's not in the picture anymore. And this is why Garth has always been the number one. Lawrence would not be doing all this. Aphmau's other daughter that she had with Eren is named Alina, and we quickly find out that she's turning 3 years old today, and we're going to be celebrating her birthday with a party. Because again, when are we not celebrating some random baby in Diaries? But this being her 3rd birthday does tell us that it's been 3 years in between seasons. Aphmau loves time skips, and as we'll see later, I hate them. So I can't wait for more. As Aphmau and Garth leave the docks, they speak to a new guard named Leo-chan. He seems very happy and energetic, saying he's very honored to be serving Lady Aphmau herself. But once they leave, Garth makes a comment that he doesn't quite trust him because he's from the Tulaw region. Okay, racism. Aphmau agrees, but she says he seems nice enough, so she's not worried. Back in Phoenix Drop, Dante asks Aphmau and Garth if their journey was successful, and they both say that nothing really came of it. A few minutes later, Aphmau asks Garth if their journeys are worth it, and he says he's not sure. And at this point, we still don't even know what the journeys really are. We can just assume that it has something to do with Irene. After some more reintroductions of characters that nobody cares about, and I'm pretty sure some stolen jokes from Final Fantasy, we see some more of Zane. He took out the entire guard force from the beginning of the episode, and he reveals that he is now a Shadow Knight. During his monologue, Caitlin appears and beats the shit out of him with minimal effort. In their tussle, she finds some strange object on him, and when she takes it, he seems to lose all his power. And Caitlin says that she's going to take him to be dealt with by someone else. At Alina's birthday party, Levin and Malachi show up, and apparently they don't live in Phoenix Drop anymore because they're on the council, whatever that means. Anyway, the party is super lit, it's a real rager, but Dante runs in and pulls Garth and Aphmau away from the festivities for something urgent. He brings them to the docks where we see Caitlin and Zane. They then place Zane in captivity in Phoenix Drop, and Caitlin says that Aphmau should be the one to pass judgment on him. Aphmau is, rightfully so, pretty confused, because they know that Zane died back in season 2, so how is he here right now? And if he's here, is Eren also alive since they died together? I sure hope not. I will put one between my fucking eyes. Don't test me. Garth, Caitlin, and Aphmau speak, and Caitlin shows the two of them the sparkly thing that Zane dropped in their fight. None of them know what it is, but Zane clearly cares a lot about it, so Aphmau uses it to interrogate him. The first thing she asks is, of course, whether or not Eren is alive. He doesn't give a clear answer, but he does say that the Nether is a war zone right now, and he fought the Shadow Lord's army to get out. Aphmau insists further, and Zane says,
"Don't you get it? The man is gone, but his body is very much here. He was a perfect match, and now the Shadow Lord has a body in the flesh!"
Sure enough, shortly after, we see Eren's body being controlled by the Shadow Lord, aka Divine Warrior Shad, in the Nether. Later that night, Aphmau and Garth speak privately, and she says that she wants to go to the Nether. Garth tries to talk her out of it, but she insists and says that it's not only for Eren, but for Lawrence too, because he's been in there since the end of season 2. Keep his ass there, bro. He was literally an asshole for the entirety of the last season. And for all of the first season too, now that I think about it. Garth gives in though and says that he'll go with her, but they can't go alone. They need to find someone else that knows their way around the Nether. Vlad can't because he's in Tula, and also I don't think we ever see him again in this universe. But that only leaves Zane. Garth says that he thinks he can get Zane to cooperate with them, so he goes alone to where he's being held. He starts by just asking Zane to guide them through the Nether, but of course he refuses, so Garth retorts. I don't know if you can hear this, but there's a fire alarm going off outside. I don't think the audio's picking it up. But that would suck if it was. It's pretty dang loud. I should probably pause. He starts by just asking Zane to guide them through the Nether, but of course he refuses, so Garth retorts by threatening to break the mysterious sparkly thing from earlier. Zane starts to get worried and says,
"You idiot! If you break it, it will just return to him!"
Presumably him being Shad. Oh my god, my collar has been up the whole time. That is so embarrassing. No one was gonna tell me. Zane provides an ultimatum and says that he'll help Garth and Aphmau through the Nether if they'll give him his item back and his freedom along with it. Garth says they'll give him the item, but they can't let him go free, and Zane agrees. I don't see this going wrong at all. The next day, Aphmau and her crew are setting out to Brightport with Zane, and she's bringing her 2 daughters with her. On a boat. With Zane. No explanation needed as to why that's a bad idea. Last time we brought 2 criminals with us on a boat, it did not end well. But actually, now that I'm thinking about it, we don't see those 2 criminals ever again, so. Caitlin, Garth, Aphmau, and Zane all head to Brightport's brand new guard academy, which we find out was built on top of the old werewolf tribe's land. They say they had the werewolf's permission, but people say things all the time, and this sounds awfully similar to some real-world events. Anyway, the whole reason this guard academy was built was to protect the nether portal that used to be located in the werewolf tribe, and that's why we're here today. Once the gang gets to the academy in the nether portal, we talk to Haley, the Lord of Picro Village. She tells us a bunch of world-building stuff about how Esmond's relic, aka the relic Garth now possesses, is the reason everyone can protect the nether portal like this, and blah blah blah. It's nothing you need to remember, especially since they contradict themselves in like literally the next episode. But hey, we're going into the nether now. The first thing they do when they get inside is remove Zane's handcuffs, which I'm sure will be fine. He leads them to where Lawrence is being held, and he seems a little different. He's just being a massive dick now, which actually is probably the same as before. But he still has the grace to tell everyone to hide when Jean and Shad approach. The 3 of them bicker a little about how the Shadow Knights want Lawrence to become their pawn, but he'll never surrender and whatever. Then, mid-conversation, Shad spots Aphmau, recognizes her as Irene, and starts chasing after her while Jean and Lawrence start fighting. So everyone starts running away back to the portal, and as all of that was happening, Zane slipped away through the nether portal before everyone else. As soon as he returns, he starts fighting with the Brightport guards, and somehow he found a way to escape without anyone noticing. Despite the protection that Haley spent forever explaining a few minutes ago. I told you it wasn't important. Once the rest of the gang gets back to the overworld, Haley casts a protection spell around the portal to stop Shad from getting out. But of course, he uses his own magic to overpower Haley and he gets out. Nothing matters. He starts talking about how he senses Aphmau and Aaron's daughter and refers to her as his daughter, which I guess isn't technically wrong. He then insists that Aphmau bring his daughter to him, and when she runs at him and tries to strike him, he knocks her across the room and says that he will merge all the realms and take everything from her, just as she did to him. And when he enters the nether portal, he just takes the portal with him, and it vanishes. Back in the nether, Jean and Lawrence are still fighting when Xenix appears and saves Lawrence. And seemingly they're on the same side? What that side is, we don't know. And we actually never find out. This is the last time that we see both Lawrence and Xenix for the rest of this season. I wish I was joking. In the overworld, Aphmau's guards are kind of antsy. Everyone's confused about the nether portal disappearing and nobody knows where Shad is, so everyone's on high alert protecting Alina since Shad is after her specifically. But guys, who cares? Leochant took his helmet off and he's hot too. And I'm starting to get the impression that he is just Lawrence's replacement. The townspeople of Brightport seem worried about Leochant, and they think that he shouldn't be allowed on the dragon board, whatever that is, because he's a Tula spy. The villagers get so pissed off that they start shouting at Leochant and telling him to go back where he came from and that they're tired of Tula trying to quietly wage war on them. My brother in Christ, they literally invaded the largest nation in your region. There is nothing quiet about that. But Leochant is not bothered at all by these people's comments, and he remains his cheery, chipper self. He says,
"Really, I can understand where their fear of me comes from. I cannot blame them for jumping to conclusions.
But like, bro, you don't have to say that, and that's not something that we should be putting into the minds of minority children. These people are just racist, you don't have to justify that. And speaking of racism, Garth tells Caitlin that he's also concerned about Leochant being on this dragon board because of his nationality. More specifically, he's concerned that he poses a risk to Aphmau, which sounds awfully reminiscent to the way that Garth spoke about Lawrence in Season 1. Here we find out exactly what this dragon board actually is, and Garth says,
Of course, it's an elite unit of chosen guards, not unlike the Jury of 9.
But when he makes this comparison, Caitlin gets all pissed off and says to never compare the dragon board to the Jury of 9.
Don't you ever compare the dragon board to the Jury of 9.
Even though he's objectively pretty right, like by definition, they're pretty much the same thing. But not like the dragon board really ever ends up mattering, just like everything else that happens in this goddamn universe. The same day, the gang heads back to Phoenix Drop where a fairy appears. Aphmau follows it and it turns into Zoe delivering us a message. Zoe says that there's something wrong concerning a heart of darkness that they discovered way back in Season 1. The spirit is also holding a black heart that Aphmau just swipes for herself. I'm sure that won't present any problems hundreds of episodes from now. 2 years ago, the Heart of Darkness's heartbeat stopped, and Zoe kept that information from Aphmau for all this time. Now though, the heart has taken on a different form and it's asking for Irene. This is why I hate when Aphmau does time skips. There are a lot of interesting things that could happen in this world, and that have happened in this world, but we never get to hear about it as it's happening, we only ever know about it after the fact. Like the Heart of Darkness when it stops beating, the Guard Academy, the Dragon Board, the Phoenix Council, and obviously if anyone does a time skip, you're allowed to have parts of your world change in the times that your audience doesn't see, but usually those changes should be easily inferred or understandable in the world that they happen. Like you shouldn't need some lengthy word-for-word explanation of whatever happened when we weren't there. Like for example, last episode Caitlin literally just had to ask Garth what is the Dragon Board and he gave us a super long unnecessary definition of it. Like, ever heard of show, don't tell? I'd much rather just not have the time skip at all so that we can actually see all these cool things as they're being created. Okay, sorry, rant over. After Zoe's message ends, Aphmau sits down with her guard squad and tells them about the whole Heart of Darkness situation. They all come to the conclusion that whatever's going on with the heart can help them, so they need to go to the Yggdrasil forest and find it. But none of them know how to get to the Yggdrasil forest because its location is pretty secretive, and Zoe left that information out of her message. But conveniently, Levin is here, and he knows the way because he went there once 18 years ago. How perfect. Before they set off, Aphmau finds Dante to tell him that they'll be leaving soon. He asks Aphmau if they saw his brother Jean when they were in the Nether, and Aphmau says yes. Dante says that he's been wanting to see him for so long despite everything that happened between them, and Aphmau is very confused by this. Because like, Jean made their entire town forget who Dante is, including their family. But in a dramatic twist, Dante says it's because he's the reason Jean died. In a flashback, we see Jean and Dante in their youth. Dante says that Jean was the head guard of their village, and that he knew he had done corrupt and evil things to get into that position, but they still loved each other despite that. But it all came to a head when one night, Dante tried to use his memory-altering powers on the Lord's daughter, who he had strong feelings for. One night, he snuck into her home to brainwash her to fall in love with him, and because he has morals, Dante told on him, and Jean was to be executed for his crimes. And to this day, Dante thinks it was his fault and that he deserved everything that followed. Look dude, I know he's your brother, but that does not make him immune to the law. That was wildly unethical. Anyway, next episode, the crew sets out for the Yggdrasil forest by boat, and again, Aphmau is bringing her 2 daughters to the Heart of Darkness. That is asking for Irene, and Alina by proxy. On the boat, Aphmau tells Garth that she's scared that at some point in their journey, she'll remember who she was hundreds of years ago as Irene and forget who she is as Aphmau. But our King Garth tells us that he'll never forget her and she'll always be Aphmau to him.
Even if that happens, you'll always be Lady Aphmau to me. I won't forget the sacrifices you made for us, just like I won't forget you.
Justice for Garth, dude. The next morning, everyone arrives at the Yggdrasil forest where Zoe greets us. She tells us that normally humans aren't allowed in the sacred forest for traditional reasons, but this is a special exception because the Lady Irene will be gracing them with her presence. I'm also a little confused because back in season 2, Zoe said she can never return home after she stole the sacred sapling. Before they set off, Zoe tells everyone that they can't fall too far behind her because if they do, the forest might absorb them, and they'll never be heard of again. So that's super cool. Despite that, they all get to the Yggdrasil village safely and nobody is absorbed by any trees. Unfortunately. Shortly after they arrive, a resident named Gabriel calls everyone around to attention and announces that one of their own has been taken by the forest. He says that the forest is not acting for anything that they have done, but for what the outsiders they let into the village have done, and that she was once banished, and they wrongfully let her back in. Zoe jumps to everyone's defense, but this fucking freak doesn't give a shit, so Aphmau has to butt in and say, actually, I'm Lady Irene, and that lands her a private meeting with this Gabriel fellow. In the meeting, Gabriel reveals that him and Zoe have a complicated past. They used to be married, but then Zoe got involved in a bunch of controversies and they separated. Basically, only elves on the Elven Council or whatever are allowed to use magics, but Zoe taught herself anyway. And even though she was using magics to like develop their medicine and shit, she still ended up being banished from the forest. And this guy's a fucking freak because he keeps on acting like Zoe's the bad guy for not respecting their relationship and prioritizing others over him, but like, he should have defended his girl. At the very least, he should have left with her when she was exiled. She is certainly not at fault in any of this. She's just a woman in STEM and he couldn't handle all that. And now, Gabriel's pissed at Aphmau because he thinks that Aphmau stole Zoe from him and he just wants them all to get the hell out of his village and he rejects all of Aphmau's suggestions to help them. So Aphmau leaves and the gang heads to Zoe's house, where she shows them the form that the Heart of Darkness has taken on. And of course, it's Shad. I feel like that's not exactly the biggest shock. Next episode, we see Zane sneaking into Phoenix Drop with the intention of getting his fragment back. He takes on a disguise and asks around in an absolutely not subtle way, but nobody seems to give a shit. It's also wildly unbelievable that nobody would notice that Zane, the deceased for 15 years leader of Ocassus, is just wandering around Phoenix Drop, the nation that he himself visited and waged war upon multiple times. In his searching, he hears that Emmeline is this super devout and well-informed follower of Irene, so he stalks her husband, Kenmer, and follows him into her home and asks if she has any time to speak about their Lord and Savior. That's not a joke, he actually said that.
I wanted to see if I could take a moment to talk to you about our Lord and Savior.
Of course, Emmeline is overjoyed and accepts, but at the end of the episode, we see that Zane used this opportunity to kidnap her. Anyway, back in the Yggdrasil forest with the Heart of Darkness, Aphmau has convinced her squad to leave her in a room alone with Shad. She says that she wants him to trust her and feel like they're on an even playing field, but like, girl, he could rock your shit. But even Caitlin thinks this is a great idea and everyone just leaves Aphmau alone with the most evil villain of all time. Once everyone's gone, Shad is super pissed at Aphmau, or Irene, for what she did in their past. Of course, Aphmau doesn't have any memories of being Irene though, so she has no idea what the hell he's talking about. But to fill in these blanks, we get a flashback of the original Divine Warriors. In the flashback, Irene is giving out the relics for the first time. When Irene names Shad the Destroyer and gives him his relic, he seems kinda offended and calls his powers a curse. But Irene assures him that, you know, where there's light there must also be darkness and it'll maintain the balance of all things and whatever. But back in the present, Shad says that if he had known the true cost of the power he was given by Irene that day, he would have rejected it. And then he just vanishes and Aphmau has no idea what he means still. It's unclear if Aphmau actually saw this flashback or if that was just for us. A while later, the Elder has requested an audience with Aphmau, so Zoe escorts her to him. Once Aphmau gets there and meets him, he already knows about the Heart of Darkness and Shad and everything that happened between them. And when asked how he knows all that, he says that the trees speak to him. Alright. Luckily though, he says that the Heart of Darkness is no threat and has no real power, so Aphmau has nothing to worry about. Shad is still a problem though, and the Elder says that the only way to defeat him is to find the other 5 Divine Warriors and their relics and join them all together again. So that sounds simple enough, right guys? Meanwhile, Zane is holding Emmeline captive in a cave, and when she asks if he's gonna kill her, he says,
That all depends on if you're a good girl or not.
So this guy's a fucking freak. He says that he wants information out of her and that this information will somehow give him the power to become the Shadow Lord. He tells her that she can leave if she wants, but if she does, he'll kill her husband. So basically she can't leave, and now she has to stay and research under Zane's supervision. And to make matters worse, in the Nether, Shad has just ordered Jean to find and kill Zane and retrieve the fragment because he's worried about it ending up in Irene's hands. Back in Yggdrasil, Lilith and Alina are playing around outside when Alina accidentally creates this black magical flower. Aphmau immediately takes her to the Elder, and he says that the relic Alina absorbed while Aphmau was pregnant with her is starting to react to events going on in the world. Basically, since Shad is more present in this realm again, he's getting pissed off that Alina has this relic that is rightfully his. And now, because of that, her powers are starting to take form. Or something like that. Aphmau is pretty concerned because, you know, Alina is 3, and 3-year-olds are usually not equipped to wield the same power as someone who tried to destroy the world. The Elder says that because she's so young, this power could consume her, whatever that means. But he assures them that she'll be fine because Aphmau is a relic wielder herself, and she can just teach Alina how to control it, because Aphmau has been the expert at that so far. Before the two of them leave, he gives Aphmau a bottle of sacred water from the springs here in the forest, and he says that if Alina gets hurt, then this water can heal her. How neat! It's never brought up again. As they're leaving, Aphmau says,
"What in the world could be causing this to happen to her?"
Girl, the Elder just told you exactly what caused this to happen. Do you listen? Back with the group, everyone decides that their first step to find all of the descendants of the Divine Warriors is to find Travis, because he's a descendant of Enki. And apparently some more off-screen shit happened, and according to Caitlin, Travis renounced his position as Aphmau's guard and decided to isolate himself. And also, since when did everyone just know that Travis was a descendant of Enki? We as the audience had kind of inferred that because they sure do look a lot alike, but the characters themselves never discussed that. Anyway, back in some other village, Jean just spawns another portal and sends a bunch of Shadow Knights after all the villagers and goes fucking insane. He orders his crew to kill Irene if they see her, but to leave Alina alive because she's more valuable to them. Anyway, next episode, Levin accidentally burns himself cooking and he asks Aphmau if she can use her Irene healing magics to heal him, to which she says she can't, and that she hasn't had any of her healing magics since Alina was born. Levin then asks if he has any healing powers since he, you know, is genuinely of Irene's bloodline.
Your sister was my great-great-great-great-grandmother.
This is making me realize that all of this Divine Warrior stuff did not happen as long ago as they want us to think it did. 6 generations is about 200 years, and that sounds like a lot of time, but in the context of a world like this, it's really not. All the characters that we've encountered in this world so far don't really seem to know a lot about the Divine Warriors or who they even were. But if all that only happened 200 years ago, they would certainly know way more than they seem to. Hell, Zoe's mentioned her immortality dozens of times. She would have been alive at the same time as Irene. Think about what we in reality know about what happened 200 years ago. It's not lost history like all these ancient civilizations. Hey, sorry for the abrupt scene switch. I got interrupted the last time that I was filming this part of the video. My roommate came home and I don't want her to hear any of the bullshit that I'm saying about the Aphmau cinematic universe. And mind you, the last sitting that I filmed was like my 4th attempt at filming this part of the video, and that was probably like 3 months ago at this point. But then my life got really fucking crazy and I didn't have time to film anymore, and I've waited so long to get back into it that it's summer now and I've moved out of my apartment and I'm back in my childhood bedroom. So excuse the change of scenery for the rest of the video, we're almost done with this part, I promise. Anyway, Leochant walks in and tells Levin that he'll take over the cooking and that he'll add some Tula twists into it. Once the guard squad sits down to eat, everyone's grubbing and enjoying themselves until Aphmau mentions that Leochant was the one that cooked. Then, suddenly, Garth's racist ass is like, aren't you guys worried about the food? Caitlin rushes to Leochant's defense and is like, what the hell are you implying? And indirectly calls Garth out for his racism. Which is crazy coming from the future werewolf racist. We'll get there. But Leochant is so fucking oblivious, he's like, oh, well, if you're concerned about the nutritional value of the food, it has everything you would need for a healthy meal. And then Garth just says he's not hungry and he leaves. I hate to see Garth's character be assassinated like this. My Garth would not be a racist. After dinner, Caitlin speaks to Garth and asks him what's on his mind and why he's such a fucking racist. He's pretty straight up with her and says that he's not very comfortable with the picks she made for the dragon board, Leochant specifically. Caitlin says she understands that Tula are the ones that invaded Ocassus and apparently took Garth's parents with them, which is new lore, I'm pretty sure. Like, this is the first time I'm hearing of it, unless I just wasn't paying attention. But Garth gets kinda angry and says that she doesn't really understand what he's feeling. Caitlin retorts and says the whole reason she joined the Jury of 9 was to protect her family family. And Garth says that's not the same. She says at least he knows where his parents are and maybe he should go and find them like the rightful heir to the throne that he is. And then they start physically fighting each other and need to be broken up by Aphmau. Aphmau defends Caitlyn's choice to put Leochant on the dragon board, and that's that. Garth and Caitlyn apologize to each other and Leochant overheard that entire exchange. This poor fucking guy, dude. If he actually turns out to be evil, I will be so pissed off. Spoiler alert, he stops appearing a little over halfway through the season and we never find out if he really is evil. The next day, they finally dock at what's called the Phoenix Capital. It's said that Aphmau was the one who established the Phoenix Capital and it's located on the island of the Irene Ruins. And this is what became of that little settlement that Aphmau started back in Season 2. Leochant pulls Aphmau aside and tells her that he doesn't feel that he's fit to be Lilith and Alina's guard anymore. Aphmau immediately clocks that he's doing this because he overheard the fight last night, so instead she promotes him to her personal guard and says that he will escort her to Travis alone, just to prove to Garth that he can do it. Once everyone makes it to the town square, they find Malachi and ask him about Travis. He says that everyone in the town fears Travis. And this doesn't surprise me because Travis could probably be a registered sex offender. But then he says that they're all scared because he's the son of the demon warlock and not because he's a predator. Which I guess is justified if they don't know him personally and they don't know that he's not a demon, he's just a fucking freak. Malachi says that because everyone's afraid of him, Travis just never leaves his house on the mountain. So now, Aphmau and Leochant are heading up the mountain alone, just the two of them, and he takes the opportunity to ask Aphmau about Travis. And she responds that he just wasn't too good with women. That's one way to put it. And of course, Leochant says,
well, being in the presence of a lovely lady such as yourself.
We had been on such a good streak of no counter additions. The two of them finally arrive at Travis's dwellings and it's just a cave. Immediately after Travis and Aphmau's reunion, he begins to objectify Aphmau.
I missed you.
I missed you too, Travis.
Especially your sweet...
Travis.
Nobody is surprised. After beating the shit out of him, Aphmau starts asking Travis questions about Enki and his relic. He doesn't really have any answers, but then he realizes if the relics are passed down through descendants of the Divine Warriors and Travis doesn't have Enki's relic, then his dad must be the one who has it. So now they have to kill his dad.
We're going to have to kill my father.
Casual. Travis asks to speak to Aphmau alone, and he tells her about why he's been secluding himself on top of this mountain for so long. He says that a few years ago, right after he stepped down as Aphmau's guard, a woman in the Phoenix capital went missing. He went out to find her, and when he did, she was being attacked by one of the demon warlock's imps. This one was super strong, so Travis needed to turn into his demon form to defeat it, and when he did, the lost girl was terrified of him, and so was the rest of the search party, so he left the town. Then he asks Aphmau if she still has the necklace that he gave her shortly after they met.
Remember the one that made Lawrence throw a tantrum?
She says she does, and Travis says that if they want to defeat the Demon Warlock, for real this time because they did defeat him back in Season 2, they need to bring that necklace back to Enki Island. Back in Travis's cave, Leochant is just standing around passing the time when Garth walks in and pulls his sword on him. He says nothing the entire time, and Caitlyn has to break up the fight. Also, when did Caitlyn get here? She realizes pretty quickly that this isn't the real Garth, and it's actually just an imp disguised as him. Aphmau and Travis show up to kill the imp, and Travis and Caitlyn have an awkward reunion.
Travis.
Caitlyn, it's good to see you.
You too. You're looking well. Thanks for, killing Garth for me.
For you, no problem.
Another of the Demon Warlock's imps? You're getting sloppy, Travis. You're lucky I was here.
I was thinking the exact same thing. I'm surprised you came up to see me.
I didn't. I came to check on Aphmau.
Of course.
Can you two give it a rest for a moment? Jeez.
What are you talking about?
What? We're just talking.
So they're messy exes in the Diaries universe is what I've gathered from this. Anyway, Travis fills the rest of the group in on how they need to head to Enki Island and they set off. Back in Phoenix Drop though, Dante is kind of stressed out about everything. He feels bad about Emmeline's disappearance and blames it on himself, and he's worried about the gang heading out on a journey weeks ago and still not being back. And just as the cherry on top, when he gets home from work, he's greeted by his wife Kawaii-chan making small talk with his brother Jean. And Kawaii-chan is obviously completely oblivious to the fact that he's a Shadow Knight and can manipulate memories, and it seems like he's already affected her memories. She makes a comment to Jean about how it's been so long since they've seen him, but they've never met before. Jean starts basically using Kawaii-chan to manipulate Dante so he can't lash out at him without Kawaii-chan getting upset, because she truly believes that her and Jean go way back and that he's a great friend and a great brother to Dante. The two brothers head out for a day on the town where we find out that Jean has manipulated everyone in Phoenix Drop into loving him and thinking they've known him forever. And honestly, Jean is kind of the coolest villain in the ACU for that. Zane, Shad, and the Demon Warlock don't really have any cool, scary abilities that add any tension to the plot, but Jean's memory-altering abilities are actually really interesting. I just wish that we could have leaned into it a little bit earlier and more often. Once the two of them are alone, Jean admits to Dante that the whole reason he's here is to find Zane. Dante is surprised because he thought for sure he would have been here to find Aphmau, and why the hell would he know where Zane is? When Dante tells him that he doesn't know where he is, Jean doesn't believe him and starts threatening Dante's life. Oh no, upsetting cliffhanger time. Back with Aphmau and friends, Travis, Caitlin, and Aphmau have already made it to Enki Island. That was pretty quick. They're not there for a few minutes before some guy starts bullying the shit out of Travis, calling him a curse and saying he never should have come back here and a bunch of other crazy things. And Travis just takes it. I hate that we're trying to make Travis some troubled character so that he can get away with being a freak. The gang gets the necklace from the boat, and while they're there, they hear a strange noise. And lo and behold, Alina snuck her way onto the fucking boat. How many times does this have to happen in this universe? Travis and Caitlin are super concerned, Travis especially, saying that she shouldn't even be on the island during this battle that they're about to have. But Aphmau, Mother of the Year, says that they're going to bring Alina with them. She says that being with them is the safest place Alina could be, but I could think of at least 2 or 3 pretty good alternatives. Like they could bring her back to the Phoenix capital and come back a few days later, or leave her on the boat, or leave her with someone on the island that Travis trusts, but nope. She's coming with us, and I'm sure that everything will be just fine. They travel further into the island, and Travis attempts to open a portal to the Demon Warlock's realm. He's unsuccessful, and everyone starts arguing about it and pointing fingers when Alina just opens the portal herself. Because of course she did. So Travis and Aphmau head into the portal, and Alina and Caitlin stay behind with the goal that Alina will bring them back as soon as they need her to. And this is me reminding you that Alina is 3 years old. Why are we putting all this pressure on her when nobody even knows how she just did that? Back in Phoenix Drop, Dante and Jean are still arguing, so Jean starts wiping the townspeople's memories of him. He starts with Leona, then Kenmer, and then his own wife, Kawaii-chan. He begs Kawaii-chan to remember him because, you know, they're married and have a kid together, but suddenly she's terrified of him. Then Jean walks in and Kawaii-chan calls him her love, and we see that Jean has altered Kawaii-chan's memories to make her his wife. And Jean does all of this just to get Dante to go find Zane, with the implication that he'll give everyone their memories back if he does. This might be the first actual high-stakes thing to happen in the entire series. And I don't care, it is unironically actually cool. My question is, what would happen to Phoenix Drop while Dante's away? Would he just have to accept that his long-lost brother is probably f***ing his wife while all of the town's safety relies on him finding Zane? I guess he realized this because before long, Dante's had enough of Jean's shit and he just starts fighting him. He's losing, pretty f***ing quickly in fact, so he says that this fate Jean has resigned him to is worse than death, and he should just kill him now to get it over with. Which is pretty badass. Jean's about to finish the job when Nekoet and Dimitri show up and save Dante's life because they've been in guard training this whole time. And right as Jean is about to f*** Nekoet up, the entire Phoenix Drop population shows up with their memories back. Dante gets all cocky and says, "I guess you got a little distracted." Which I guess implies that Jean needs to be constantly aware of the memories that he's altering in order for them to remain that way. So is Dante's original village still affected by these fake memories, or... So Phoenix Drop is all back on Dante's side, and he now has the perfect opportunity to defeat Jean. But he lets him go, like a fucking idiot. Dude, you saw how quickly he f***ed your shit up in just one single day, and you're gonna let him go so he could potentially come back and do it all over again? Back on Enki Island, Travis and Aphmau made it into the Demon Warlock's realm, and they're pretty quickly greeted by him and his army of imps. Then the Demon Warlock says something about how Irene did something bad back in her prime, but again, he won't explain because nobody ever f***ing does. He just says that she did something f***ed up to Shad. They start fighting again, blah blah blah. Eventually, Travis gets the opportunity to stab him in the back and banish him with his tome, or something. And now he's gone, I guess. That was pretty anticlimactic. The whole thing took less than 10 minutes. They have Enki's relic now, but once they're out of the realm and back to reality, Travis passes out. Figures, since he's covered in his own blood. They bring him back to the village where he gets treated for his injuries and overdoses on muscle relaxers.
I didn't want you to cause any further harm to yourself, so I gave you a muscle relaxer.
How much did you give me? I can't lift a finger!
Aphmau and Caitlin are confused why Enki's relic hasn't entered Travis yet, since he's a descendant of a divine warrior. So to get some answers, they head to Enki's temple that Aphmau and Travis visited back in Season 2. Once they arrive, Enki's relic glows and opens a dark, scary, secret tunnel. And they enter without so much as a second thought. Further inside, they find a library filled with nothing but empty books. Aphmau starts having a breakdown about how she's put so much effort into her searches in the past few years to absolutely no avail. That is, until one of the books starts filling up with text in a language Caitlin doesn't recognize. And when Aphmau tries to read it, she just fucking levitates and turns all kinds of different colors. She sees a vision of Irene's past where she met Shad for the first time. Back when they were both still mortals, Irene was sent to find a man people referred to as a shadow for the way he destroyed crops while remaining unseen. When she found him, he raised his sword at her, and when they fought, they realized they both were equally strong and blessed by the gods. Shad saw it as a curse, whereas Irene was just happy to find someone like her. And then they immediately get to flirting. And also, this entire flashback contradicts everything that Hyria told us back in Season 2 about how the Divine Warriors are just normal mortals without the relics. These people are obviously not just normal mortals. Anyway, once they part ways, Aphmau comes back to reality, and her and Caitlin head back to Travis. So what did we get from that, actually? I thought we came here to learn about Enki and his relic. Once they get back, Caitlin and Aphmau fill Travis in on everything they saw and Aphmau's vision. And Travis is just as upset as I am about the fact that they found a secret library in Enki's tomb and just left afterwards. Travis's theory is that the information kept in all of the books is encrypted or hidden somehow. But we're actually going to ignore all of this and not go back to the tome for over 20 episodes. The ladies bring up the questions they have about why Enki's relic hasn't fused with Travis yet, and Travis has a very simple answer. It's not fusing with him because he doesn't want it. Okay, so did Alina want Shad's relic when it fused with her before she was born? And also, can't Travis just take one for the f***ing team? Jesus Christ. Later, everyone heads back to the Phoenix capital, and Aphmau brings Alina back to Garth and Lilith. Garth apologizes for letting Alina sneak past him and slip onto the boat, but Aphmau assures him that it's fine, and she's actually okay with the fact that Alina snuck aboard. She says that she wants her kids to grow up with a sense of adventure and to be free because one day they might not have this freedom anymore. This is the gentle parenting final boss. I understand wanting your kid to have fun and gain new experiences, but she's 3. You were on your way to fight the demon warlock. She could have died. Sometimes you do need to tighten the reins just a little. Later, Malachi walks in and tells Aphmau and Garth that Picaro village was attacked by Shadow Knights, and now very little remains. Allegedly, the Shadow Knights were searching for someone, and Aphmau and Garth assume that means Alina, when we as the audience know they're really looking for Zane. So Aphmau declares that they need to find a new place far away to hide Alina and Lilith, and it doesn't take much thinking for Aphmau to decide that she wants to take them to Hyria's cottage in the Enchanted Forest. Unfortunately though, Caitlin, Leocha, and Travis won't be joining us, as they'll all be heading back to the Guard Academy and the Dragon Ward. And this is the last time we ever see Leochant. Who's surprised, really? Aphmau, Garth, and the girls arrive at Hyria's house, and Aphmau waits no time before asking Hyria some questions about Irene. Hyria says she won't be able to answer many questions in the way Aphmau hopes, because Irene specifically instructed Hyria not to give her future self any information about her past, because she doesn't want to repeat her old mistakes. But isn't that all the more reason to inform Aphmau of her past, so she doesn't repeat her old mistakes? You know, there's a pretty famous saying, those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it. And therefore new incarnations of immortal beings who don't know information about their previous lives are doomed to repeat their past mistakes. But regardless, Aphmau sees no flaws in this logic. She informs Hyria of all of the visions she's been having, and Hyria says it's possible that before Irene reincarnated herself, she implanted some of her memories into the relic, and Aphmau is only seeing them now because her relic is calling out to Shad's. Whatever that means. Now that Alina and Lilith are settled in, it's time for Aphmau to head out. Without Garth. Because he's staying back to watch the girls. Before Aphmau leaves, Hyria says,
"It is dangerous to travel alone. Take this."
And gives Aphmau what's basically a newer version of the communication amulet from previous seasons. So Aphmau heads out and tries to find some leads as to where Haley or Lucinda are. And I'll be real, I do not remember why we're going out to find them specifically. And I'll be even more real, I am not going back to rewatch these episodes to find out. Hey, it's me again. Surprise. Aphmau is looking for Haley or Lucinda because Picaro village was invaded by Shadow Knights, as stated just a couple minutes ago. Somehow I had already forgotten that. Okay, moving on. In her search, Aphmau finds an encampment of displaced people. She's pretty quickly recognized as Irene, and a man asks her if she can use her healing magics to heal their wounded. Obviously, Aphmau's magics are gone right now, but nobody else knows that, and instead of explaining, she just says she has to go and looks like a total ass to all these people. And then once she leaves, she just passes out. Thankfully for her though, in the very next episode, she wakes up in the home Haley is staying in. Lucky break. But while she's still passed out, she has another vision of Irene. In the vision, Irene turns down healing the people of a village because it would overexert her power and cause her to pass out for a really long time. But then she sees Shad with a bad injury and heals him. Way to hold your ground. Once Aphmau wakes up, Haley shows her what remains of Picaro Village, and it's not pretty. The two of them head to Lucinda's tower to find any clues about where she may have gone, but neither of them can find anything. While they're inside, two guards from a nearby village called Skystead are here by the orders of their lord to find Haley and bring her back to their land. Because apparently the lord of Skystead wants Haley to marry her son. And she just has that authority, I guess, because Haley goes with them without any complaints. Back in the Nether, Gina's getting the shit beaten out of him by Shad for spending his time in the overworld trying to intimidate Dante instead of finding Zane in the fragment. Shad declares that Gina will be sent to the torture chamber for his crimes, and now Shad is going to the overworld himself. His underling warns him that he can't maintain his physical form in the overworld without all of the fragments, but he goes anyway. Awesome. After Haley was taken away by the Skystead guards, Aphmau followed closely behind and ended up at their village. She does some reconnaissance to find out where Haley is, and once she knows for sure, she just bursts into the Lord's Hall and starts screaming about how she objects to Haley's marriage. But there is no marriage. And the Lord, who's named Janna, by the way, is about to have her thrown into the dungeon for intruding until Haley lies and says that Aphmau is just her incompetent handmaid named Apple. So Lord Janna lets the two of them leave, and now Haley has to prepare for a date with Janna's son, Balder. Does he perhaps own any gates? Good one. Haley asks for Aphmau's help because Aphmau's had plenty of men in her life.
You've had plenty of men in your life.
But Aphmau doesn't even know what a date is somehow.
What? What's a date?
Haley insists and says that if she had a baby, her and Aaron had to have been close. So she pushes even further and asks questions about what Aphmau and Aaron did when they were alone together.
We trained! Yes, but what kind of training?
In the forest with swords! He taught me how to use a sword more efficiently!
I see. Is that romantic?
I don't know! I didn't have time to think about that when he was attempting to pierce me with his sword!
Was his sword sharp?
Yes! But what does that have anything to do with?
I mean, he must have gotten you with it at least once.
And I think I'm going to be sick. Moving on, Haley and Balder go on their first date together, and it's pretty awkward. He planned a little picnic for them both, but they barely know each other, so it's pretty hard to watch. Aphmau's watching them from afar the entire time, and Haley excuses herself twice to go get advice from her just a few feet away from where Balder is sitting. Aphmau keeps talking about him pulling his sword on her, and I'm about to lose my mind with all of this sword talk when Shad pulls up with his sword, but like his real sword, not his dick. I mean, he probably also does have his dick on his person, but Aphmau and Shad are fighting in the forest when Balder and Haley spot them. Haley's first instinct is to get jealous because she thinks whatever Aphmau is doing is a date. You know, what with all the swords and all that. And Balder has to break the news that just because there's swords involved doesn't mean it's a date. Very true. And he takes this opportunity to pull out his sword. And it's actually not a sword, it's a dagger. And it's, the joke is that he has a small dick, okay?
Oh, that's a dagger. I thought it was a sword. Not as big as I thought it was.
It's not about the size, it's how you use it.
Now that Haley knows that Aphmau and Shad are actually fighting for real, she wants to go help them. But instead, Balder just knocks her out and says that nobody can know she's a witch if they are to marry, and now he has to go tell his mommy. It's not like it's ever really been a secret. Haley's been pretty open about being a witch the entire time that we've known her. Why am I getting sick all of a sudden? I swear to God, this f***ing video is cursed. Aphmau and Shad are fighting when they start arguing about Irene and her memories and what she did to Shad in her past. Aphmau isn't having it, so Shad starts using Aaron's voice to manipulate her. He starts talking about how he remembers their child together and wants to have a family with her, and Aphmau starts believing it and giving in. Once Shad calls her Irene though, she snaps back into herself and pushes him off of her. as Shad is about to deliver the final blow, he suddenly loses control of his body as Aaron's real self this time shouts at Aphmau to run. And I'll be real, that was kind of unexpected. Like, has Aaron actually been aware of everything that Shad's been doing in his body this whole time and he's just unable to do anything about it? I kind of f with the concept, but I would still prefer if Aaron would just die instead. Aphmau takes this opportunity and runs away, and once Shad regains control of himself, he returns back to the Nether. Aphmau finds Baldur and Haley off somewhere else, and Baldur announces that as soon as Haley gains consciousness, they'll be wed. Aphmau challenges Baldur to a fight, to which he whips out his dagger.
Judge not by its size, for it is a sword.
So ladies, write that down. Baldur continues justifying the kidnapping and forced marriage of this unconscious woman by saying that it's for the good of Picaro Village, because if she doesn't marry him, there'll be nothing left of it. Picaro Village was just destroyed by Shadow Knights. This threat means nothing. And it doesn't even matter because Aphmau just kicks him in the gut and he runs off like a cockroach. Back in the Nether, Shad and Aaron are speaking inside of their collective brain or something. Shad is grilling Aaron and asking him why he would ever risk his life for a woman like Irene, and Aaron is giving very minimal answers. He either stays silent or just repeats that she's not Irene, she's Aphmau. And if these were any other characters in any other universe, I'd probably be thinking, "Aw, that's so sweet, he sees her as herself and not her past." But it's Aaron and Aphmau, so I just roll my eyes and move on. Zane and Emlyn have been chilling in the same cave for a handful of episodes now, and seemingly Emlyn has made no progress in her research. Zane starts having flashbacks to when he became a Shadow Knight, which was basically just torture until his soul gave in. Apparently, Shad handpicks every Shadow Knight and saves them from the brink of death, or the Void. And the reason he picked Zane was because he promised that he could lead the Shadow Knights to Irene. And now, back in reality, Zane is starting to regret his choice. A couple Shadow Knights approach their cave, and Zane absolutely destroys them. And afterwards, he sets their cave, and therefore all of the research Emlyn spent forever working on fire. And the two of them set off again. I am one more useless plot point away from being actually institutionalized. And that is not a good sign because there are at least 100 more to go. In the Picaro camps, Haley and Aphmau are talking about the date and the fight with Shad and Aaron's sword and yada yada when more guards from Skystead Village show up and request that Haley go back with them. Again. This time though, Haley says no, and the guards pull out their /draw their swords and say that they were specifically told not to take no for an answer. The villagers of Picaro stand up for Haley and say that they won't let her go without a fight, and that's all it takes for the guards to go away, but with a promise that the entire Skystead army is going to come back. So now, the entire encampment has to pack their shit and get the hell out of here into a boat to sail far away. Haley and Aphmau meet with the Skystead guards in the forest to distract them while the villagers run, and Haley is way stronger than she ever let on. She just kills 4 people with her magics and barely has to lift a finger. She tells Aphmau to run and help everyone escape and says that she'll stay behind and fight and catch up when she's done. But of course, that won't happen. Literally 1 minute later, Haley's captured by the guards and taken back to Lord Janna. But you don't get to see how that happens. Nobody does, because it's not shown. Fuck you. It doesn't take long for Aphmau to find out what happened, so she goes back to Skystead in an attempt to save Haley, and right outside the gates she happens to run into this guy who's trying to sneak into Haley and Baldur's wedding. And TLDW, they make a deal and he agrees to help Aphmau into the wedding with them both disguised as handmaids. Get it, guys? The joke is that this man is in a dress. Funny, right? Once inside, Aphmau makes her way to the room Haley's standing in, but before they can talk, Aphmau needs to hide because Lord Janna is at the door. Once she comes in, Haley asks why she's unable to use her magics, and Janna responds by pulling out some gem that really shocks Haley, presumably because the gem is blocking her magics somehow. Janna goes on about how her intention is to expand their territory and become a powerful military state, and before she leaves, she mentions that she happens to know the location of a relic. So now, Aphmau and Haley are focused on finding out how to escape and finding more information about this relic. The first plan that they come up with is that Aphmau should seduce the guards and get them to find them a way out, because according to Haley,
you've got the bot for it.
But Aphmau's opposed to this idea, so instead she's going to risk her life and destroy the gem that's suppressing Haley's magic. So some bullshit ensues, more dudes in dresses. Some people get smacked in their heads with frying pans, one thing leads to another, you know how it is. Aphmau and Haley were about to escape thanks to the guy in a dress from earlier, who's named Lo, by the way, when Janna catches them and sentences Aphmau and Lo to death. Glad she didn't overreact. The two of them are knocked out and placed in holding cells with no clothes on. which would make this the second time that Aphmau has been knocked out and undressed. Once her and Lo regain consciousness, Aphmau starts freaking out about the fact that she's only in her underwear. Lo, our feminist king, says that he'll look away, but then Aphmau switches up and says, "Please, I'm a grown woman, and I'm not ashamed of my body."
At least, they left you decently clothed.
Are you kidding me? I'm in my undergarments. I feel exposed.
I'll look away.
Please. I'm a grown woman.
Are you sure?
I'm not ashamed of my own body.
Girl, that is not the point. I'm not ashamed of my body either, but I would still prefer not to be naked in front of strangers. Lo's response to this is,
Nice to hear a woman who isn't ashamed of what she looks like.
And I just don't like his phrasing or either of their use of the word ashamed in this entire interaction. Okay, I don't like my phrasing here either. Basically, I don't like the implications in the clip that someone not wanting to be exposed is equal to being ashamed of yourself. And I don't want to be the friend that's too woke, but is it just me or is that kind of a strange message to send to your audience of children? Aphmau makes a comment about how this isn't the first time she's ended up naked in a cell and asks, "Why does this keep happening to me?"
That's a great question. I've been wondering that myself.
How often do you get force-stripped into your underwear and thrown into dungeons? Is there something I should know about you?
She asks Lo what Janna's gonna do to them, and he asks her if he wants him to sugarcoat it. She says no, and he responds,
My kinda girl.
So what happened to being the respectful guy with boundaries? Anyway, he tells Aphmau that it's likely that they'll be executed before the wedding, which, need I remind you, is soon. Luckily for them, a cat has wandered into the prison, and their plan is to get it to grab the keys and bring them back to their cells, Pirates of the Caribbean style. Before they can get the keys though, a couple guards walk in and just start beating the shit out of Lo. Aphmau starts hearing the voice of Irene calling out to her and telling her to use her powers. Then she seems to lose control and just bursts through the bars of the prison, previously stated to be some of the strongest in the land, by the way, and she knocks out the guards like she just awoke her persona or something. But hold that thought, remember Emlyn and Zane? They made their way into a village, and after asking around, they find out that the local library has been taken by invading Tula guards and shut off to all of the villagers. So, at night, the two of them sneak in to try and find information about the fragment. Once inside, they're approached by a little old lady who says that she owns the library. She says she's really excited to be visited by people who truly care about literature and research, and she offers them a tour, but Zane makes Emlyn refuse. The lady leaves, and Zane starts threatening Emlyn's life. He says that if she can't produce any worthwhile results in an hour, Zane will have to hold her accountable, quote unquote. When the hour is up, Emlyn has failed to produce any new information, and it just so happens that the little old librarian walked in with a plate of cookies for them at just the wrong time. And Zane just fucking stabs this poor woman to death. Rest in peace. Back in Skystead Village, Haley and Balder are set to be married in an hour. Aphmau and Lo escape and make their way back to Haley, and again are caught by Janna. All three of them are immobilized by Janna's seemingly all-powerful gem that we still don't really have an explanation for, and she knocks Aphmau out. Again. Haley calls out to her and says her real name, Aphmau, for the first time in front of Janna. When Janna hears this and puts the pieces together that Aphmau is Irene, she suddenly declares that Aphmau will be the guest of honor at the wedding. And she also says that Aphmau looks pretty in her sleep.
Has anyone ever told you? You look pretty when you sleep.
One of Janna's guards brings her an amulet that they found in Aphmau's belongings, and it turns out to be the communication amulet from Hyria. Janna takes the amulet, somehow does a spot-on impersonation of Aphmau, and gets Garth to tell her a bunch of important information, like where her daughters are being kept, and the sacred forest, and all that. He doesn't get out much before Hyria catches on and smashes the amulet on the ground, like the girl boss she is and always has been. But it's still too late, and now Janna has just enough information to blackmail Aphmau. Janna asks Aphmau if she'll cooperate with the wedding, and when she says no, again, Janna says that she'll reveal to the whole realm where her daughters are. So Aphmau does the right thing and gives in and says she'll cooperate. The wedding goes on, and Haley and Balder are wed with no interruptions, until after their kiss, Janna brings Lo out and says that she's about to execute him to set an example in front of all these people. If I had a nickel for every time that an evil monarch in this universe was going to execute someone at a wedding right after Aphmau was held naked in a prison cell, I would have 2 nickels, but it's weird that it happened twice, right? Thankfully though, Aphmau does another mind communication thing with Irene and just goes on a fucking massacre and kills a bunch of guards to free Lo and Haley. If I had a nickel for every time someone entered another form, what? I feel like I'm talking at 1,000,000 miles a minute. If I had a nickel for every time someone entered another form at a wedding and started massacring dozens of people, I'd have 2 nickels. Jess must be really running out of ideas by this point because this entire arc is way too similar to the werewolf wedding arc from season 2, word for word, bar for bar. Aphmau comes down out of her Irene form, Lo smashes the gem that gave Janna her power, and our gang successfully escapes. So remember when Emlyn couldn't meet Zane's crazy demands, so he killed that poor grandma? He's actually still so mad about it that he set the entire village on fire and killed 30 people, and he tells Emlyn that this is all her fault. Conveniently, Dante and Kenmer are also here now. And Dante and Zane have the same voice actor, so it's basically just this guy talking to himself for a whole episode. To summarize this whole long, drawn-out fight, Zane smacks the shit out of Kenmer and Dante. Zane tries to tell Emlyn that if they leave now, he won't hurt anyone else, and while he's distracted, Kenmer tries to go in for the kill and ends up getting impaled himself. Points for trying, I guess. And right when you think it's all gone to hell since Emlyn's husband was just murdered in front of her eyes, Lucinda shows up for the first time this season. We already know Lucinda is our queen, so Zane realizes he no longer has the upper hand and resorts to holding his sword to a child's throat and threatens to kill him if Emlyn doesn't go with him. And because nothing good can happen to this poor girl, she agrees to go with Zane and they teleport away somewhere else. So all that we got out of that was that Kenmer died. And why should I care? He has had maybe a total of 20 minutes of screen time, and that's probably being generous. Emlyn's pretty upset about it. She says that she has nothing to live for anymore and can't even speak, she's so torn up. But I don't really care that much for Emlyn either, so I'm not affected. Okay, update from editing me, I actually am affected. When I was going back and editing in the clips for this season, I saw this part of the episode that I guess I just missed in my initial watch through.
That's odd. For a moment there. Why did I feel sad?
That was actually T. In case you forgot, Sasha and Kenmer used to be engaged before she died and became a Shadow Knight, and I always wanted that to be expanded on a little more because it kind of got forgotten and abandoned so long ago, but that's actually a really tragic conclusion. Like, damn, she died years ago and now that he's finally dead too, they can't even be reunited? Like, shit. Dante and Lucinda are speaking the next morning and we get a Shadow Knight lore drop. Lucinda says that in all of her years, she's never seen a sentient Shadow Knight like Zane is. She says that all other Shadow Knights are zombies, shells without a will of their own. But Zane is different and can make his own decisions, which makes him stronger. But like, what about Vlad and Lawrence? They seemed pretty sentient and separate from the will of the Shadow Lord to me. Regardless, Dante doesn't want to stop trying to save Emlyn no matter how strong Zane may be. Lucinda tells him that Zane could have taken her anywhere in the world, so there's no point going after them, and that, combined with Dante's guilt about all the dead people in this village, is enough to keep him from running off to find Zane for now. And now, Aphmau's in another dream realm speaking to Irene. This dream realm thing happens so many times in the ACU, even outside of Diaries, but it doesn't really make sense to me when it happens with Aphmau and Irene. It's not like Aphmau is a descendant of Irene, she is Irene. So now, because of all these scenes where Aphmau is speaking to Irene separately as if they're 2 different people, I'm diagnosing her with multiple personality disorder. Irene tells Aphmau to head to Enki's library and says that that's where she'll find the answers. Answers to what exactly? Who cares, we're going anyway. Aphmau wakes up, and now her, Haley, all the Picaro refugees, and Lo are going to head for the Phoenix capital. Or Phoenix Alliance Island. Or the Allegiance capital. The name changes several times within these 2 minutes, so f*** me, I guess. That night, Aphmau tries to use her communication amulet to update Garth and Hyria on the whole situation, but it doesn't work. Hyria and Garth are also investigating why the amulet is broken, and Hyria says that the connection between the 2 ends has been severed somehow. I don't know, my guess would probably be when Hyria threw the amulet on the ground and broke it just a couple episodes ago. But worry not, Hyria is sending a spirit bird with a message to Aphmau. And how does this spirit bird know where Aphmau is exactly? I don't know, it's a spirit bird, obviously. Okay, flashback to season 2. Remember when Aaron sacrificed himself to save Gareth, but it was never explained how this happened? And I complained about it? And there's a lot of questions that this might be raising, like how the hell did he do that? But I implore you to stop asking so many questions because there will not be any answers. Surprise! For once there are actually answers. Albeit the answers are pretty vague, but you know, we take what we can get. Zane tells Emlyn that he once held Esmond's relic, and when one removes a relic from someone, it requires a sacrifice, which is the death of the person removing the relic. So basically, Aaron entered the Irene dimension where Zane and Garth were fighting, performed the sacrifice to remove the relic from Zane, and when Aaron died, he brought Zane with him. And of course, Garth absorbed Esmond's relic because he's one of Esmond's descendants. How did Aaron know all of this? How does Zane know all of this? Alright, it's time to set sail. Haley, Lo, Aphmau, and others all have a boat now, and they're headed straight for the Phoenix capital. Once they dock, Levin asks Aphmau if they've heard anything about Lord Janna from Skystead, because there's rumors going around about a white-eyed demon that massacred a bunch of people. And obviously, that would be Aphmau. But I'm almost positive there will be no consequences. Hey, there's only 5 episodes left and the series is unfinished, so who even cares? Later, Aphmau finds Caitlin and Travis and tells them that she needs to go back to Enki Island. Caitlin says she can't go because she has too many obligations to the Dragon Board, and when Travis is asked if he'll go, he just says no. Thanks. But no worries, Aphmau doesn't have to go by herself. Everybody's longtime favorite character, Lo, is going with her. Right before they're about to leave, Malachi shows up and tells Aphmau the news that Kenmer is dead. Oh no! Right? So Malachi fills Aphmau in on everything that happened to Emlyn, and she's pretty torn up and upset about her and Zane being missing, but she still prioritizes her trip to Enki Island. At least now, Lucinda's going with her. Last night, Emlyn found the courage to grab the fragment and run away from Zane while he slept. And she's successful somehow. At least for a little while. Eventually, she runs into a bunch of werewolves and they just so happen to be Fenrir and his guards. You know, like Fenrir from Season 2? The guy who Aphmau was almost forcefully married to? That Fenrir. Almost immediately after they run into each other, Fenrir orders his guard, Blaze, to take Emlyn back to their castle as their prisoner. And I suppose she got lucky because Blaze acts surprised that Fenrir didn't order them to kill her straight away. Once they've put Emlyn in a room by herself, Fenrir and Blaze speak alone, and Fenrir asks how the scouts they've sent searching for Aphmau are faring. Blaze says they've still yet to find anything, and Fenrir goes on an angry rant about how he needs to find Aphmau to make her pay for killing his father, and once they find her, he'll either kill her or make her marry him.
Revenge. I want her family dead. Then, I want her to either marry me or die.
And dude, this guy was so chill in the beginning, he was literally in love with someone else and didn't want anything to do with Aphmau. What happened? Not like it even matters because these people are never seen again. Well, they are like once, but it's so irrelevant it doesn't matter. There's only 2 episodes left, shut up. Lo, Lucinda, and Aphmau finally arrive on Enki Island. Lo and Aphmau head out to get supplies, leaving Lucinda alone, and in the first 2 minutes of her being on land, she gets outed as a witch and suddenly everyone wants her dead. I didn't know witch racism was such a real issue in this world. Lo saves the day though and flash bombs the entire crowd, creating a smooth escape for the squad. After a short journey, the 3 of them arrive at the library. Once inside, Aphmau has a couple different visions of Irene's past, specifically when one of the previous Divine Warriors, Menphia, resigns from her role. As Menphia leaves, she says she's going to Tula, and when Aphmau wakes up, she takes this as a sign that they need to go to Tula too. But of course, nobody will be going to Tula, because this is the last episode of Minecraft Diaries ever. Well, kind of. Not including the reboot series that is also unfinished. Okay, welcome back to my tier list segment. We're finally finished with Minecraft Diaries. Can I get a huzzah? Right, I actually really like Diaries Season 3. Even though it's unfinished, it is obviously the most put together and planned out of the Diaries seasons. The production value is actually really good, and I actually do love the voice acting. I think that Jess's voice acting kind of sucks in the My Street universe because she's trying to be, like, forced cute, you know? But she actually does a pretty decent job with dramatics and more serious moments that you see in Diaries. I find Aphmau as a character pretty insufferable in My Street, and she's not my favorite in other Diaries seasons either, but she's actually really tolerable this season. And the compliment tally is kept to a minimum. Like I've been saying, Diaries has good bones, and this season actually kind of brings it all together. It's not perfect, but considering what it has to work with from previous seasons, it does a pretty good job. Dante's character is actually awesome this season too. I love him and Jean and their story the most. Overall, it's pretty dang good, and for that, Diaries Season 3 gets its own special tier above S tier. It's peak, I don't care, argue with the wall. Yay, we did it! Thank fucking God. Now that Diaries is finished, it's finally time to unpack everything from all 3 seasons. And again, let me be clear, a lot of these issues aren't that big of a deal considering who the intended audience for this series is and what the series actually is. It's a fucking Minecraft roleplay for kids. It doesn't have to have a perfect story or super sound logic in order for its audience to enjoy it. And matter of fact, nothing has to be objectively good in order for it to be enjoyed. If you think that way, your life must be extremely fucking boring. Again, this is all just for fun. The target audience for this series really enjoyed it, and that's all that matters. 11-year-olds like a cheesy and, dare I say, camp fantasy story filled with Mary Sue-isms and contradictions galore, and that's okay. Back in the beginning of Season 1, it's clear that the scope of Minecraft Diaries is much smaller. I'd say that only about 10% or less of each episode was scripted, and the focus is mostly still on gameplay more than anything else. You can tell that there's some idea where the plot is gonna go, since Vlad is like the first thing we see in the very first episode, and he, Xenix, Jean, and Sasha can be seen throughout the first few episodes up to some mischievous things, but I think the idea of the Nether being some source of evil Shadow Knights is really the extent of what Jess had in mind when she started the series. I don't think that Divine Warriors or Irene or Zane were even part of the equation in anyone's minds at this point. But as things progress, it becomes abundantly clear that they bit off a little bit more than they could chew with the plot. So many things are started and left unfinished, and eventually there's more characters than they know what to do with, so after certain points, several of them disappear for seemingly no reason. Most of them were irrelevant and I never even brought them up in the video, but there were some good characters that got written off too, like Nicole, which is sad because she was kinda one of my favorites. Like the characters, there are a lot of plot points that are written off too. Have you ever heard of Chekhov's gun? I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Basically, it's the idea that if something is present in a story, it should be there for a reason. Diaries is like if Chekhov's gun was a fucking minigun instead of a revolver. It's not like it's little things being brought up for no reason, it's entire characters, towns, gods, magic rules, and more. I'd say that if we cut Diaries down to only the necessary or relevant plot points, it'd only be like 50 episodes long because of everything that's been abandoned or unfinished. Not including the fact that the actual story is still unfinished and Season 3 never ended. Because the series was being written as they went, it's hard to identify a goal for the entire series. In most stories, especially children's stories, there's a general format that's followed most of the time, called the hero's journey, that you most certainly learned in school at one point. Usually it starts with some call to action and a goal that the main character is working towards for the entire story, but Diaries doesn't really have that. There's a lot of small calls to action that last maybe a dozen episodes or so each, but there isn't an overarching goal for the entire series. You might be saying, oh, what about defeating the Shadow Lord? And yeah, sure, that's something that the characters want to do, but thinking back to Season 1 when we first learned about the Shadow Lord, what steps did any of the characters take in order to do that? They do finally start to talk about it in Season 3, but again, that's 2 seasons totaling 200 episodes of just wandering around doing other shit until then. It's disappointing because I feel like the character does have good bones and good characters and good parts to it, but the way that they come together just falls really short. It's also kind of frustrating to feel like the rules of the universe are pretty much arbitrary and can be changed whenever Jess feels like it. As a writer, your audience needs to trust not only your characters, but your world as a whole, in the sense that rules regarding things like magic, society, government, etc. should all be consistent and generally pretty easily understood. Because what's the point of trying to care or understand anything when the rules could just be changed at the drop of a hat? The story contradicts itself at so many points, and the saddest part about it all is that it easily could have been prevented with like a Google Doc that has facts about the world and the characters that you reference as you write. Or like a proofreader. Or a link to the fucking Aphmau wiki or something, I don't know, it's not that hard to know your own story. Lord knows they needed a proofreader anyway. I brought up silly grammatical errors or typos as they came up, but if I stopped at every single one, this video would be double the length. And nobody wants that, Jesus fucking Christ. Also, even for a fantasy world where obviously suspension of disbelief is gonna be necessary, a lot of the things that happen aren't really believable. And a lot of this has to do with inconsistencies in the timeline. Like I brought up in Season 3, it's just not believable that all of this information about the Divine Warriors is supposed to be lost history despite it only happening a few generations ago and also logically one of the main cast members being alive during their time. When the main backbone of your story isn't really believable, everything else after that kind of falls flat too. Arguably, the biggest issue in all of this for me personally is the fact that any tension Jess tries to create in her writing is immediately lost on me because I know Aphmau is never going to face any real long-term consequences. It's hard to want to root for these characters when there's never been any real stakes against them. Like I said earlier, I don't like the term Mary Sue, but I'll say with full confidence that Aphmau is a Mary Sue. It's not like it matters that much because something like that is fun to watch if you're a kid, but I'm here to be a hater and I just know that Aphmau is never going to lose a fight. Like that one time she was fighting the demon warlock and suddenly had that Deus Ex Machina Irene form bestowed upon her out of nowhere. I'm never worried about her safety or whether or not she's going to make it out of a situation alive. There are absolutely no stakes. And speaking of stakes and tension, the villains kinda suck, I'm not gonna lie. For the majority of the series, the evil isn't really centralized, if that makes sense. There's a lot of smaller evils like Jean and Xenix, and then we have the Shadow Lord, and then we see the Demon Warlock in Season 2. But some of them, like Xenix and the Demon Warlock, just kinda disappear off the face of the earth for most of the series. And this is another reason that the stakes kinda suck. The villains haven't really proved themselves as being fearsome. It's also quite apparent to me that a lot of individual elements of Diaries are very reminiscent of common JRPG tropes. Which makes sense because Jess has been very open about her love of JRPGs for the entire time she's been on the internet. A lot of it is pretty harmless here, it's not like she's straight up copying any plot points or anything. At least not yet. It gets worse in the later seasons of My Street. But I'm going to talk about it all anyway because I'll take any opportunity to talk about Final Fantasy. Usually when you're playing an RPG, especially one with a male main character, there's a lot of flattery directed towards the player. Like, almost always. And Aphmau's use of flattery towards herself kinda gives me a similar vibe. I could use that fact to excuse the way Aphmau flatters herself, but just because people did it before her doesn't make it less cringe. I'm a huge Final Fantasy fan and I've played a lot of other RPGs in my time, and stuff like that still makes me cringe every time. It just makes it so much worse when you think about the fact that Aphmau is writing these things about herself. At least in a video game, it's written towards the player. Aside from the flattery though, I feel like a lot of characters in Diaries are inspired by a lot of Final Fantasy characters. Which again is not a bad thing. I'm not accusing Aphmau of copyright theft or anything. This is just me analyzing her writing, and also, again, I'll take any excuse to talk about Final Fantasy. So relax before anyone gets defensive. The character that's most obviously inspired to me is Aaron. I think his character is heavily influenced by Auron from Final Fantasy X. Auron's a hardened badass with a big sword that knows more than he lets on, and he's pretty quiet and mysterious, just like Aaron, especially in the beginning. What's not to like about a buff guy that hides parts of his face? And also, their names only have one letter different. That kinda gives it away more than anything. Caitlyn's another character I want to bring up. She kinda reminds me of Lightning from Final Fantasy XIII, in the way that they're both super strong, badass former enemy soldiers that abandon their jobs for the people they love and a cause they believe in. They're both stoic and keep their emotions to themselves, and often resort to violence pretty quickly. And this similarity is one that really doesn't bother me as much as Aaron does. It feels more like an honest homage to a good character, or even just a coincidence entirely. Badass former soldier isn't exactly a niche character type. But Aaron just feels like Jason wants his self-insert to be cool. If there's one thing about Auron, it's that he minded his business and knew when to shut the f*** up, and Aaron should take notes. The last character that sticks out to me as inspired is Travis. Travis, to me, feels like Aphmau's attempt at writing a character like Brother from Final Fantasy X-2. There are plenty of characters like this in all kinds of popular media, but I'm using Brother specifically since Jess does tend to lean towards Final Fantasy when it comes to her inspiration. In Final Fantasy X-2, Brother has a huge and wildly unreciprocated crush on the main character of the game, Yuna. He's kind of a perv about it, but at the same time, he never crosses any of Yuna's boundaries. He doesn't make explicit comments or touch people inappropriately, he's just this silly, stupid comic relief that likes a girl so much he's a little weird about it sometimes. Travis, similarly, has a lot of crushes on a lot of women, but he is a criminal about it. He stays touching people inappropriately, peeping on them, and saying sexually charged things. The point of characters like Travis and Brother is that you laugh at their misfortune. They're so horny that they go to great lengths to express their infatuations with these women, but never to any avail, and sometimes causing them to get beat up or hurt as a consequence. And when that happens, you laugh. It's certainly not a new character type either. In fact, characters like this literally date back to ancient Greek playwriting and mythology. They were called satyrs, and their entire purpose was to lust after women who don't reciprocate, and their failure in pursuing these women was the entire joke. They're literally thousands of years old. And let me be clear, this trope does not automatically make a character bad. I guarantee you're all familiar with this modern satyr character type and can probably name at least half a dozen of them off the top of your head, and you probably like at least some of them. But usually the character in question doesn't actually do anything, and that's where Travis falls short. It's not funny if he's genuinely victimizing these people, because then it's assault. Anyway, we'll talk more about Travis later, we've only got a couple more things to discuss here for now. Okay, as I was editing this part, I thought of another Final Fantasy derived thing from Diaries. I was replaying Final Fantasy Crisis Core, and in the final fight of the game, there are actually enemies called Shadow Knights. I don't think this is that big of a deal though, because Crisis Core is not the most popular Final Fantasy, especially at the time Diaries was coming out, and it's literally just at this one final part of the game. Could be coincidence, could be that Jess or Jason just subconsciously stored the name in their brains, it doesn't really matter that much. I just thought it was worth noting since Shadow Knights are so important to this story. So do I think Minecraft Diaries is bad? I mean, yeah, objectively it is pretty bad. But at the same time, I really do think that it has a lot of potential. The bad parts of Diaries are more just me being disappointed because it could have been really good and it just isn't, rather than me like cringing all the time because I can't stand the way that all of the characters act. Like a certain other series by Aphmau. There are a lot of good parts to the series, and a lot of characters make it so much more bearable. Like, Dante has some of the best stories in the series. I enjoyed everything with him, Kawai-chan and Nicole, I liked his character in Season 3, and everything with G and everyone's memories. That was actually interesting stuff, but unfortunately that all only makes up like 1% of the whole series. All that to say, Diaries was fine, but written sloppily. And I'm gonna hold your hand when I tell you this. It only gets worse. Okay, so that brings us to the end of part 1. I originally was just gonna have this all be one giant part, but it ended up being way too long, so I'm splitting into 3 smaller parts. And surprisingly, this part was the most chill of them all. It gets a lot weirder later on. I know I've been saying that a lot, but when we actually get there, you will see why I keep bringing it up. It's crazy. I promise it'll be worth the wait. This part took me so long to make, but hopefully part 2 and 3 will be a little bit easier. I already have most of both of them done. The goal is to be fully finished by the time My Street Season 7 comes out later this year, but I don't know, we'll see. We're kind of on a race against time right now. So all that to say, subscribe if you want to see the next part, leave a like and send it to your friends. I don't know, this shit's weird to say out loud. Thanks for bearing with me through all of this, and I'll see you in part 2.